Oh, hey, there we go. All right, we're on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, for a riveting game of Dungeons and Dragons. All right, so I have here this crew of wonderful individuals here who will certainly not die tonight in the game. Um, Basically, tonight's one shot is for one of my super backers for my End of the Fae Kickstarter. Silas Penniman is his alias here. What was it? It was like $1,000 or something. He's like,
Yep.
yes, please. I want to play some D&D. Let's go.
Did it within an hour of you signing on.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. So tonight is his D&D game, and he has here a bunch of his friends and a sibling and stuff. So this is their gaming group, and I'm gonna run D&D for them tonight. So that is what is going on here. And it'll be a very calm, relaxed evening without any drama or excitement or near-death experiences or anything like that. I'm sure we'll be perfectly fine. So that's my shtick, and let's just go around and each of you can introduce your character really quick, and then we're gonna get into the action.
I will start. I am playing Silas Penniman. I am a swashbuckler rogue who grew up in a noble's family where my father was very rich. My mother and I basically, I stuck around the building all the time. I picked the locks to the liquor cabinets, and I would do a lot of mischievous things that got me in a lot of trouble. So my father kicked me out and told me to earn the respect of the people that he led over. So now I am on my own, and I was able to meet this wonderful group, starting with my friend Bill Simpleton.
So I'll be playing Bill Simpleton. He is a half-orc cleric. He kind of grew up in a far backwater town where, like, your education is pretty much you learn the trade of your parents, and that's it. His parents were farmers, as far as he is aware. His father planted bodies as a gravedigger, and his mother would grow them as a necromancer. And he sees it as farming, and that's that. Beyond that, he met his current party, and each of them has their own pluses and minuses. He trusts Silas to kind of give him guidance his way in the world as he's learning all these things about the bigger cities and stuff like that. The person he probably looks up to the most, probably just because he's the tallest, is Hunk, and I'll let Hunk take it away.
Yeah, Hunk is a centaur champion fighter. He is a bit I don't know, delirious, but also just kind of aloof, a little all over the place, has a lot of confidence, likes to make him seem like he's important, not really that important. He's a wanderer of sorts. He stumbled across this group. They seem like a good time, and has stuck with them since. He has a milky white kind of steed, I guess is his horse part. Kind of blonde hair, blue eyes, has that look of sophistication, but not so much. I'll pass it over to Cypress.
I'm Dan. I'm playing Cypress Wildwood, a half-elf druid. He's got a pretty druidic name, but he grew up originally in a small town. His parents, they just worked around town. He had family that had a farm, so he would sometimes work part-time. His family were pretty well studied for just being townsfolk, but they tell him that his ancestors, like his great-grandparents, were more like real druids who would adventure and did some notable deeds, but he doesn't know too much about it. His village, when he was about 10, it was burned down to the ground, but he doesn't really know much about the group that did it because he was so young. He ran into a nearby forest, and he just kept running until he passed out from exhaustion and hunger. And he woke up in a cave, and a man asked if he recognized him, and it turned out it was his uncle, who he hadn't seen since he was a baby. His uncle was following the way of nature, taught him a bunch of stuff. They stayed together, and eventually Cypress moved out into another town, and he was doing his thing, and he came across Bill and Silas, and he wanted to get out and see the world and make something of himself and figure out what happened to his town. So he asked to go along, and so they've been traveling together, just trying to find their place in the world.
All right, wonderful. And what is the name of your noble adventuring group? It has existed for quite some time. Like, we have years of going on adventures. We're level 8, and our name is...
I'll let John name that one.
Oh, of course.
Go to
He's
like
the backer.
random
We are
fantasy
the,
name
We are the
generators.
Penniman Pirates.
Penniman Pirates, okay. Okay.
Cypress has never heard that name before, but he'd be okay with it.
All right. Okay, so you guys are an adventuring group known as the Penniman Pirates. Some time ago, month, 2 months, time has kind of started to slip beyond your comprehension. You sought refuge from a severe storm in a townhouse in a countryside. The inhabitants were smiling and perhaps a little over-friendly. And in the morning, you were rather happy to leave, not because they were unkind or anything, but they were just starting to get a little creepy, a little too nice, a little too friendly, a little bit too smiley. But as you traveled away and came over a rise, you saw the same townhouse before you again with the same inhabitants. And no matter what direction you went or how long you traveled, you always found the townhouse just over the hill. So, resigned to figuring out at least what's going on with that, you returned to the townhouse, questioned the inhabitants as to what was going on, and they smiled broadly. I'm hearing feedback. Somebody has Twitch on,
Yeah.
and I'm getting feedback. Please double check if you have. There we go. I'm no longer getting feedback now. So whoever did that, that fixed it. Keep it muted, we'll be good to go. So you return to the townhouse, and they're all smiling as you guys arrive, and they simply say, "You will see." Day after day, the group attempted to discover what was happening. However, no clues were to be found in the townhouse, and the inhabitants would say nothing more than, "You will see. You will see." Again and again, every time they were questioned, "You will see." One of the characters, one of you guys, even decided, after, I don't know, weeks of this, to murder all of the inhabitants one of the nights. You were convinced that some magic lay upon them, and if you slaughtered them all, it would abate. Which one of you fine fellows decided to do that? If you're willing to confess.
Yeah, that seems like something Hunk would
I
do.
was gonna point. I was gonna say.
Want to say it?
All right. So, and did you reveal this? Like, everybody kind of woke up, slaughtered people. Did you do this by yourself? Did you have accomplices? Did you tell anybody about it?
Oh, yeah, I told everyone immediately.
Afterwards, or to get help doing it?
Afterwards. Yes.
Afterwards. Very
yeah.
good. Very
Hunk
good.
is a proud centaur, but I don't hide much either.
Bill was very put out because Ma always said be nice to friends. So he's like, they're nice people. They must be friends.
Despite going all murder hobo on these very nice friends, the next morning they were all alive once more. No bloodstains scattered across the townhome, no destruction, no signs of a struggle, and they all kept on smiling as though nothing had happened. Finally, after over a month spent in frustration, you guys discovered a vine, traveling around outside the townhouse looking for clues, anything. You guys discovered a vine-covered entrance hanging over a tunnel not too far from the townhouse. Pushing the vines aside, you discovered this entrance appeared to go into an abandoned mine. You could see mine tracks, debris, a rusted old cart that's been there for who knows how long. So with no other leads and no other prospects, you guys decide to go into this mine, hoping to discover the source of this foul magic or curse that won't allow you to leave this wonderful farmhouse. Or townhouse, I should say. So that is your lead up, your story. And I'm going to move all of you to our map as you begin to explore this abandoned mine.
you know, Hunk, I can't believe you just murdered all those people. And then, you know, I spent all that time cleaning the blood off the floor after you did that, and still they just came back the next day.
Yes, yeah, it seemed like a very moot effort, but it seemed worth it at the time. The smiles bothered me quite a bit, and I wanted to end the smiles, but they just came back. So, yeah, I am good with keeping going and trying to find how to end the smiles permanently, if that works for the Penniman pirates.
Well, let's go forward, but let's keep in mind that all these people were a part of nature, and nature is very important, and we should not treat it with such harshness or rashness, please.
Bill's just taking this all in for a moment. He's just like, I thought they were nice people. they're pretty all right. Always smiling, waving, greeting us. Nothing wrong with them.
And as you guys prepare to go into this abandoned mine, you realize that one of your group, of course, you've been together for quite some time, can't see in the dark, and this place is quite dark. So, how are folks gonna help your your Hunk?
Reach into my bag, pull out a torch, and then I'll just use prestidigitation to ignite the torch for Hunk.
Okay.
Pass it back to him.
Okay.
And
So
just say, keep the light behind me. I'll take the lead and start checking the tunnel as we move forward. Make sure there's nothing that's going to collapse on us or anything that's going to jump out, hopefully. So I'm going to take the lead and kind of start walking in and start checking for any signs of basically any sorts of traps, or if there's anything that looks unstable into this mine, that so we don't get collapsed in on.
Okay, so Hunk is carrying the torch.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take that too. I'll lead from the rear and
Okay.
you're like, yes, I'm tall enough to lead the back.
The fighter
Ouch,
is
down.
All right, so Hunk, I set your token to emit light now, so that represents the torch you're carrying. Silas begins pressing forward.
I guess Bill will be falling behind him.
Cypress will also be 10, 15 feet behind.
Okay, feel free to just move your tokens as you progress through the mine, and I might stop you from time to time to give you a dramatic description.
All right.
You just passed on your left, Silas, that rusted minecart.
Can I take a look at that minecart?
Yeah. Go over it. Take a look. What are you trying to suss out about it?
Is there anything inside of the minecart?
It's on its side. As you peek around, you can see a layer of dirt has been sprayed across the inside of it, and there's a couple little plants beginning to grow in the dirt.
Can I look at the plants and see if they look to be anything interesting, like if they would not be expected to be in this area or anything like that?
Yes. Druid, please give me a nature check.
Try. I've got an 8.
An 8. Well, these appear to be a quite simple, common lavender flower. They haven't quite budded yet, but you're pretty sure that's what they are, just from their appearance and after studying them over. Just a common lavender, nothing to be concerned about.
All right, I'll leave it be.
All right. All right. Keep going, guys. Let's go see what else we can see.
Silas, as you press forward, I'm still getting feedback. Something. Let's do this. Let's have everybody mute. Everybody mute your microphones. Everybody muted? Okay. So here, testing audio. Bill, unmute yours. Testing audio. Cypress, unmute yours. Testing audio. Silas, unmute yours. Testing audio, testing audio, testing audio, testing audio. Punk, unmute yours. Testing audio, testing audio, testing audio. Okay, can't reproduce it. Okay, we'll just keep going.
It's a good test, though.
It was very good.
All right, so Silas, as you... Oh man, I'm still getting it. Now I can hear it again. Silas, as you move forward through the compound, following the tracks, you can see in front of you there are flowers growing from the ground, some sprouting out of the walls, and they have these purple buds on them. Your friend had just identified what appear to be lavenders. These appear to be more lavenders, only now they're quite a bit larger and you can see flowers, which is perhaps odd considering you're underground and there's no light, but...
Cypress, is this something common that something like this could grow under here, or is this abnormal?
All right, I'd like to approach this first one here. And I would like, can I do, is there another thing that I could do to figure out why they would be, to look into why they would be flowering? I certainly think I would find that odd without sunlight as well. Maybe the small ones towards the entrance, were okay because they were small and maybe they got a little bit of light at a certain time of day through the entrance, but this is deeper in and they're bigger.
As you examine the flowers, give me a perception check, please.
Great. Another 8. Somehow.
They appear to be lavenders, except there are small black protrusions growing along their vines, so their stems. Black protrusions. Like if it were like a person, you'd call it a wart. But on a flower, it's just like a growth, a black growth.
I'll say to the party, there are some weird black growths on these that I would not normally expect. I don't know what they are.
I'm actually gonna reach out with my dagger, and I'm gonna see if I can cut it from the wall.
Okay. You reach out with your dagger, and you're just cutting it off at like the stem?
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it with my hand, but I'm gonna use the end of my dagger to see if I just cut the stem.
Okay, so you give it a quick little slice, try to cut it off, and you cut clean through, and there's a little spray of black pus that a little bit drabbles on your hand and then runs off. After a few moments, it begins to itch just a little bit.
Doesn't seem normal. Is anybody else kind of itchy now?
Nobody else is feeling it, just you on your hand where it landed, that pus.
I'm going to use prestidigitation, just clean my hand, clean the stuff away.
Okay, you clean it off, the itch goes away. There is a slight rash beginning to develop, but not too bad, nothing extreme.
Okay. All right, you guys ready to keep moving forward?
Yep.
All right.
You seem too casual about that. Where are you going?
Do you want to go back to the people who were smiling? Because honestly, an itchy hand at this point has been like an improvement in the last month. I mean, as long as it's not something else that's itching, I'm pretty good with it.
Okay, just don't touch me with that hand.
We will have
I'll
to
use the
keep an
left.
eye out. We will have to keep an eye out for anything. Anything that could be causing that, or B, if it seems to get more serious, like more blackness on. So we'll have to keep looking at them as every few plants, see if they look any different.
All right. Do I notice a change in the plants as we continue moving forward?
Right here where you are, everything within sight appears to be mostly the same as the ones you just saw and interacted with.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna make my way around these plants, trying not to touch any of them, and just make my way further into the tunnel. Looking at the tunnel itself, does this look like it was man-made or like carved at some point? Because I know it's a mining tunnel, but does it look like something else has been done to the walls, like something unnatural or outside of normally I guess what I'm getting, so outside of it being mined, does it look like someone has done anything else, or maybe put some sort of runic stuff on the walls, or something that might be where, like, the source of these plants are coming from?
Okay, give me an investigation check as you look around and try to determine if there's anything out of the ordinary here.
Okay. Let's see.
This was definitely, it appears to be partly a natural formation, but also man-carved, probably as they found whatever of value caused them to mine things in here. It has not been tended to or mined for quite some time, years, decades at this point. Everything is falling in disarray. The wooden tracks themselves are beginning to rot out quite badly. The rails are rusted over solid. And where there are concentrations of these flowers, because there are concentrations, in fact, they don't just grow everywhere. They seem to be clustered in certain concentrations. You get a little bit closer to investigate, and as you poke around in the soil and test it out, maybe take a little bit of the soil and you taste a little bit.
I'll give it a try.
Because it looks a little different than other soil in the mining area. You give it a little bit of taste, and it tastes like a little bit like blood, a little irony taste in it. Almost as though, as you suss this out and examine this, your guess is that where the flowers are growing, blood had been splattered and poured out at some point, perhaps quite some time ago. But the soil in those clusters is definitely different than elsewhere.
From the back, Hunk will just yell out, "Why are you tasting it? We're in a mine."
It tastes like blood. It doesn't seem right.
Was it worth it?
Absolutely. Does my tongue itch now?
Your tongue does not itch, no.
Oh, all right. Well, the dirt is better than the actual plant.
I would like, Cypress would like to taste it a little bit as well, just to see if he can confirm what Silas tasted.
Okay. You give it a taste. I would like you to give me both an investigation check and a nature check.
Okay. Investigation is 19 and nature is 12.
All right. So at this point, you're pretty convinced that these are immature carnivorous plants of some sort. So you suspect that whatever the immature versions look like, they kill things and splatter blood, and then they plant their seed pods in the blood splattered soil, and it begins to grow into some sort of carnivorous plant. These, you believe, are probably immature versions of them that are currently growing. That is your suspicion. You remember hearing about these sorts of plants, but you don't remember any specifics beyond that.
In the interest of brevity, I will basically repeat that to the group.
Right.
Bill will take out his shovel, like it's just like an old, like, gravedigger's shovel, and just put down. We can pull them all up.
We could burn them all down. And I look at Hunk, who's holding the torch.
There are lots of these flowers growing in this area of the tunnel.
Let's also not kill ourselves with smoke.
Slightly dejectedly puts his shovel away.
We should certainly be careful of them if we were to come back through this way. I don't know how long it might take them to mature. I don't know if they'll need more blood or how much time.
You're asking us. I feel like you would be the one to answer that one, Cypress.
Well, it's not like these existed in where I grew up. I mean, I knew a little bit about them. I don't know everything about them.
Right, I just assumed you know every plant.
I'm getting there. I'm still learning.
All right.
Fair enough.
You guys want to keep moving forward, because the only alternative we have is going back to the Smileys and seeing how that all turns out again.
There must be a source to why this is happening somewhere.
All
I
right.
don't know what exactly to expect, but
I'm going to start making my way back up to the track. It's taking a turn. I don't know if that means anything for us or not, but it's making a turn.
Yes.
All right.
It begins to turn to the right, not the left. the right.
To the right. Okay.
Plants continue to be growing here and thereabouts, and then they stop growing as you come around the corner there, Silas, and you see the chamber open up to the south. And from where you are, Silas, you can see, standing here, a hunchbacked old man, it looks like. Wisps of beard coming out. He has a cloak on, the cowl is pulled up, big beard trailing out of it, white, speckled with a little tiny bit of black in it. And he looks up as this bright light begins shining around the corner from Hunk and his torch in the back. Oh, visitors. Well, hello. How may I help you? Please, come in.
I just looked at everybody and say, well, let's not be rude. And I lead the group forward and I just raise my hand, just kind of in a centipede. How are you? Hello, sir.
Can I do like a general check to determine this gentleman's like demeanor? Just initial, if there's anything kind of behind the scenes or something that's an insight check or something along those lines.
Yeah, go ahead and give me,
to speak body language.
run me an insight check.
Okay.
And as you come into this chamber, you guys can see there are crates all about. There are some beds, looks like some dressers, nightstands, a little chest, a trunk. Everything is rotting and mostly destroyed in this room.
Dirty 20.
Bill, you get the overall impression that the old man is friendly. You don't think he means you any harm, but there's something a little odd about his presence here. Why is an old man in this abandoned mine?
So I think Bill just leans over past Silas and just like, hi, buddy.
Good sir.
Yes, how may I help you? I don't often get visitors, you understand. I would make you tea, but we haven't had any for quite some time, unfortunately.
Oh, well, I'm, my name is Silas Penniman of the Penniman Pirates. What might your name be?
Pirates, this far inland. Did you get lost?
We did indeed. We lost our ship.
Oh,
And now
we
we've-
had a ship.
We did. You weren't there.
well, you're not going to find your ship in a mine?
Well, unfortunately, we're seem to be lost ourselves and have just discovered this mine. What brought you down here?
Oh, dear. Well, I was just going for a stroll one day and wandered in here, and I got tired.
Did you happen to, before you came in here, find a townhouse with some people that just happen to be there all the time?
It happened to you too, I see. Have you found a way to escape?
Well, that's what we're hoping, is to head further down this mine and maybe we can find a way out of here.
Perhaps you could help us all. I have a particular talent that I would gladly share with you. You see, I'm a fortune teller of sorts. I can read people's futures and help guide them to their fate. But, well, I can't do it for myself. But if I were to read all of your fortunes, perhaps, just perhaps, I would be able to help you discover how to find a way for us all to leave.
I look at the rest of the group and I go, it's this or we do the smiley people. So I'm like, I'm in. Let's do this.
I've
You
never
need to light a
had my
fire?
fortune told before. What could it hurt? Cypress is in.
Bill sees everyone else just going along with it, and he just kind of shrugs. Probably leans over to Hunk, just like, don't hurt this one, buddy.
Depends on the fortune he reads.
Well, very good then. Please, if you'd like to have a seat, there are crates and beds. It'll only take a minute, but there is a ritual that must be performed. It's just a formality, really, but it helps invoke my talent, if that makes sense.
You want us to start a fire or something? Put a
Oh,
little more
no!
light-
Oh, dear, no! Don't do that! A fire in an enclosed area? That torch is bad enough! The smoke will blind us all!
Okay. Nope. Sorry.
Now, and he begins, he takes out a tray, and he has some bones that he pulls out of a pocket, and he begins casting them in the tray and looking at them. Oh, well, here, the bones say that you will see flowers upon your travels. Now tell me, and he looks directly at Cypress, have you seen any flowers?
We actually have seen some flowers in the previous passage just a minute ago.
The bones tell truth, you see. Now, let us continue. Proceed we shall. Throws the bones again into the tray, and he takes his finger and begins stirring it around a little bit. Cloudy the bones are. And he spits into the tray, stirs it around a little bit more. Pennyman, a ship you seek. Water lies further in this mine. A ship there you shall not find. However, and he takes some more bones out of a pocket and throws them in and stirs it around some more. Hunk, your future is clouded. It is dark. Blood can make it clear. And he holds the tray out towards you, Hunk.
I'll take it.
Let me rephrase that. Blood shall make it clear.
Do you want me to stab you?
Oh, just prick your finger. Oh, the soothsayer's life these days. It's so difficult. These young kids have horses,
yes.
for that matter.
Okay. I'll take an arrow out of my quiver and just kind of poke just a little bit at the end.
Okay.
My finger, drip it in.
All right. Excellent. Wonderful. You shall all travel through this cavern, and you shall see flowers and water and eyes. You will see the eyes. You must find the eyes, seek thee the eyes, and the eyes will reveal the truth and the solution to all that you seek. And then he extends his hand out toward the tray, and you can see skeletal fingers, bones, as he scoops the bones up, and they meld back into his arm, and he pulls it back under his cowls. Very well, then. When you find the eyes, you all shall die. I have foretold your futures, your fate, your death, and now blessed be. And as he pronounces that, you guys all feel some sort of unsettling magic or otherworldly presence descend upon you. You feel a little bit more clumsy than you once were, less skillful, perhaps. And you feel that you're probably not as proficient in your combat and otherwise skills as you once were. This old man did something to you. And everybody give me an intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
26.
Oh, going strong. Leads with a 0.
Bill
Okay.
is not necessarily the smartest of individuals.
Cypress and Silas, you guys both shake this feeling off and will it away. However, Bill and Hunk, you both remain affected by this, and this, whatever it is, settles deeply upon you, and you guys both have some problems. Mechanically, You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, so long as this condition persists. And I need you to put some sort of little token indicator on your tokens in Roll20. Some folks, if you're not familiar, you click your token and there's a little, right below it, there's a circle. If you click that circle, there's a bunch of little icons that will pop up. Mm-hmm. Pick an icon, and let's make it the same icon for both of you that represents this little problem you have.
There's one called back pain.
Sure. That's the prone condition, but it's fine.
Which one is that? What's the icon there?
It's a guy on his knees, and he has back pain.
Bounce. Oh. I see arrow.
Oh, it's next to the arrowed ones, 2 to the right of the arrowed one.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Luke, quick question for you. Do you want us to call out our rolls, or do you want to just read them yourself?
Oh, you could just, don't read them. Just go ahead and roll them, and then I'll usually just look over and see what they are. Okay. I think that'll work for now.
I think this is when Bill looks over to Silas, is just like, I don't feel too good, buddy.
I look over at him and Hunk, and then I look at the old man, and I reach forward, I pull my rapier, and I pull it. I don't threaten him yet, but I pull my rapier, and I go, "What did you do to my friends?"
Don't blame me. I simply told them their futures, their deaths, and they couldn't handle it. They did not have the intellect to bear it.
Can you reverse what you did?
There is no reversing that which is done. Once doom hangs over you and you cannot accept it, you are fated to die.
Well, you'll be fated to die too when we leave you down here for not helping us.
Silas, his hand was just made of bone. I feel he may already have a condition relating to that. I was going to ask where he got those bones from, too.
Step back and I resheathe my rapier.
This is a wise course, friend.
Because... Go ahead.
I'd like to go to Bill, and I'd like to whisper to Bill. Bill, you're a cleric. Does anything seem off? Does he seem off? Does he seem... He was bony. Is he some kind of undead?
Bill, who's quite used to seeing undead things. Let's see. I want to use Eyes of the Grave as a trying to think of the name of the cleric now.
That's the death domain cleric, right?
Grave domain, yeah.
Grave domain. That allows you to sense the presence of, what is it again?
Location of any undead within 60 feet that isn't behind total cover and that isn't protected from divination magic until the end of my turn.
Okay. Very well. You invoke that power, and your deity. What's the name of your deity?
The Raven Queen.
The Raven Queen enlightens you. Your eyes begin to see a glow around the old man, and the glow gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then there's a glow seeping out from underneath the beds. As you study it a little bit more, you believe that not only is the old man undead, but there are 6 undead creatures underneath the beds as well.
Bill's going to look to the group, and he's just going to point to the ground below him.
Cypress will move away just a little bit for now.
That low armor class is a good idea.
A little out of it, Hunk will see it. What are you pointing at? Bill, what?
He's not the only dead body here.
Who's dead?
The old man. He's undead.
Oh, did he die? Oh, he's undead.
Undead.
Let's not point fingers around here. I do the best I can.
I've had my fair share of undead friends and family and relatives and strangers, and they're not gonna just spring up, are they?
Well, sometimes. Depends on how carefully you proceed. If you go and embrace your fate, or if you do something rash and foolish.
I think before we do anything rash or foolish, can you help us in any other way before we go beyond here, beyond where you are?
Yes, I could tell you your second futures.
I didn't like the first future, buddy.
Yeah. I think we should just let him be with his friends and just let's keep moving forward.
Yes, yes. Embrace your fate. Wisely decided. Pirates.
I'll just slowly begin moving my way, keeping my eyes on him as I try to keep the wall behind me and make my way out of this cavern to the side and look to everybody else to follow.
Bill, before he leaves, just walks up to the old man, looks down at him, because growing up, his parents pretty much taught him everything. He just looks at him and goes, "Your mother would be disappointed with you." And he just keeps walking off.
Do you know my mother?
Bill just doesn't respond and just keeps walking off.
Very, very well then.
As you guys leave, the old man just goes and sits down in the bed.
I say in a low volume to the party, we may need to keep a watch on our back. I hope they don't try to come up behind us and do something else.
I fear too. There's more going on with that man, and with what Bill said, there's something else in there.
As you
We don't
guys... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if we don't disturb and, like you said, don't cause a ruckus, maybe we can just go on.
I'm going to turn all my stuff off, my audio really quick, and turn it back on. I'm going to see if that helps with my audio problem at all, because I'm getting a ton of echo, and it might just be me.
For saying it.
Okay. There we go.
Just look at the group too. You guys, just, you know what I was just thinking? Those people in that house kept saying, "You will see," and then this guy's telling us that we're gonna go find the eyes. So I mean, there's got to be some connection here with this.
But Silas, I already have 2 eyes.
You
I
have
don't-
2. He has 2. I have 2. He has 2. But he has 4 legs. You know, so who knows? Maybe something's down here with more legs.
I don't think he meant
You have-
our eyes, Bill. I think he meant some other eyes.
Her
You
eyes
have
on my
just-
boobs?
Blown his mind. his,
Now, Bill, also
his young, fragile, unlearned head is just...
Now, Bill, I have another question for you. Now, again, since you're a cleric, is there anything you and Hunk are looking a little affected by something that he did? Are you okay?
Bill's like, let's see, let me take a quick peek here. Yeah, Bill kind of racks his thoughts of all the spells he's prepared. He's like, I didn't prepare for this, buddy.
Oh boy.
Yes. No.
I'm more used to patching you guys all up than curses are something new.
Okay.
All right. As I make my way into this next area, that's a hole right
Yes.
into the.
So As you guys leave the old man behind with your enhanced conditions, you approach a massive gaping hole in the ground. It looks like this area has collapsed. There are slabs of rock leaning precariously over this open hole. The hole stretches down, Silas, farther than your dark vision, into blackness. Around the chamber grow more of these purple flowers, in clusters here and there, thereabouts. And then, obviously, it opens up to the south here, where the track continues. And then over to the west, the track, there is no track, it pretty much ends, but the tunnel at least continues that way.
I'm gonna light a torch. I'm gonna throw it into the hole.
All right. You light up a torch and you toss it down that hole and take a gander. The torch travels down about 100 feet before it slams into the ground. Right next to what appears to be a body of somebody wearing robes. You can see a staff lying nearby. The torch rolls a little bit and rolls right into the body. And the clothes ignite. And flames slowly spread across the body until the body is afire down at the bottom of this hole. So you could all see quite clearly a large hole down at the bottom here, debris and rock scattered about it. From where you are, you can't see if the hole goes anywhere, but at the very least, there's there was a person down there. Now he's on fire.
It's a nice aim.
I'm just gonna say, when we got here, he was on fire. That's the story we're going with. If anybody asks, that guy was on fire when we got here.
I'd like to go up to this plant right here, and I would like to use my Staff of the Woodlands, 3 charges, and cast Speak with Plants.
Speak with plants. Ooh. This is
So
plants.
I'm going. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just reading it.
Sure.
Plants within 30 feet of you have limited sentience animation, giving them is concentration. Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't have a C. Mix it up.
It's not a spell that comes up very often in the game. Yep, not a concentration. It just lasts for 10 minutes. So all the plants within 30 feet of you have limited sentience and an animation giving the ability to communicate with you and follow your simple commands. You can question them about events in the past day, getting information about creatures that have passed, weather, and other circumstances.
So
Okay.
I'll start with the one near me, and I will just say, "Hello, can you understand me?"
Hello.
So we're investigating this cavern, and we were hoping you might have some information. Do you know anything about this cavern or what's been going on?
Yes.
You do. Okay, great. Have you seen anything interesting that we should know about?
Yes.
Okay. It's just me who will be able to hear that, right? It's not going to be the whole party, right?
Believe so. Yep, communicate with you.
So I'll just repeat to the party that it says it has some information that we would be interested in hearing.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Have you seen any other creatures recently, other than our group?
Yes.
Are there creatures here often?
No.
So it says there are occasionally creatures here.
Yeah.
Are they? Can you tell if they are undead? Like, are they skeleton or anything like that?
Blood. Give blood.
Is there anything that I can do to think about what might happen if I were to give it a drop of blood? Like, would it get larger and maybe attack us, or?
So you've already rolled about what you know about these sorts of plants and the carnivorous plants and stuff. However, they do feed on blood, so presumably that's how they grow. Now, is it going to be some magical thing where they get big all of a sudden? You doubt it, but it's probably going to help them grow, yes, but slower rather than faster would be your suspicion.
I'll say to it, if I give you a little bit of blood, will you be able to answer the question better?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say to the group, so this is a little bit risky. It's asking for blood to be able to answer the questions, but they grow on blood. What do you all think?
Well, what has he told you so far?
Not that much so far. Unfortunately, the spell gives him a limited amount of intellect. He says he's seen other creatures around, not often. I asked if they were undead creatures, and he asked for blood. Or it asked for blood, I should say.
I like you, Cypress, but I don't know if you're the best negotiator of the four of us.
Right.
I'm not giving any more of my blood.
Out of character, Cypress has 10 charisma, so he is not the best negotiator in the world. He's not the worst, but he's definitely not the best.
Better than me.
You guys
Bill
have probably noticed that in character.
Bill just kind of slaps you on the back lightly and just like, I trust you, buddy.
All right, I'll prick my finger with my dagger, and I'll give it just like a couple drops of blood.
See more?
You give it a couple drops of blood. Let's see. Cypress?
Oh, your blood is good. It's better than the last blood. Can I get some of that one's blood?
Which one?
The big horsey one.
Hunk, he's asking for your blood, although you have already said no. I think he's not in the mood right now.
Oh. Can I just
only my blood?
Can we get a ride?
Ride? How would we give you a ride? Are you able to move?
It pulls its roots out and begins to slowly move toward the centaur.
Oh, giddy up.
Hunk, for some reason he wants to ride you. It wants to ride you.
The rest of the flowers in a 30-foot radius begin to pull their roots up out of the ground and slowly begin to writhe toward Hunk. And all of them begin chanting, Cypress, in your mind only,
Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up.
Are they moving very slowly?
very slow. It's like 5 feet per round. It's like just a slow crawl. Their roots are just slowly pulling them along. They're having to go around the hole and all that good stuff.
I'll say to them, well, it's been a good chat. And I'll say to the group, they're all saying giddy up and looking at Hunk. I think considering how slowly they're moving, maybe we better move on past at this point.
Cypress, what does this mean? Why are they moving towards me? Why are they coming at me? I don't. I'm gonna...
Can I try to sense whether they are hostile right now?
Give me an insight check.
11. Oh, sorry.
Bill starts moving. If Hunk starts moving backwards, Bill's gonna slowly like back up with him.
You're not sure, Cypress, whether they're hostile or not. They did say they wanted his blood, but you also know that your spell allows you to control them and give them commands.
So I'll say, Hunk, they're asking for your blood. Now, my spell does put them somewhat under my control, but I have never cast this spell on carnivorous plants before. I don't know exactly what to expect, but I do have some control, so I think I can prevent them throughout the spell from attacking us, hopefully.
Is that what they're doing? Is that they attacking me?
I can't tell if they're attacking you. I think they're just looking for a little bit of your blood, but I don't know. I just gave them my blood. They said it said it was delicious, and now it's asking for your blood.
There's about 36 of them, all squirming toward Hunk. They're beginning to go past Silas and Cypress at this point, and they're approaching Hunk. And Cypress, you can hear them continuing their chant. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up.
I would like to
hurt.
Bill noticing Hunk's like slowly backing up. If they start getting close to him, Bill's just gonna step on the first one that comes up.
All right, they are continuing to go, and a couple do come within your reach, Bill, and you stomp on them hard. Those black sacks on their stems burst and spray all over your boots, and flowers stop moving. They seem to regard you, Cypress, and several of them scurry a little bit away from Bill. They are no longer approaching Hunk. Why? Why murder?
I'll say to that one, well, they're a little bit uneasy right now, seeing all of you approach one of us. They're a little unsure of your intent. In short, you're scaring them.
Tell the horse you were sorry.
Hunk, they say they're sorry.
We'll settle.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Tell them I'm sorry too.
He says he's sorry as well.
Actually, never mind. I was gonna ask if I could cast Spare the Dying on a plant, because Bill feels horrible that he's like, I didn't think of this throw.
Hunk, if you don't want to give them any blood, I will try commanding them to just go back to where they were. If you want to try giving them a couple drops of blood, honestly, I don't know what will happen.
All right, Hunk.
All right. Do you think Cypress I should give them blood? What will they give us in return?
I will say to the closest one, if the horsey gives you blood, will you be able to answer our questions? It claims, Hunk, that it will be able to answer our questions then.
It's funny. That sounds familiar, Cypress.
It does sound familiar.
All right, Cypress. Well, I trust you, so I'll prick my finger again. Give the closest plant some of my blood.
All right, you prick your finger and drop some blood on the ground, and the plants begin to go a little bit quicker and swarm around it. Their flower petals reach down, and you can see thin tongues stretch out from in between all of their petal arrays and begin lapping up the blood.
This is gross.
And the flowers begin backing away from the spot where he pricked his fingers.
Horsey blood is bad blood.
I say, Hunk, your blood was so delicious that they've had their fill.
Yes, I knew it was working when they were walking away. No one can resist my blood, especially in these mines.
Absolutely.
All right, what do you want to know?
Have you seen other human beings or undead or both?
Yeah.
Cypress is looking a little confused about what to ask next. I say to the party, I'm having a little bit of trouble here. Maybe we should just keep moving.
Make sure the plants are all on the same page as us. That guy in the hole was completely on fire when we showed up. That was not us.
Okay, I'll ask the plants. We're going to keep exploring. If you would, please go back to where you were. And my companion would like you to pretend you didn't see him set that corpse down there on fire.
You set the magic-y guy on fire.
Okay.
The magic-y guy.
And then they go back to their previous positions and start putting their roots back into the soil.
I'll say to the party, well, I didn't get a lot out of them, but they did tell me that that corpse down there was a magic-y guy. Their words, not mine. I don't know if that has any bearing, but perhaps we need to investigate the corpse. What is left of the corpse, I should say.
Not much. Big burnt stump, mostly. The flesh didn't get all like burned away. You know, the flames on the clothes weren't strong enough for that. But it is quite scorched and blackened down there.
All right. So, what do you guys want to do? Go down the hole or check out some of the other areas right now?
Bill finishes burying the plant somewhat morosely. I'm sorry, guys. What were you saying?
Do you think we could lower Hunk down the hole to where it's gonna need like 6 ropes maybe? And we can put one on each leg or one around the torso, one around like your waist and lower you down, Hunk?
Yeah, pick the smallest one to go down. Yes, I like it.
We do have a cleric here. I don't know if he would... Bill, would you be able to examine a corpse with your background?
Yeah, I mean, Pa would plan them all the time.
Would you like us to lower you down with a rope and you can take a look?
Hunk, you're gonna hold the rope for me? We all know what happened last time I asked Silas and Cypress to hold the rope for me.
Yep.
I can imagine.
I know. I bought new rope. All right. So I will pull out I have a silk rope, and then I will look at Hunk. I'm like, do you mind me at least tying part of this around? Well, actually, you know what? Are there any of these rocks look like I could tie the rope around it so that he can get purchase?
There's a couple big rocks standing around that look like good candidates for tying a rope around it. Yes, and they look fairly heavy too.
All right. I have 2 ropes. I'll tie them together, and then I will tie them around the rock. And I'll look at Bill. I'm like, would you like some company on the way down?
Yes.
All right. I'll take the lead, and I'll start sliding down the rope.
All right, Silas slides down the rope,
Followed by I'll follow right after him.
Followed by Bill. You guys get to the bottom and drop down in there, and it's all smoky down there. There's this horrible smell of scored flesh, but flesh that had started to rot. And you can see the side of this body is broken open, and there are maggots, most of them burned to a crisp, but several that managed to escape a little bit, squirming around, trying to get farther away from this source of heat. And the stink is ripe down here. Not only corpse stink, but now burnt corpse stink. Do you see this?
Just like home.
It does smell like home.
Oh, God.
So there's a burned body, and then lying nearby is a staff. And the body looks like it had a backpack and equipment on it as well. Much of it, of course, is burned, but hey.
Hey, I found my torch.
Bill's gonna go through the motions because we've kind of done this thing before. He's first gonna cast Detect Magic to determine if there's anything magical on them, or in this area specifically.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic, and you do sense magic emanating from the belt of this person's body.
And Bill just points to the belt. Belt's magic, Silas.
All right. I'll reach down and I'll detach the belt from the body.
It's quite hot as you reach down.
I already committed to it.
All right, you grab that belt and you can feel your hands singe just a little bit. 1 point of fire damage as you pull that belt off. The belt breaks apart in your hands. The buckle clatters to the ground, and you see a slender stick about a foot long roll away. And Bill, I'm assuming you're still concentrating on detect magic. That was the source of the magic, that slender stick.
Yeah, so as it starts rolling away, Bill's fingers just kind of going from the belt and just following the stick as it's going away.
Not the belt keys, it's Bill, and I throw the belt.
So
The stick is rolling for a large crack off to the side.
I'm gonna jump for it.
Silas jumps for it. Let's go with an acrobatics or athletics check on that, sir. Your choice.
I'll go acrobatics.
You dive for that thing and get a good hold of it before it can go anywhere near that crack and scoop it up. It's quite warm, and the stick got burned up a little bit, but it definitely tingles with magic as you pick it up, Silas.
Take a look at it for a moment and just kind of wipe it off, get any stuff that's off of it. Do I see any sort of inscriptions or anything written on it as I'm cleaning it off?
You can see a whole bunch of different symbols inscribed up and down this wand, it would appear. They don't look like arcane descriptions. They appear to be more like symbols of common objects and different things. You can see flowers on it inscribed. It looks like there's a bag on one of them, some fire crawling up the side, just random objects and things that have been etched very finely along the length of this wand.
This is I'm gonna walk over to and look up the rope. Cypress, Hunk, we found a wand. Do either one of you know anything or a way to figure it out?
Why don't you lick it?
I don't think I'll be able to tell. If you bring it up, I'll take a look, but I don't think I can tell you what it is.
Silas, we still have the body. And as Bill notes that, he's starting to just kind of taking off all the packs and stuff, anything that's like a bag or something, he's tossing it off to the side for Silas to go through. They've done this routine before, essentially.
Okay. You guys
go ahead.
You guys shake that whole thing down, and you find in one of the belt pouches a clump of melted metal. It looks like some silver and gold all melted together. There's a big old mass. It's several pouches and some in the backpack as well. There are several balls of these things just melted together. It's possible to say how many silver pieces and gold pieces there were, but you've got a big ball of each of them.
Yeah. All right.
And then after that, I then want to do a medicine check of the body to see if I can figure out how it died, essentially.
All right, give me that medicine check. It fell. Looks like he broke his neck.
I think he was pushed.
Uncle yelled out. What? Bill, why don't you try talking to him? You talk to a lot of dead bodies.
Hey, can I don't mean to ruin the moment here. Does Bill, did you say it was, does he have disadvantage on certain rolls?
Yeah, he has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. So all D20 rolls except saving throws.
Okay, so I roll that again then.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Same results. By the way, to roll with disadvantage in roll 20, you hold down the shift key, I believe, before you click on something.
That's good to know.
And then if you hold down the control key, I think it's advantage. It's something like that.
Looks like, yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, it gives you a plus and minus.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So he then looks to Silas because Bill's not good with coming up with questions. He's like, what do you want me to ask him?
What brought him here?
Okay, there's one good question.
How did he? Was he?
So yeah,
Was he fighting anything down here?
okay.
And does he know what the eyes are?
Don't overwhelm him, Silas.
I know I'm giving him too many questions too quick. He's gonna combine them all again. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have that instance like we did in Margaritaville again.
So yeah, I cast Speak with Dead.
All right, you cast Speak with the Dead on this corpse, and it begins to shake and jitter. The arms push it up. It flips itself over onto its back. Why did you burn me?
Silas, he wants to know why you burned him.
That was an accident.
He apologizes.
I do not accept your apology.
He doesn't like it, but he doesn't like it, Silas.
Silas
You know
is
what was down here.
Silas is right. The corpse is speaking common. Silas.
Oh, I thought it was just talking to him. I didn't know he was talking to all of us. I thought it was like the plant, like it would only talk to the person who kept.
This one actually can speak.
Oh.
Yep, you all understand it. Yeah.
Okay. I honestly didn't know you were down here. I just wanted to know what was down the hole, so I lit a torch.
Oh,
and
so you
threw it
just
in.
throw a torch down? You think that's the acceptable
Listen.
manner? Just throwing torches down, burning anything you come across.
It
Bill?
hasn't completely worked out all the time. I agree.
Bill puts his hand on his shoulder and goes, "I'm sorry, buddy. You were already dead when we got here.
Well, I know, but still, it's like insult upon injury, you know.
I
How about-
I understand. I understand."
Bill, hold on. I get down and I start casting like prestidigitation, trying to clean the bones so they don't look so charred anymore and they're just kind of clean again.
What kind of spell is that? You are not a very accomplished wizard. What? Not even level 10 yet, are you? Please, don't bother me with your flimsy little cantrips.
Okay. Bill,
But-
you take it.
Well, seeing that you're dead, bud, in this hole, looks like you got pushed. We're gonna avenge you if that makes it any better.
I appreciate that, I do. Could I give you one word of advice?
I'd appreciate it.
Do not get your fortunes told by the old man. This is very, very bad.
We're a little late for that.
Oh dear. Well, do you have any questions I can answer? I feel compelled to answer 5 questions.
Were you fighting anything before you fell?
Well, I was fighting a little bit of a headache. I'll tell you, it's listen to all those people say you will see, you will see, you will see, and smiling all the time. It just got on my nerves, you know. But that's mostly what I was fighting. And then I was fighting gravity, but that's of course why I'm here.
Gotcha. Silas, what was the next question?
Has he seen the eyes?
Oh yeah. All the people were saying you will see, and they're talking about eyes. Have you seen anything recently?
No, not.
Or when you were alive?
No eyes at all. All these flowers and the old man and all that kind of thing, but no eyes or anything. No, I was rather expecting to not die so soon, but it didn't work out that way.
What? The wand that we found, what was that?
Oh, that's my
What did
wand.
that do?
That's 3.
Ooh. Got me on that one.
Can we borrow it while we avenge your death?
Yes, you may.
Hold on. One more question.
You didn't answer his last question.
Technically did.
Didn't you ask what it was?
Yeah, well, and he said it was his wand, so he got me on that
Okay,
one.
fair.
You could ask him what it does. I'll say.
What does the wand do?
It casts spells.
Sorry.
I'm joshing with you. I will tell you what it does because I want you to kill things down here. Avenge my death. It is a wand of wonders. It is very nice. It casts powerful spells. Sometimes they're very bad for you. Sometimes they're very good for you. But the result is always interesting.
I've never quite had the courage to use it myself, but I was thinking perhaps one day I cast it, but I've always just not done it. But anyway, yes, it is yours. Please take it. Have fun. Yes.
Okay.
So, you guys have a Wand of Wonders, if he's to be believed. Whoever wants to take that, you can look it up in D&D Beyond and put it on a character sheet. And I don't know that it requires attunement, but the information about it will be in D&D Beyond.
There it is. Wand of Wonder.
So it does require attunement by a spellcaster. So that could be a bard, cleric, druid, probably not a fighter, but... And it has
Bill.
lots
Yeah.
of...
Well, for the moment, I'll put the wand in my pocket and say, should we head back up then?
One moment, and Bill just starts doing kind of like a slight funerary rite. You know, it's kind of abbreviated. You know, it's but he's going through the motions. You know, whatever just the common of the area or his area would be, just real quick before he leaves the body to rest.
But now wait one moment, please. Do you know the funeral rites of Mistra? Like, I don't know what you're doing there, but these funeral rites are just... do you know Mistras?
Can I do a religion check?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
I mean, if you don't know, Bill, we can always take the body with us and then bring him to a temple of this person and leave him.
Bill...
Did it roll twice or?
No,
Yeah, one, left and right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the 9 is
Gotcha.
You do not know Mistra's funeral rites. But you do know that Mistra is the god of like wizards and stuff and magic.
I don't know that one, but I'm sorry.
Oh,
I kind of grew up with the Raven Queen, you know.
A Raven Queen. Ah. Well, very well then. Have fun with the wand.
You want us to take your body with us?
Why? You gonna keep on casting this spell? Making me relive the burning that you had visited upon me?
I was going to bring your body to the temple of your patron so you could be buried properly.
Oh, well, I suppose that would be okay.
All right. So, do you mind if I at least use rope to wrap your body together so we can pull you up, though?
Well, as long as
It's
you
gonna be hard.
just don't make it too tight.
Okay.
Silas,
Right,
Silas, we could do that, you know, after we get out of this place. We don't have to take him with us the entire way.
I know, but we're already here. We might as well bring him at least up, and then we'll just leave him at the top, and we'll get him ready when we're ready to go.
With the flowers? Don't leave me with the flowers! Are you crazy?
Speaking of the flowers, Cypress would like to take a quick peek and see if the flowers are still where we left them.
They are, and your spell was a 10-minute duration, so it's gone away now. And they've all rerouted themselves back where they were.
Okay.
Well, there was a mining cart up there. We can put him in the mining cart, and then we can wheel him out.
Silas, have you seen the condition of these tracks?
I'm aware, but I don't know where else to leave him for the moment except down in this hole.
We'll leave you here, buddy, until we get back. How's that sound?
I'm going to start climbing back up. Actually, you know what? Bill, you seem to be a little flimsy. Why don't you start going up, and I will support you from behind.
I appreciate it. And yep.
Bill, so you're going to climb up the rope. Give me an athletics check or acrobatics check, your choice, with disadvantage. Bill, you get like about 20 feet up the rope and then, woo, slide back down.
We're gonna be here a while, aren't we?
I say from the top, Bill, tie that around you. Hunk and I will pull it up.
I tie the rope around Bill for him.
Okay,
And then I go, okay, pull him up now.
Okay, Hunk, if you would.
Yes, of course.
Would do that.
All right, you guys pull Bill up. from the with the rope, and he is now up there with you. And Silas is down there, ropeless.
Throw the rope back down
Thank
after
you.
we untie.
Okay, alright.
Bill.
He unties it, throws it back down, of course.
All right. And Silas, you managed to get up that rope without too much difficulty. Not quite sure what's going on with Bill today, but all of you are now at the top of the hole.
Gather my rope and then. All right. Shall we continue? Do you guys want to head south or do you want to head west?
Silas, we've been following you for a while now. I will trust your judgment.
All right. Well, let's start heading a little. Let's head south down here. Let's see what we can find. Making my way to that mining cart. I'm gonna take a quick peek at it, see if there's anything in it, around it.
You take a look in that mining cart, and in the bottom of it, you can see what looks to be some red dust of some sort in it. Glancing back this way, at the end of this tunnel, you guys can see. Stand by. The end of this tunnel down here is covered with gore and bits of bone. Quite a bit of bone and some clothing and leather and looks like backpacks that were ripped apart down this way, and more flowers growing all over. Quite a few flowers growing down this way. And as you peer down this way, you think you see perhaps a backpack that's mostly intact.
All right. I'm gonna go see if you know what? I always wanted to try this. I'm gonna pull out my grappling hook, tie it to the rope. I'm gonna throw the grappling hook and see if I can catch the bag and then pull it back to me.
Okay, let's go with an acrobatics check. See if you can
All right.
loop it. You snag one of the straps of the pack and are able to haul it through this thick growth of flowers back towards you. And it's mostly undamaged.
All right. I'm gonna slowly open it up and take a peek and see what might be in it.
You shuffle through the contents. It contains the contents of a Dungeoneer's pack, which is just a player handbook. It's got like probably pitons and torches and rations and stuff in it. So all the contents of a Dungeoneer's pack. And there is a small coffer in the backpack as well.
I will check to see if it might be locked.
Doesn't appear to be locked, but there is a latch on it.
And I have gotten my fingers stuck many times in coffers, so I will make sure it's not trapped before I hurt myself again.
Give me a perception check.
All right.
You do not detect any traps on it.
All right. Just because we all remember what happened that one time, I will step slightly away from the group, and then I will open the coffer to make sure that hopefully nothing happens.
All right.
But I will open it up.
Right in front of your face?
No, like I'm kind of holding it, but I'm facing. So the coffer opening is like I'm opening it away into this cavern. So like I'm opening it this way.
All right, so you face into this cavern to open the coffer, and as you open the coffer, you get a better look at the cavern because you can't see anything in that coffer. The ceiling of this cavern here is covered with smoky, translucent crystals. The torchlight that Hunk has casts eerily off from the crystals, giving this glow and shadow and sparkling all about this cavern. Several pickaxes are strewn about the bottom of two platforms that stand over here. And above both of these platforms, you can see sparkling red gems embedded in the walls. Like the walls are covered with these gems. They're uncut and unpolished and stuff. They're raw gems, but there's a lot of them over there.
Then I'm going to see all that and say, we have definitely hit some sort of gem mine. And then I'm going to turn to look at what's in the coffer.
All right, you swivel that coffer around and you find 5 small vials in that coffer. As you touch them briefly, each of them tingles with magic. They're potions of some sort. You guys would know that taking a quick sip of them would identify them as well.
You guys want to, we got some potions. Who wants to give it a try?
Do they all look different from each other?
You study them a little bit more closely, Cypress. It looks like 3 of them appear to have the same liquid in them, and 2 of them are different from all the others.
So is it 3 and 2 or 3, 1, 1, 1?
3, 1, 1.
Okay, yeah.
I'll try one of the unique ones.
One of the unique ones. All right, you sip it down, and you happen to be looking at Hunk as you take a small sip of it. Hunk, what are you thinking about right now?
I'm thinking about how I've been giving a lot of blood and I want to ingest some liquids of my own.
So, Cypress, for a brief moment, you can read the surface thoughts of Hunk, leading you to believe that this is a potion of mind reading.
Okay. Hunk, assuming you were just thinking about wanting to have a drink, then this must be a mind reading potion.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And then I'll take one of the 3 that look the same and I'll chug it down. I won't actually sip it because I didn't realize this was a sipping sort of thing. So.
So you chug that potion down, and do you have any damage to you? Have you taken any point damage?
No.
No? Well, then a surge of vitality goes through your body, and you identify that potion as a potion of greater healing. These are rather expensive healing potions, as healing potions go, and 2 remain.
This one feels good.
How thirsty are
drinking the
you?
others. Oh. Not thirsty anymore.
I'm going to take the other unique looking one, and I'm going to take just a little sip.
You take a little sip, and after sipping it, your feet lift off the ground just a little bit, and then you settle back down. This is a potion of flying. So you guys have 2 potions of greater healing, a potion of flying, and a potion of mind reading. My suggestion would be to divvy those up among whoever would want them. Because if we're in like the thick of things, combat, then you would have to have it on your person to be able to use it, as opposed to just like group loot or whatever.
Hunk, I absolutely think you need the potion of flying. Because
I think so.
your ancestors were Pegasi, I thought, at some point. I mean, why would you not want to fly like them?
It may actually be difficult for one such as yourself to get through certain terrain, so maybe it'd be a benefit to you.
That too.
I already have this fancy ring of mine that makes me jump pretty far, but of course I'll always take anything that makes me not be on the ground as much as I am.
There you go.
Thank you.
And
Silas, you're always leading the party and doing a lot of our negotiating, so perhaps the mind reading potion would be for you.
I'll take that. All right, thank you. And then I'll give you guys each one of the greater healing potions, then.
I think Bill gives his other one to Cypress, and he's like, Cypress, you're pretty squishy. No offense, buddy.
I will happily oblige.
Here we go. All right. Add that in.
Okay.
Oh,
So
speaking of which, while we're handing things out, I pull that wand back out that I had, and I go, Bill or Cypress, would one of you want to give this thing a try? It's I mean, that guy said it was a wand of wonder.
Bill, you found it. Would you like to? And you got permission from the former owner to have that. If you would like it, it's yours.
You know, I'm no good with magic, buddy. You're really the better one with magic. You remember the last time that when we did that time back in blah 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 blah.
If you don't want it, I'll take it, but I'm not so certain that I'm going to use it right now. But Luke, is there anything that I can do to think about? Would I know anything about what? Did you say it was a wand of what? Or did the corpse say it was a wand of wonder? Was it?
Yeah.
Would I know anything about what that could do?
Is anybody in the group proficient in Arcana? Proficient in Arcana?
Yes.
You are. All right. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
All right. So you believe that it produces a random array of different types of results. You can never foretell what it's going to be. Sometimes it is beneficial. Sometimes it is not beneficial. Sometimes it is neutral. You do believe, though, that this particular sort of wand requires attunement, which takes an hour to attune to it, after which you would also know exactly what it can do.
I will say to the group, it has random effects, good, bad. It needs attunement. So if we have an hour at some point, then I or Bill could attune to it, and we should have a better idea of what it does. But for now, I think we should just pocket it and keep moving.
I'll hang on to it for now.
Okay.
Kind of reluctantly agrees and takes it.
All right.
Cypress doesn't want to say that he's a little bit nervous, just like the former owner, about using it. So as for these crystals, clearly this must be the reason this mine is here. I'm going to move a little bit further in.
Yeah, I'll join you in there.
But there are a lot of them remaining, so my hypothesis is that something happened to them before they were able to mine a lot of these crystals.
Now the crystals, the smoky translucent crystals, are covering the ceiling. The gems on the walls here are the ones that are near these platforms at the bottom of which lie pickaxes. So it appears that the crystals weren't necessarily being mined, but the gems in the walls were.
Can I look around and see if there's any signs of? You said that it appears the crystals haven't been mined, but can I do a little bit more thorough check to see if I can see signs of that or not?
Give me a perception check as you look up to the ceiling.
Ooh, that's bad.
No, the crystal formations on the ceiling don't appear. They appear to be completely natural. It doesn't look like anything has been chipping at them, hacking at them, harvesting them, or anything. Just a completely natural formation.
Okay. Say to the group, I misspoke. It was apparently the gems that they want. The crystals look untouched.
I'm just gonna take a moment to kind of like look through some of these boxes and beds and just not too thorough, but just kind of do a quick like flip around and just see if there's anything that just stands out. If I kind of flip some of the mattresses or crack the tops of the box, anything that just stands out.
Yeah, you give it a quick shakedown and you find clothing rotted through, boots also rotted, long rotted foodstuffs. Except for a sack of beans. You do find a sack of beans that looks mostly intact. Dried beans, of course. It's got some weevils in there, but it's not too bad. Most of them are dead, so it's serviceable. Other random supplies like that. It looks like it'd be a mix of like mining supplies and that sort of thing.
All right. Well. Those crystals on the ceiling, something about those just doesn't seem right.
Has anyone ever seen a crystal like those before? Say to the group.
Not that I know of.
No.
Not too many miners where I grew up, buddy.
Say this though, after we figure out what's ever going on down here, we maybe come back here and pop a few of these stones out of the wall. Could be worth a little money later on down the road.
Can I go over to one of the gems and see if I can tell what kind of gem it is?
Sure. Give me an investigation check as you look it over.
Okay. Not much better.
These are purple gemstones. I think I misspoke.
Say that to the group. Exactly like that. These are purple gemstones. He looks very confident in himself in claiming such as well.
These are fairly common type of gemstones. I mean, okay, they're not common, they're rare and very expensive, but they're well known. These are amethysts. Very, very, very nice. And some of them, some of the ones toward the top of the platform look like they're almost loose as well. People have been working on these bad boys. Well, at some point they were.
You know, why we have a moment then if he's looking at them, knowing that my father had many of these at our estate and jewelry. I will just see if I can pop one out really quick.
All right, so you go
my dagger and try to see if I can pop it out of the wall.
You're gonna go with your dagger, a finely honed fighting tool to try to work rock.
Nope, because then I just realized there's a pickaxe right there at the bottom
Yes,
that I can pick up.
there
and
are.
I go, hold on, I'll grab that pickaxe and then I will give it the old swing and see if I can pop out a rock here.
All right, you pull that pickaxe back and give it a nice swing, and rocks and debris goes spraying about, some dirt, and it's almost loose. Not quite, but almost loose.
All right, let's see if I can try this one more time. I'm gonna spit my hands, grab the handle again, and be like, all right, here we go. And then I'm just gonna full swing right into the wall.
And as you take your hand back and about to give it your all, 3 beams of radiant energy stretch out from the ceiling, the crystals above, toward you, Silas.
Oh boy!
Stand by.
Standing by to fly. I don't need a potion of flying to go.
Oh! One beam slams into you. Another beam slams into you. And a 4th purple beam slams into you, Silas, for a total of 9 slashing damage and 6 psychic damage. And your head is ringing. And then a beam from the ceiling jumps out toward Hunk, Bill, and Cypress, 1 each, from different areas of the room, the ceiling above. These beams originating from the crystals above, it would appear. One comes at Hunk, and armor class slams the ground right next to you, narrowly missing. Next one comes at Cypress, misses you horribly, hits some of the gems in the wall next to you and knocks one almost loose. And then a 6th beam comes down toward Bill. Bill's armor class, oh, look at that. It hits your pauldron and ricochets off and does no damage to you. And I need everyone to select their tokens and roll initiative as you see 6 of these crystals detach from the ceiling and float down about 5 feet. So the cavern of this ceiling is about 30 feet tall, and these crystals are now about 25 feet above you. There are 6 of them floating in the air above of you now, and there is a hum and a glow within them as they appear to be gathering energy, perhaps for more beams.
I really thought that 1 beam was going to hit you, Nate. The highest armor class.
He did make it sound.
When it hit your pauldron, I was a psych out.
You're so excited.
Oh boy.
John, you have a +8 to initiative.
And advantage. And I still got a 15.
Oh, what was that about going first every time?
That was the plan. Apparently not.
So you should all be able to see the crystals now and their locations relative to you.
Yep.
And
Yeah, spread out.
to roll their initiative really quick. Wow, I have a plus 20 to my initiative. This is so good.
It's 20. Wow.
I did roll a 19 too. And Hunk, you are up. So there are these crystals hovering about 25 feet above you, and they're preparing presumably to shoot more beams from the way they're beginning to glow more brightly. What would you like to do?
All right, I'm gonna pull out my longbow +2. I'm gonna the one closest to me, or closest to my token. So they're above about 25 feet, right? So I'm gonna take out my longbow and load an arrow up and shoot at that one right above me.
All right.
I
is
gotta
that-
roll disadvantage.
You have disadvantage, yes.
Yeah.
Because you have accepted your fate.
Let me just roll twice there for the second one.
Your arrow hits it. Damage, please. In D&D Beyond, to the far left of all of your weapons, there's a little thing that if you click it, it will do both the attack roll and the damage all in one click.
Oh, really?
It's like all the way to the left side of where it displays the name of your weapon.
Oh, like the little symbol?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay.
7 damage to it.
Okay. And I'm going to use my second attack for extra attack and also shoot at it again, provided it's still coming at me.
It's hovering above you.
All right.
And that also hits it. You have cracked off several large shards of crystal, which fall to the ground and tinkle around you. That crystal you shot is probably about half the size it originally was, and it's beginning to falter in the air a little bit as it hovers above you.
All right. I'm going to. So that's to the bottom right. That's a little ramp, right? Or a little ladder.
Right here? Yes, that's a ladder that goes up to a platform. The platform is about 15 feet in the air.
Okay. So I'm going to just move over just slightly. And then I'm going to end my turn there.
All right. All of the crystals begin to hum and throb with increased energy, and more. Ooh, what does that spell do? Hold on a second. That spell sounds fun. Oh. There we go. Huh. All right. Very good then. This crystal is going to. All 3 of these crystals begin to float down from the ceiling and close around Silas. And they stay about 10 feet away from you, Silas, hovering above your head, all around you. And then facing down from you, the humming turns into a spray of brilliant colors, all the colors of the rainbow, as all 3 of these dump this magical energy down upon you. Silas, how many hit points do you have?
35.
35. Nice. Very, very nice. Silas.
This be something that I can use uncanny dodge or evasion on?
No, that doesn't work for this. Silas, as these multiple colors stream down upon you, your sight flickers and goes away. The world around you is plunged in darkness. You are now blinded. I'm going to put a little indicator on your character token for the blinded condition. The bleeding eye. You are blinded until the end of your next turn. Until the end of these creatures' next turn.
Okay.
And then they came down a little bit. They're going to go back up to about 25 feet off the ground again. So, you're at the top of that platform. So you're 15 feet in the air. So they actually didn't have to come down a whole lot. They just closed around you a little bit. So they're 25 feet in the air. You're at 15 feet up on that platform. And then over here, let's see. We'll have this guy close around a little bit. They're going to continue pinking off at Hunk, Bill, and Cypress. Just the standard purple beams that they're shooting down at you. This one is for Hunk. It misses you. And Bill misses you. And Cypress, also a solid miss. So Silas is getting creamed over there, and the other guys are just dodging side to side as these beams go flying about the room. Hunk, you're up.
It's back to me.
Oh, you got 2 turns on the order. How did that happen? Let's just take you off. Silas, you're up.
All right. I'm going to blinded try to make my way down the stairs away from these things. So I don't know how that if I need to roll for that because I can't see and I'm trying to make sure I don't fall off the platform.
If you move at half speed, then you won't need to roll for it. Just being very careful.
Okay, so I'll go at half speed, so 5.
So that'd be 30 feet
10.
to get all the way down.
All right, so I'll spend my 30 feet to make my way down the stairs. So just kind of crawling down it. And then not being able to see, I'm just going to pull my rapier and my dagger out, and I'm going to ready that if anything comes within swinging, I will make an attack on it.
Okay, so you have a ready to attack.
Yeah, I'm readying an attack for anything that comes within swinging of my rapier.
Got it.
And that'll be my turn.
You know, it just occurred to me that, Silas, you're not wearing headphones, and that might be where I'm getting the feedback.
Oh,
Because
I can grab some right now.
That'd be awesome. I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
'Cause I've been having that the whole time, and I'm like, why am I getting that? So that's
I was
another.
just hearing that a minute ago too.
Yeah.
It quite literally just dawned on me right before you mentioned it. I was like, wait a second, I can see him. He's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, that is going to bring us. So he has a ready to attack in case something comes close to him. And Bill, you're up.
Okay, so I am going to move, kind of get. They're not actually. I'm not engaged. Where if I move, I'll get disadvantage. Correct.
That is correct because they're like 25 feet in the air.
Okay. So I'm gonna move probably over to that side of the room, just get a little space from everyone there. And actually it's 3. Yeah, right about there. And seeing that Silas didn't actually do anything, it's kind of concerning. So I'm going to cast level 2 spiritual weapon.
What does it look like?
It actually looks like his father's old digging tool.
A shovel?
Like I said, yes, just a big shovel. Like I said, to him, his parents were farmers. His dad would bury bodies, and his mother would grow bodies. So it just looks like a giant shovel, essentially.
And that is Bill.
Yep. And can I cast that closer to Silas there, or is that within?
You have control over it on roll 20. Go ahead and drag it to where you would like to cast it.
Okay, so I'll probably cast it at least we'll say right there.
Okay.
At the one that's closest to Silas there.
Okay, so your spiritual weapon is 25 feet up in the air next to that crystal.
Yes.
Okay. And you can also attack on the same turn it's cast.
Okay. Is this attack with disadvantage as well?
That's a great question. It is an attack roll that you make. So yes,
Okay.
it would be disadvantage.
Yep, that's fair.
if you were actually summoning a creature, it would be a different story. But this isn't considered to be a creature.
Yep. Yep. Seven.
That's a critical miss. Your spiritual weapon, Bill, misses and hits some of the crystals on the ceiling, shatters several of them, and pieces of crystal rain down all across the floor. All three of these crystals over here that you can see, and a couple of the crystals over here that you can see, they all seem to twirl and swivel and orient themselves toward you.
Yeah, you just hear Bill's, guys.
That was a bonus action to cast that, so you still have an action remaining.
Yeah. I'm going to cast, because I can still cast cantrips, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to cast, let's try Toll the Dead on the same creature.
On the same creature. What kind of saving throw is that?
There's a Wisdom 14 saving throw.
Ooh. Oh! How much damage, sir?
Let's see. No. 16 necrotic.
Oh, wow. It hadn't been damaged yet, though. So is that...
Let's see. Toll the Dead deals... Or take 1d. Okay, if the target is missing any of its hit point... Oh, okay. That's my bad. Let me re-roll that.
So is it only 1d8 then if it's not missing?
Yes.
Okay.
So
8.
So it'll be 8.
All right. Excellent. So you can see some crystals on it shatter and break off and fall to the ground. And stand by.
You guys all hear me on the mic?
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Can hear
Okay. Does that seem like it might have fixed the problem?
you. Let's just roll with it and then we'll see if it reoccurs.
Okay.
And as you're told that it hits this thing and some of the crystals begin falling to the ground, one of the crystals that is falling to the ground stops and begins to hum and hover in the air and grow and get bigger. And another one of these hovering things now is in the air. Cypress, you're up.
When you say they're in the air, do they look like they're moving at all?
They're hovering. They're mostly stationary, hovering in the air. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I had a crossbow. I don't see it. So I have a crossbow, but I did not check it as far as ready. So can I guess, take an action to retrieve my crossbow?
We can assume that you can do that as part of like your movement or whatever. It's free to do that. Pull it out.
Okay. So I am going to shoot at whatever the last one that Bill attacked.
Okay.
With my crossbow.
That one right there. So you take a shot at that.
Yep. So I just click the arrow of the bow to the left of it. Did you say?
I believe so. Yep.
With the icon. Okay. Let's give this a try.
Yep. That'll do it. Your arrow slams into it, and little flecks of crystal break off.
Okay. Yeah. I think that I only have 2 wild shapes, so I'm not going to bonus action wild shape or anything like that.
Okay.
So I guess that's it.
Staying put. All right. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, we are at the top of the order. Everyone except for Silas, who's blinded, just witnessed one of these things that took damage grow another one. Would you guys like to discuss at all? So at the beginning of, so this is what I do. At the beginning of every round of combat, I give you guys like a minute or so to just talk about tactics and stuff of what you plan to do. It's just a moment to like collaborate.
I think we should probably run out of this room.
I was thinking the same thing. Bill would not be smart enough to actually suggest that, but as a player, that would be my suggestion.
Would we be able to tell that Silas is blinded, or would he have to tell us that? I guess he would have to say that, right?
Yeah, but at this point too, if I heard you guys say let's leave, I'm gonna say I'll agree, but I'm like, I need someone to help me because I have no idea where to go because I can't see.
I would say it's safe to assume that you guys have noticed how slowly he was going and groping around. So at the very least, you guys would know that something's wrong with him, if maybe not his specific condition.
Bill, since there's no crystals between you and him, maybe. Well, if Bill isn't smart enough to know, then that's.
But if someone told him, if someone was like, "Hey, we need to get out of here," then yes, he would definitely follow whoever's lead it is.
Okay, I'm gonna try and leave this room to the south when I can because there's no crystals in between. I don't know if you guys want to try and leave west. Hopefully it meets up, or if you want to try and get by crystals. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go
Okay.
south.
All right, let's do this. Hunk, you're up.
So seeing that they're expanding, I'm going to shoot another arrow at the one that just expanded. And I'm going to use sharpshooter, but I don't know if I can roll that through D&D Beyond. Or if,
Are you want to do the thing where you take a -5 to hit for plus 10 damage? Just roll it normally, and we'll just do the math.
okay. So I'll just do my hit DC. I guess just -5 to both of those. Or the 13, so 8.
Oh, 8? Yeah, that misses. It misses the crystals and hits some of the other crystals on the ceiling, breaking off a couple of them. And all 7 of the crystals rotate towards you, Hunk, in response.
All right, and in response, I'm going to go to the closest exit, which is to the south. Let's see. Yeah, so movement's 40 feet. But I know I got a disadvantage. Oh, not like a disadvantage, but like a.
So as you move
stairs.
As you move to these stairs, you notice that there is water at the bottom of the stairs. You're not sure how deep, but there's definitely water here, stretching off in either direction.
Okay. I'll keep going into it, even though I know I have horse legs. So
okay, you plunge into the water. It's only about yay deep or so, not a whole lot.
Okay. And I'll stop here and turn back towards the group.
All right. And then stand by. Ah, come on, baby. The crystals swarm to the south after Hunk, and each of them begins to glow and hum, and you can feel this reverberation through the air, and 7 beams of brilliant purple energy zip out toward him. Oh, armor class 17. Ooh.
You put more fingers.
All right, 4 of the beams slam into you, Hunk. 4, standby. 23 points of damage slamming into your equine flanks. And these crystals are all hovering, we'll say about 15 feet above the ground, so they could have a good angle through that doorway that you kind of went through. And Silas, you're up.
So they're about 15 feet from the so I could run under them, right?
You could, and you're no longer blinded either. I'll remove that from your token.
Oh.
There we go.
Yes, you could run under them, and you notice there are more now than there were before you were blinded.
What did you guys do? Oh crap. All right, if we're all going south, let's go. And I'm gonna lead the way, and I'm gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna run and hopefully run underneath, and I hit these couple as I go, and I'm going to at least try to disengage from the first one as I run by it, and then I'm going to keep trying to run by them, trying to stay low to the ground as I get out of the room.
Yeah, they're 15 feet in the air, so you just kind of duck low and then zip underneath them. That's just your movement. You still have an action remaining if you'd like to do anything.
I'm gonna take a greater healing potion, because if I take another hit from one of these things, I don't know if after watching I didn't actually see, but coming around the corner and seeing Hunk look like he just got burned up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at you and go, what did that happen from? And then I'm just gonna chug a greater healing potion.
All right, you begin chugging. And so usually to drink a healing potion, it's a bonus action. So you'd still have an action remaining.
So 44, so 10, so that's 14 points I gained. Shoot, you know what? I'm actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hold my action to throw my dagger at one of these this crystal right here, if it makes any attack on Bill or on Cypress as they try to make a run through here.
Okay.
To kind of distract it, I'll throw my dagger if it makes any moving, one of them.
Okay. Bill, you're up.
Okay. So, yeah, if Bill sees them running, he's definitely going to follow suit. 5, 10, 15. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Let me just move that out of the way. 20, 25, 30. Yeah, Bill's going to use the dash action, just keep running. Actually, give me a second. Where did I start? Up there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I'll use the dash action, just run, but I'm going to stand in front of Silas there. More to kind of, I know I'm bigger, beefier, and can take a few more hits than he can.
Okay.
With my bonus action, I'm going to move my the spiritual weapon there. I think it has a movement of 20 feet. So 5, 10. Oh, no, actually 5, 10. The one, no, let me reset that because I just don't want it to be in the same area as it for you. Yeah, just to make it easier.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll just attack the one that's down there that's already damaged.
All right, that one right there.
Yep.
All right, you give it a attack with your spiritual hammer, your shovel. Just like Dad used to use.
Oh, my bad. Give me a second. 12.
12. That hits it. Your shovel slams that thing.
Okay, and that's, yeah, so I already rolled the damage first for some reason. So 8.
All right, your shovel slams that thing nice, and bits of shard go flying off. Several of the bits of shard stop in midair, float toward each other, congeal together, begin humming and growing and getting larger. And another of these creatures has now been created right there.
This is really bad, guys.
And I believe that was Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Cypress.
All right. So these have moved. So I think the running won't quite work.
I don't think
I run. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say really quick, I didn't quite describe this, but these crystals are tiny. They're like maybe the size of your hand. They're not very large. Just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Okay, Cypress, go ahead.
This platform next to me, is there space to run underneath the platform?
Yes, there is. Yep.
Okay, so I want to use this tool to see where I can go. Okay. I'm going to go here.
It's difficult terrain to go through one of your companions, so if you want to get to the other side of them, you would have to dash to have enough movement.
Okay. Are the companions the only? Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, you'd have to. Well, that would work right there. You could do that one. Yeah, you can go right there,
Okay.
and then you wouldn't have to dash.
I don't know if you guys can see that. That helps. Okay, I'm gonna go there, and I think I want to cast Ice Storm. Now, Ice Storm has a particular range.
druid spells.
So if I do, I can't see his weapon anymore. Do I know if I cast Ice Storm if it would affect Bill's weapon thing, his spiritual weapon, in a way that would cause any issues to him, or I have no idea.
Give me an Arcana check, since you are proficient in Arcana.
Okay.
You are not sure.
Okay. Well, we are gonna do it.
So you could position this ice storm, so basically it would hit all of those crystals and nothing else. Is that what you're going for?
That is exactly what I'm going for.
Slam the crystals? All right.
All right, so cast. Okay.
Oh, they don't get dex.
So it's half damage if they make their save.
Okay.
I'm glad you picked that spell up, Dan.
I just hope it doesn't end up creating new ones.
We'll find out.
All right. So in a circular area inside this room, the air becomes frigid, and you can see a vortex of cold air carry snowflakes begin to whirl around in there. The snowflakes coalesce into large chunks of rock, and these rocks begin battering the platforms, battering the crystal formations on the ceiling, battering some of the gems in the walls, and especially battering these floating crystals in the air that are zapping the crap out of you. And I shall make some dexterity. How much damage are we looking at? 21?
Combined 21.
Okay,
they'll
so
take half if they make it.
21 or 10. All right, let me make some saving throws here. What's the DC?
14.
14. Dexterity. Okay, so 13 or higher. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 2 of them made their saving throws, so they'll only take 10 damage. And then the other ones failed, so they will take 21 points of damage.
Okay. What I was worried about.
So your frigid air and hail batters apart two of these crystals flying down to the ground. The other ones take a solid beating, and as their crystal breaks apart and falls, it congeals together, begins to hum and floats. You have now multiplied these crystals even further. You now have a nice little swarm of them flying in the air, building up increased energy. And Cypress, that was your action, and you have moved. So I believe we are at the top of the order now, and you guys may discuss what to do about the shooting gallery that you have created.
I would
run.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Probably. I'm curious if we get them out of that chamber if their multiplying stops essentially.
I'm wondering if they're even going to leave the chamber.
That's the other thing too.
What if we dash away and see if they follow? Just try and not just get a little bit run away, but get as far as we can. And I noticed that.
Yeah. I'd say we run.
I would say, can I say during my turn that I just said there are flowers to the west or whatever as a bonus action or something? Because I can see them.
Yeah, you guys can see over here that, well, two things. One, the water stops right about here. Let me put draw a little thingy bobber here. Right about there, and then let me send that to the back. So it begins to get dry on this side of that line. On this side, the water, well, it's ankle deep where you're standing now. And the water continues to stretch this way and to the south as well. And yes, three of you probably can see that there are more of these flowers over here. Except that the flowers over that way are much larger than the ones you saw before. They're about as big as a person over in that room.
Gotcha. So I want to say that I said that so that Hunk knows. And then I want to say we should, strategy-wise, we should dash either east or south than east.
But the flowers were so friendly.
Any objections?
I say we go east.
East. Okay.
All right, Hunk, you're up.
All right. Here in the group, I'll start going east. I'll just go around the corner here. And then,
Okay.
yeah.
As you move around this way, Hunk, let me just describe it really quick to you.
Mhm.
That is area. All right. So the water's getting deeper as you go this way, and flotsam is beginning to float in it, rotting wood and debris and that sort of thing. And there is a rotting wood table standing in the middle of the room here. And you can see a shattered chest lying over this way. And is that part of a shovel over here? Bill would like to know about that. You're pretty sure. Okay, proceed.
All right. And then as my action, I'm actually just going to use one of my potions of greater healing that I have.
You can drink a healing potion as a bonus action.
Oh, can you?
It's a house rule of mine, yes.
Okay.
Healing potions only. Other potions take an action per the normal rules. I'm assuming people have healing potions like on bandoliers and standby so they can not die in combat.
Okay. Then I'll use my action as a dodge, and then I'll use bonus action to drink a
Okay, excellent.
healing potion.
And the shooting gallery. So let's see. Yes, the ice storm. So how many of these things are there? I'm gonna get rid of the dead ones. Make my life a little easier.
There's 12.
12 of them. All right. They all. I'm not gonna like put them all on top of each other just so I can keep track of them. But most of them are gathering like right in this area right here, just filling up the area. There's a wall of these crystals, and this wall of crystals begins to hum and throb. And as one, this wave of purple energy washes through that corridor, down those stairs, directly towards Cypress, going around Bill, flowing around Silas, towards Cypress, who had the audacity to kill 2 of their number, apparently. And all 12 of them have decided to vent their rage upon you, my good friend.
It's understandable.
And let me find out what I'm doing. Cypress is armor class 12. Oh dear.
Yes. Goodbye, cruel world.
Okay,
Bill and I
well,
are going to be dragging him away.
Yes.
so I gotta get an 8 or higher to hit you. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 5, that's 9 hits, and 2 of them are crits. So
I can cancel crits as the Grave Cleric as a
oh,
reaction.
one of them.
One of
problem.
them. Yeah, one of them.
Okay, all right. So instead of 9, it'll be 10.
Is this elemental damage? It's not, is it?
This is force damage.
Okay.
So this wave of purple energy slams into you, Cypress. 46 points of damage.
The good news is I'm still alive.
Holy hell.
I've got 13 health.
And
Jeez.
all of these crystals are just pushed up against the edge of the stairs. It looks like they're not coming any closer, and the energy within them has dissipated after having slammed Cypress with that, and it begins to rise once again as they are probably gonna do bad things in the next turn. Silas, you're up.
I'm going to say no, we're not fighting, and I'm just going to grab and start running in the same direction that that Hunk went. So, and I'm going to look at the other two and say, "Come on, 5, 10, 25." All right, that gets me 30 feet, and then I look into the chamber, seeing Hunk, and I am going to keep running. I'm going to take the dash. I'm going to get to this table and like kind of try to hop up on it.
Okay, you hop up on that table, and as you do so, you notice that there is a large key on that table.
I'm going to pick the key up if I can do that as a bonus action. And
You could actually pick that key up with a free interaction with your environment. Just scoop it up.
all right, I'll scoop up the key and then just take a quick look around and yell out to the others. I'm like, hey, there's a couple waterways out here, and I think we might have a chance of finding a boat. And I will, that'll be my turn.
As you scoop up the key, the water surges upward in 2 locations in this room. Medium-sized spouts of water rise up. They look serpentine in nature. You can see malevolent eyes, a mouth. They're some creature formed out of pure water, it seems, except that there are large black specks floating through them. You think you could see parasites or worms or other nasty things floating in the water itself. These things, whatever they are foul and diseased creatures. Both of them looking directly at you, Silas, hiss. And the water begins to surge towards you. Is that all, sir? I think you've used all of your actions and things.
I'm gonna get us all killed. I'm sorry.
Bill! Frying pan and Skittles and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's see here. That has changed things. So yes, I will see this new development and figure it's probably potentially safer than what we're dealing with now. So Bill's just gonna charge straight forward at the creature there, that the first one that showed up. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Give me a second here. Let me control. So 5, 10, 20, 25. And he is going to let's go with a level 1 inflict wounds upon it.
Ooh.
So that is a cast. Oh, did it? Oh, give me a second. I forgot to cast with disadvantage there. I'll do it one more time, just to make it easy. Yeah, so that would be, it looks like a 10.
A 10. You reach out with your hand glowing with necrotic energy and are unable to touch the creature.
Okay, fair enough. I want to move. I can't see it simply because I no longer have vision on my spiritual weapon. But I want to move it into the doorway if I can. Kind of watch the doorway there.
Yes. I'm going to give it sight just so you can tell where it is.
Okay.
It'll help you a little bit, probably. There you go. So I moved it about 10 feet right to there for you.
Yep, perfect.
All right. And Cypress, you got slammed. You are hurting. These things want to kill you. And you see more things coming up out of the water over here.
How do I respond? I'm going to attack the original things again. I'm going to use my Staff of the Woodlands to cast Wall of Thorns, and it's 20 foot high by 5 foot thick, 20 foot diameter. Sorry, 20 foot high, 5 foot thick form, right across the doorway. Basically, can I get them all? Because you said they're basically all in the same spot. Because they're small, so I want to cast it where they all are.
Yep. They're all concentrated in these 2 squares right in front of the doorway here.
Okay.
So you could put that circle right there so it hits them. It's a concentration spell. Let me draw a little something here.
Yes. So depending on what happens here, I may wild shape, but I want to resolve this first.
Now, did you want to have it be kind of small like that so it just hits them and then blocks the doorway, or were you thinking something different?
Just like that.
That works?
Like
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So you throw that bad boy. I'm going to put a red dot on your token that represents that you're concentrating.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move that wall of thorns, that layer there. All right. The wall of thorns comes up. And does anything happen immediately upon casting it?
When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, creature takes 78 piercing damage or half as much damage on a success. So it says when it appears, that happens.
Okay, beautiful. Roll that damage for me.
It did, so that's 22 and 40, so a combined of 62.
Whoa, holy crap. Very awesome. So half damage from that is like 30 something?
31.
31?
Yep. It's a 6th level spell, but it's my Wall of Thorn, or Staff of the Woodlands can do it.
All right, you cast that. Your wall of thorns. The thorns begin to sprout up from the ground. Vines and all of these things sprouting thorns. They becomes thicker and thicker and thicker, obscuring everything, stretching up all the way to the ceiling. And from within this wall of thorns, you can't see anything because it blocks all of you, but you hear a massive shattering and the sprinkling and tinkling of crystals. Give me a perception check, Cyrus.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see my hand.
you you can't make out a whole lot more. Just lots of shattering of crystals and tinkling sounds from within that wall of thorns. You don't see what's happening, but there's a cacophony of shattering going on in there.
Okay, because I'm scared and not in great shape. I'm going to play a mini game right now of pronounce that monster. 𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐿, challenge rating 2, flying speed of 80 feet. Actually, that's huge.
Wait, what are you trying to do? Oh, are you
I'm considering a wild shaping into this huge creature with a flying speed of 80 feet and just getting out of here.
If you become a huge creature, that's a 3x3 square, you'd be squeezed in much of this area and be at half speed. Just so you're aware.
That's too big then. All right, I'll just have to get out of here normally then. Let's see. I like this too. So. Yeah, I know this kind of leaves me at risk, but
Beats the wall of death.
what do you mean?
All right.
Oh, right in front of me, you mean?
Well, I mean, the wall of death that might come from those crystals.
Yeah.
All right, you dash up next to Bill as he battles this water creature that's swarming with parasites of some sort, it looks like. And
His hands are just trying to grab it, and it's not working with his touch attack there. Inflict wounds.
Can I use a bonus action to drink a potion of greater healing?
yes, absolutely. And with that, it'll put us at the top of the order, so feel free to discuss.
Good job, Cypress, on stopping the immediate danger, and then I have picked up this key and started a new immediate danger.
It sounds about right for your class.
My 4d4 roll in D&D Beyond did not come up in roll 20. I'm not sure if I did something wrong. I did a custom roll.
That's all right. Just go ahead and add it up.
All right, it was 10 for the roll, so 10 plus 4 is 14 healed.
Okay, that's cool. Now, since we're mid-combat here, but this is a good time for a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So I guess we found out what happened to the miners, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, there were gems on the wall for a reason. Oh, they're so easy.
Don't even know where we're running.
Guys, look where greed gets us.
All right, so I hope that I haven't created like 8 new ones. Find out if we die.
My wife just brought me some homemade crackers and cheese.
Have you brought some for the whole class?
Absolutely. You're welcome to help yourselves.
Thank you.
Fresh from the cracker store.
I have this massive bowl of popcorn too that I'm working on. I don't think it's all gonna get done tonight. All right, Hunk, you're up. Oh, did you guys have a moment to discuss it all? I think we break first.
I don't know if you guys
Oh.
did.
Yeah, go ahead and talk if you would like to.
I just say we stand our ground and we pick one of these things, kill it, and then move to the other one, and then we try to settle out for the moment.
Do you think that Bill and I should try and get past this thing? I don't know if we'll be able to, but I think
I mean, I can come back and help you guys
can-
out.
yeah. Okay.
I can also too slowly work around its perimeter.
Yeah. Okay. Then if you end up doing that, then I'll just do it after you.
Actually, that's something as well. Is if I can get on the other side of it, essentially, that could give me advantage. So that way, at least it's a straight roll for attacks.
Yeah. All right, we'll try that.
Is this
All
a
right.
good time for me to mention that I don't use flanking rules?
Fair enough. That's fair too.
It is a good time.
Sorry.
Now we know.
All right, Hunk, you're up.
All right. It's okay. I live for shooting things anyway. Here we go. So I'm gonna just back up just a bit here, and I'm gonna shoot the one closest next to Bill and Cypress there.
All right.
I'm gonna try using sharpshooter again.
You have a disadvantage to begin with,
Correct.
and we're taking 5 off from it too.
I'm trying.
Okay, all right. So that's an 11. Your arrow misses the creature completely, nearly hits Cypress in the face. He manages to duck to the side just in time.
He yells at you when that happens. Hey!
All right. Realizing that shot went astray, I'm going to shoot again, but not use a sharpshooter this time.
Okay. And this one goes a little bit better and manages to sink into the creature's watery flesh for 6 points of damage. Is this a magical attack? You said it was a +2 longbow, I believe?
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, 6. Right. Arrow hits it a little bit. I mean, it's made of water. I don't know what you're hoping to do here, but okay. Is that all, sir?
Yeah. Hunk feels satisfied with that little pierce there. It's like, it does bleed.
It dripped a couple drops of water. Yes. Silas, you're up.
All right. I'm going to get my composure. I'm like, that's the one we're taking down. I'm going to run up on this side of it, and I'm going to take an attack with my rapier. So that would be... Whoa. Did it not come up? What happened?
I see something coming through.
Oh, there it goes.
10?
10.
10 does not hit this thing. As you stab at it, its watery form shifts around your rapier, forming a hole, and you hit nothing.
All right. Bonus action. Going to use my short sword to try to swing with my offhand.
All right.
And... anything? There it goes. Are you kidding me?
And once again, it forms a hole through which you stab, unsuccessfully hitting it.
I'm just gonna be like, I am the worst person in the world at this today, and then I'm gonna run back and jump on the table. Or let's see, 5, 10.
Oh,
15,
if you run away, you'd be. Oh, are you a swashbuckler?
I am.
Okay, so you don't provoke if you attack it. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
As long as I attack it, I don't provoke an opportunity attack.
All right. As you move away, its mouth opens and you hear a gurgly voice saying,
Gam, gam, gam. And I'm like, come on.
what languages does everybody speak? Let's hit Bill first.
Common, halfling, and orc.
Cyprus.
Druidic, Elvish, Giant, Sylvan. And Common,
Silas.
of course.
Common, Draconic, Elvish, Sylvan, and Thieves' Cant.
Punk.
Celestial, Common, and Sylvan.
Okay, nobody understands this. And now it is their turn. So this one that you guys have all been swarming on, well, it's got Cypress and Bill standing there, and it's just gonna pick one of them. Bill, did you attack it yet, or no? Did you attack it? When you came up?
I tried to attack
You tried
it.
to. Okay, yeah, it's gonna go after you then. So it flows into your space. Move to front. So it is swarming around you, coiling around you. It is attempting to flow down your throat, and you can see these black parasites swarming within it, practically leaping at the chance to get into your orifices. You, sir, I need to make a strength saving throw, please.
Saving throws are normal.
They are, yes.
Okay.
You clamp your mouth shut, unwilling to let this thing in, and yet it slams into you, hits your throat. You reflexively open your mouth, and then it begins flowing down inside you. Its coils wrap around you and begin squeezing. You, sir, take... Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Hold on a second. Let's roll this. You take 27 points of damage. Some of this is bludgeoning, some is necrotic. I don't know if that matters for you.
I don't believe so.
Okay. It begins squeezing you, and inside you, it's expanding in your throat and your lungs, pressing outward on you at the same time. You're being crushed between both prongs of this creature.
And you said 27?
27 points of damage.
Yep.
That's correct. You're also restrained by it as well, which means you cannot move, and attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attacks have disadvantage. I'm going to put a little indicator on you that you are restrained. And, oops, I think I put that on my guy who is not restrained. Let's put that on you. And you can no longer breathe at all. So you can hold your breath for 1 minute plus 1 minute for each constitution modifier you have. What's your constitution modifier?
+2.
Okay, so you can hold your breath for 3 minutes, which is effectively 30 combat rounds. So you're not in any danger of suffocating, because 5th edition suffocation rules are pretty lame. But you cannot breathe.
Okay.
All right. And that was you, sir. Let's see. This one over here. Well, Silas is the one that picked up that key, so I feel like we should pick on Silas. This thing moves over towards you, Silas. And sure enough, flows over top of you, begins wrapping its coils around you, surges upward, parasites frothing at the mouth as it tries to go down your mouth. Please give me a strength saving throw.
Okay.
You shake your head about violently, refusing entry. And let me see if anything happens. You shake about so wildly, flailing your arms and moving your body, horrified at the thought of suffering the same fate as your buddy Bill, that this thing is thrown backward out of your space. You have avoided a horrible fate, sir. Cypress, your friend next to you does not look to be in good condition. What would you like to do?
I am going to cast a 3rd level. Can I cast a spell that is not concentration and keep a concentration spell going?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to cast Healing Word at 3rd level on Bill. So that's going to be 3d4 plus 3.
Okay.
Oh, that worked. 12 back to you, Bill.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there enough of this thing outside his body that I can attack it with my staff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to attack it with my Staff of the Woodlands. That just put a bunch of stuff there. Oh, that just put the item itself. I'm just going to do the hit thing. Where'd that? Oh, it put the item itself again there. Even when I clicked on the hit DC,
you can roll it manually and roll 20 too.
Okay, I'll do that.
Over to the left of the screen, there's that little toolbar. The second from the bottom on that toolbar is a die roller, and you can just hover over like a D20 and click it, and it'll roll a D20 for you, and you can do some math.
Okay, so that's 8, and it's a +4 to hit, so 12 to hit.
12 to hit. That does not hit the creature.
Okay. Lastly, do I think I can push through him to get to the other side, or does it look impossible to do?
You probably could. This thing is like distracted, grappling up Bill and stuff like that. So difficult terrain, you can move through them.
I'm gonna try and go here.
Okay. You do so.
Okay. That is my turn.
And Bill, this thing is down your throat. You can feel these parasites moving around inside you.
Okay. Yeah, that's slightly panicking. Let's see here. Is there any way I can do something to basically get this creature out of me? Is there anything that I feel I could do to essentially regurgitate this creature,
Yes,
if you will?
Absolutely. That's exactly what you need to do. You need to basically force regurgitate this thing. You can do so with an athletics check. Or no,
Okay.
let's not an athletics check. Let's make it a saving throw. A strength saving throw.
Okay.
All
19.
right. You just are like just heaving with everything you have, and you manage to throw this thing back out of you, and it is pushed over to this square here. It coils itself around and then recovers itself, glaring at you. It says something in a language you don't understand, and there's some amoebas and stuff still on your face. The swarming parasites. You flick them off really quick before they can go back in. That was your action to get that thing out, but you can now breathe.
I figured as much. Am I still grappled or restrained there?
You are no longer grappled
Okay.
or restrained.
Okay. So yeah, with that, Bill's gonna what? Well, first I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my spiritual weapon 5, 10, 15, 20. And Bill's gonna attack with the spiritual weapon. Nine.
A 9.
I'm assuming that's a no.
That does not hit the thing.
And Bill doesn't have. Let's go with Toll the Dead. Actually, no, I already took my action. Never mind. So it's just a movement action, or movement. Yeah, no, Bill's gonna stay where he is.
All right, stays put. And top of the order, you guys are surrounded by these things. They appear intent to drown and infect you with some hideous disease. Feel free to discuss.
Well, the good news is the crystals didn't come out that round. Either because they haven't figured out how to get around, or they're all dead, or they don't want to leave the room. One or the other.
Do we think about putting the key back?
If we put it back down its place, will they just go away?
You could try it.
Never know.
Probably not.
I'm assuming, Cypress, you don't have any fire in your repository there.
I do not. You can do another ice storm. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but just kidding. No, I don't really have any any good spells.
I mean, I can continue to, if you guys want to focus fire on one of them, I can hold this one off, and
I can do
for the time being,
I can do fairy fire on one of them to help you guys help us kill it, but that's about it.
Let's try to focus fire on the one in the room for the three of us.
Yeah.
And then Bill, if you keep that one pinned to the door, we can then have you back in and bring it in with you, and then we'll turn our attention on that one the next round if that works out.
Yep.
Okay.
Be aware
Sounds good.
that Fairy Fire is a concentration spell, so if you were to cast that, you'd lose your Wall of Thorns.
Okay, good point. I won't do fairy fire. All right.
All right, we're up to Hunk. Your turn, sir.
I can't see the other one. Bill's blocking it, but it seems like he's got it under control after throwing it up. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna back
He's
against the wall.
good.
And
Yeah.
Constitution.
Range a little bit, and I'm gonna shoot downwards at that other water-like creature.
That slams it hard. Arrow hits it. Look at you.
Yeah. I'm gonna try again. Feeling that confidence. Hunk is going for that sharpshooter. Really trying to go for that kill shot. No.
Your arrow misses the thing cleanly, hits the or the cavern wall over here, ricochets back toward Silas. Silas, you have to duck urgently underneath that arrow, and you still feel it scrape across your back, and there's a burning sensation. You're pretty sure it drew blood.
Stop shooting like that. You're not hitting anything.
I'm still feeling good about it, despite I did actually hit something, even if it wasn't my exact target. So, but I'll stop there. That'll be it for my turn.
All right, Silas, would you like to rush over and attack Hunk?
I probably should. I'm not hitting these things. So I'm going to look at Hunk and be like, all right, you have hit it. I haven't yet. So I'm going to take out my rapier yet again and try to see if I can hit one of these things.
Ooh, 22 is a solid stab into it for a hit. 22 is this? It is a magical rapier too.
Yep, and it's sneak attack counts because there's no one within 5 feet of it, and I get automatic advantage, or not advantage, but I get automatic sneak attack with fancy footwork.
With the swashbuckler, yes, that is one of the better rogues.
Oh, Rakish Audacity, sorry, it was with that one.
Okay, yep. You give it a nice stab in the watery gut. No way to tell how this thing's looking, really. I mean, it's just water.
All right.
You stab it, though.
And then I will, with my offhand, I'm going to make another attack with my short sword. This is non-magical, though.
That is
So
a solid hit.
But but it would be only
The 8.
it would not be the. It added in the modifier, so it would
Oh.
only be 4 points piercing.
All right. You give it a very small nick. Hardly anything to the thing. But hey, you drew water.
And then I'm going to kind of circle around it, just to go right here, and then just kind of get it, try to keep having it follow me so it doesn't go back toward Bill.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Yes, it will continue going after you. You're doing the most damage to it, so it flows after you. Stand by. Oh! And it goes back into your square, wraps around you, and tries to force its way down your throat. And it's going for your ears, too. Little tendrils reach out. Maybe if your mouth is closed, it can get into your ears. Strength saving throw, please. You shake yourself about. It can't get in your mouth. It goes for your ears. You slap away futilely. You manage to throw this thing away from you, back whence it came. This one right here, by Bill. 2 pseudopods surge out from it, and both of them make massive slaps at you, Bill. Armor class 20. Both of these pseudopods hit your hard. We got half plate, full plate on?
Half plate.
Half plate. Hit the
Or
breast.
it's half plate. Yep.
Hit the breastplate of your half plate, unable to penetrate, unable to do damage. Cypress, you're up.
Right. I'm going to take my crossbow back, and I'm going to attack the one near Silas. That is a no. 4.
It's a big no.
So I'm going to move over here,
Wow.
and as a bonus action, I'm going to cast a level 3 healing word on myself. Which gives me a whopping 8 back. It's 8 better than I was.
All right, Bill, you're up.
Okay. Now I forget. I should know this, but spell attacks with a creature in range, is that at? Actually, no. It's a Wisdom saving throw. My bad. So Toll the Dead. I'm gonna Toll the Dead on the creature in front of me. Wisdom 14.
I failed.
Okay. And it is damaged, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, is missing against points? Yes. So that'll be 15.
15 damage. Oof, very nice. You have
And that.
you've necrotified the water a little bit.
Turns a slightly darker shade of blue.
Some of the parasites inside of it crumple up and fall to the ground.
Works for me. And then I'm gonna attack with the spiritual weapon as well. Not that's been doing me much good anyways, but one of these days. 7.
Not gonna do it. You stick with saving throws. And that will bring us to the top of the order. Any discussion?
Bill, you should have taken curse removal stuff.
I know it. I figure though, after a couple months of just walking in this wilderness, we tried curse removal and nothing happened. So.
I got nothing. Silas, any?
I say we just keep going with what we had. Let's
Okay.
try to kill it.
How's everyone for health?
35 out of 59.
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay,
I'm actually pretty. I'm all the way up there almost because when I took the greater healing potions.
gotcha.
Let's do it. Stop trying to shoot me with arrows, Hunk.
Hunk, shoot Silas with arrows. Your turn.
All right, I'm gonna move a little bit out of the straight direction of Silas there. So I'm gonna. So I have the lucky feat. I was gonna expend a luck point on my attack roll here. Can I use that with sharpshooter?
how does lucky work again? Don't you roll and then re-roll if you want to or something?
Yeah. So, well, I roll an additional d20, and then I choose which d20 out of the ones I want to use.
Okay.
I was trying to see how that worked with disadvantage. It seemed like I can choose.
Oh,
any-
interesting.
any
Yeah.
of the-
Whenever you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20, and you get to choose to spend one of your luck point. You can choose to spend one of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. So you could roll it with disadvantage first. How does that work? I got 3 of them. I would say that what you could do, since you have disadvantage, is you could replace the lower of the roll with your luck point, and then take the lower of those 2. So you still have disadvantage, but the d20 roll will replace the lower of the first 2 rolls, if that makes sense. But you still take the lower of those 2. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It makes sense.
We're gonna roll with that for now.
Okay. All right. And then to make this easier, I'll do 3 separate ones, just so there's not.
Okay. Okay. Well, so for the first 2,
Yeah.
do you still want to use your lucky because you rolled a 27 and a 26?
Well, it says I have to use it before the outcome is determined. So I'm assuming it's before I see what I roll, right?
Well, you're allowed to know what your dice rolls are, though. So you rolled a 27 and 26. You don't. I'm not going to tell you if it hit or not.
Oh, yeah.
But you can choose not to spend your
outcome.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Would you like to spend it or not?
No, after seeing 27 and 26.
Okay. All right. That is a hit.
All right. Even with the sharpshooter of -5.
Yes. Even with that, yes.
All right. So. And then that doesn't have the +10, so it'd be 22.
22. All right.
Advantage.
Your arrow slams into this thing, rips a gashing hole through it, and water begins to spray out of it. And you hear this sound, water gushing out, parasites flowing out. The thing seems deflated a little bit as some of the water runs away from it, pooling back into the pool of the water on the ground. And it turns its diseased head to regard you, Hunk. Is none too pleased. That was just 1 arrow, right?
Yeah, that was just 1 action. Yeah.
Got another one coming, right?
Yep.
Right.
Do the same thing. I'm also gonna do sharpshooter here too. So,
There you go. That's a crit right there.
even with
Oh, you have.
disadvantage
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry. You have disadvantage. So no, not a crit, but you have a 28.
Yeah. All right. And then
Stick with that. Yep, that hits.
yep. And
So
then,
20 points.
yep.
Oof. That slams into the thing. Another massive hole. Water splurts out. This thing is screaming in pain. Parasitic amoeba flowing all over the place. Hulk, would you like to describe how it dies?
Ooh. I will, with that last shot there, just Hunk's little side thing. He'll lick the tip of the arrow just as like his little lucky kill shot. And as it pierces this water creature, Hunk just thinks that his little spit was that lucky poison that just completely evaporated and destroyed this thing.
Absolutely. It's beautiful. And it is nothing. It just dissolves away into the pool of water beneath it. And moments later, all you can see is just a swarm of parasites there in that space. Anything else, Hunk? You have movement if you'd like to use it.
No, I'll spend it just gloating to Silas.
Okay, give me a performance check.
Disadvantage, by the way, right?
Oh yes, disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Disadvantage. Silas.
I would invoke that lucky roll right now, personally.
Silas, you know deep down that Hunk's spit had nothing to do with it. And that's going to bring us to Silas. Your turn.
All right. Oh, I can't make it. I can't get by him, can I?
By whom?
By Bill.
Oh, you
with,
could get there. It's difficult terrain though, so you actually would need to like dash to get past him, because it would be 35 feet movement you would need to actually get there.
All right. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to get there. Would I be able to throw a dagger from here? All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to get right there, and then I am going to pull my dagger, and I am going to throw that
All right.
at the creature.
Bill, Silas is throwing a dagger at your back. And it absolutely hits Bill in the back. You can feel his dagger clink across your back plate. It looks like the pommel probably hit you first, but it definitely hits you solidly.
Silas, we've been over this.
I'm just taking points from Hunk. He's throwing things and shooting things everywhere.
I would have said, "Damn it, Hunk."
All right. That's my movement. My actually, you know what? I'll use the last 5 feet just to back up, and just Bill, try to lure it into the room. We're ready to kill it. That'll be my turn.
All right, excellent. And oh yes, this thing surges forward into your space, Bill, begins to wrap around you, and it is going for your largest orifice. Please make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Bill, just swallow it. Make stomach acid. Kill it.
Oh, he was talking about his mouth. Okay.
Oh my God, 7 again.
It blasts its way past your clenched jaw, flows into your lungs, and begins to expand. And let us see. Ooh, that's a nice damage roll. This is the second time it's been inside you. That is going to be 17 points of damage as it expands inside you. And once again, you're no longer able to breathe, and you can feel nasty things swarming around inside you. And you're grappled as well. And you're dead. Oh, and you're restrained also. There we go. Just get them all out there. All the conditions. And Cypress, you're up. You can hear Bill moving, saying stuff, and then it's just...
Right. I'm gonna move here, and first I'm gonna take a quick look. Can I tell how damaged Bill might be?
Yeah, Bill, what are you sitting at?
I'm at 27 of 59, so a little less than half.
Yeah. Slightly
I'm
wounded.
going to cast a level 3 healing word again. $13. And then can I move back up here? Alright, so 13 healed, and that will be my turn.
You would be provoking from this thing if you were to move away from it, though.
Oh. Well, healing word is a bonus action. Can I use a disengage as an action?
Yes, absolutely.
Move back? Okay,
Yep.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Bill, you're once again trying to swallow this thing.
Yes, so I am going to essentially try to turn towards Silas and regurgitate it back out on the, like, where it's sitting right now, essentially.
All right, understood. You do your best to do that. Give me a strength saving throw as you try to hack this thing up. Oh,
20.
yeah, you flex all of your muscles, your diaphragm, and all of that good stuff, and spit this thing back up right there. And you're no longer grappled, and you can breathe again. That was your action.
Excellent. Can I move my spiritual weapon in the same space I'm at
Yes.
and have it attack?
Yep. It doesn't count as a creature,
Okay.
so it can occupy other people's spaces.
Okay. So I'll have it attack. Actually, I'll just move it down here so it's easier to see all the lovely faces, and have it attack the creature there.
All right. Disadvantage.
Yep. has to hit at some point, right? Like, what are the odds?
No, it doesn't. It does not. It's only going to hit the ones that were multiplying themselves. You can go back in there and hit those instead. All right. Is that all, sir?
That's it. That's all I can. Yeah, not gonna bother moving. So
We are at the top of the order. Any discussion, folks?
we have it trapped now, guys.
He brought up the creatures in the other room. They may still be there. That's all I have to say.
Luke, I have a question for
Yes.
since Bill is in melee now with it. If I try to use sneak attack, will I be able to still do that or not? Because I won't be able to, I won't have advantage, but he's within 5 feet.
That is correct. You would have sneak attack on him.
I would still have because he's in combat with it.
That's
still.
correct.
Okay.
If an
all
ally
right.
if an ally is within 5 feet of the creature, you have sneak attack.
Okay, I have not done a rogue in who knows how long.
No, that's totally cool. I love rogues. I almost always play a rogue.
All right, so let's murder it. Hunk, go crazy. Do whatever it was you're doing, because I think you think spit works, so do it.
Yeah, he almost hit you, so keep doing that. Hunk, you're up.
Yeah. All right, so I want to move, kind of line up the shot a little bit. I'm going to, but while I strut over, I'm gonna have a little strut to my step as I kind of meander over, thinking that I'm the only thing that can actually kill these things.
A little trot.
Trot.
What kind
You're
of-
doing like the horses in the Olympics, doing the equestrian.
Let-
Yeah.
Hunk, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask for a performance check at disadvantage for that trot.
Of course.
Yeah, you're not fooling anybody.
All right. Well, I'm not getting a gold medal, but I'm going to shoot it again. I'm going to try sharpshooter again.
So 12.
Yeah, so I'm going to spend a luck point
Okay.
and roll another
Roll a d20
here.
Okay, so you have a 15 and a 10 to choose from. So the 10. So the 20 would be the total attack roll then. Except that
yes.
we got to take the sharpshooter off, which makes it a 15.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that does
So-
hit.
Yep.
So 21 points of damage?
Yep.
Right, your arrow slams into it, blasts another large hole in it, water and parasites streaming out of it. That spit's doing the trick.
Is it still standing?
It is still standing, but it is looking
okay.
fairly heavily wounded.
All right, I'm really gonna just lay it on this next arrow tip. Just really huck a loogie on this thing.
Oh. What color is this
Over.
loogie?
It's just a very pale yellow. Not attractive.
Okay.
Go for sharpshooter again.
All right, so you're sitting with a 15 minus 5.
Yeah, so 20. Well, plus 5 instead of the plus 10. Right. Oh wait, no. It's already plus.
Disadvantage.
Oh, so
Yep.
yeah.
You want to use lucky?
You know what? I'm gonna burn that again. Yeah.
Burn it again. Roll again. So 13 or the 5. So the 13 is probably what you'd want to go with.
Yep.
So that puts you have a plus 10 to your attack roll, so puts it to a 23 minus 5. Yes, that is a hit.
18. Yeah.
18 points damage. Your arrow slams another big, huge, massive hole, water streaming out, parasites streaming out. The thing is still standing, but it's probably about half its original size. It looks heavily wounded.
All right. And then with a little one activity, I'll just do like a quick little spin, thinking just a little celebration of how great I am.
Performance check with disadvantage. You trip and stumble over some debris buried underneath, or like underneath the water's surface, half fall down. Your tail dunks into the water, and as you stand up, twirling around, you spray water from your tail all over Cypress and Silas. Just nasty, murky water sprayed across their faces.
Telling you, should I use the luck roll on that one?
I've already given the results, unfortunately, so.
Yeah, I'm good there.
Silas, you're up.
All right. I'm going to run in and look at Hunk and be like, I'm going to kind of just make fun of him for the way he fell into the water as I make my way over there. Like, and then I'm going to make an attack with my rapier. See if I can finish off what he started.
And 16? Yes, that sinks in. 20 points of damage. You stab it, open up another wound, water gushes out, and this thing begins to shrink and scream. Would you like to describe this, sir?
So seeing Hunk fall in the water, I'm like, hey, Hunk, is this what you're trying to do? And I spit on the rapier, and then I jam it right into the pool of water. And as I go down, I just watch it splatter onto the ground.
Excellent. You did have the option to do non-lethal to this if you wanted to. Are you exercising that or not? You could choose not to kill it if you don't want to.
Oh, actually, yeah, I would rather not if I can.
Not kill it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want to kill it if I can let that happen.
Yeah, so you want to like smoke it with your basket hill or something from your rapier?
Yeah, I'll spit on the blade like I'm going to stab it.
Uh-huh.
And then instead I'll just whack it across the side with the handle of the rapier to like almost try to like knock it out.
All right.
As I take like a huge chunk of water out of its face.
All right, you smoke it and the thing settles into the water and kind of sinks a little bit below the surface. You can still see its form though because of all of the black parasites swirling through it. And it is unconscious, disabled there beneath the surface. You don't know exactly what this creature is or how long it's going to remain this way, but for the moment you have incapacitated it in preparation, presumably to interrogate it. We are no longer in combat.
I look at the group and I go,
Bill's slowly walking away from it now that it's incapacitated. He's like, I don't want to be near it anymore. Go ahead, John.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I wonder if I would be able to read its mind or its thoughts, and maybe I can talk to it that way. And we can find out what it was trying to do down here. So I'm actually going to take the potion of mind reading there. I'm going to drink that.
It's currently unconscious. So let's take a look at what that does. It might not be the best time to use that because it's it's unconscious.
Okay, it casts detect thoughts. Okay, look. Just trying to find the spell.
It says you initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature. What's on its mind at the moment?
Okay. It only works for a minute too, so okay.
Yeah. For things that are unconscious, it probably wouldn't have a whole lot of surface thought. You're pretty sure that this works best when the thing's actually conscious. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get a whole lot if it's unconscious.
Do either any of you have an idea of how we could maybe just give it a tinge of a little bit of a health and wake it up?
I do have standard healing potions.
I could cast a level 1 healing word, which will give it 1d4 plus 3.
And why don't we save your slot and we can just do a little bit of a potion, just see if that gives it enough that way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I will just take... I mean, I don't know how this really works here. Yeah, he's just gonna take the little vial of the healing potion there and use it. So yeah.
All right, you feed it a healing potion.
9 points of healing.
You grope around in the water and try to determine where its mouth is, and
I think it's just like generalized figure, and it's just like it'll all mix in together, or just kind of start swirling it a little bit.
All right, you pour some in there and start swirling it the best you can. You think you figured it out. You're not quite sure. After a couple moments, this creature begins to stir. Its eyes open again, regards you with malevolence. It rises up just a little bit cautiously and regards the group of you, and it says,
Again, we don't know what he's saying, so I'm going to take the potion of mind reading and see if now I can get an idea what his surface thoughts are.
okay. The surface thoughts, intelligence. Okay. Its surface thoughts right now involve getting away and hiding in a corner somewhere and resting and healing because it's very heavily wounded.
All right. So I'm going to put my hands up for the creature and just be like, try to signal it. It's like, no fighting. And then and I'm going to pull the key out and just kind of point at the key.
It narrows its eyes.
Don't think this was working out the way I thought it was, guys.
Whoa. Question. If John points at the key, if it, assuming it was talking about the key, do its surface thoughts then change to thoughts about the key?
Excellent. Yes, they do. You see forming in its mind a picture of a well. Next to the well, you can see a large iron-bound chest. And then peeking out of the well, you can see the head of it looks like a feminine creature, quite beautiful, only made of water. This is in a very small chamber, this image as it forms in your mind.
Guys, I think I found my next wife.
She's quite attractive.
What? This one here?
No.
I point to the creature. Like, Silas, I thought you had better taste than that.
Actually, this one is very interested in you, Bill. I mean, it showed it during that last fight when it just kept trying to jump on you.
Moving on.
Yep. And then I try to I point to the tunnel up this way and think and look at the creature.
I'm sorry,
which key?
Which way?
Right here.
Okay,
I point my hand with the key toward that tunnel and try to see if the creature reacts for that tunnel.
You can see it shaking its head. The picture of the chest and the water creature and well disappear, and instead you see a platform with gems on the wall above it.
And then I point to the other one with the key.
Which way?
To that southern one.
Shakes his head. And you can see forming in its thoughts a large underground lake stretching on for quite some ways, with a large dark shape moving beneath it.
That's not good. And then I'm gonna just sort of work way around the creature and then point to that tunnel down here with the key.
This one down here?
Yeah, right here.
You see a ledge with 3 corpses lying upon it. They look to have once been dwarves, most likely.
This isn't looking promising, guys. I think we're going this way. And then I point one more time with the key toward all the plants.
And you see this iron-bound chest and the well and this water creature, and she creeps up a little bit more out of the well. Startlingly beautiful, full figure, just very, I mean, made of water, of course, but hey, if you need a wife, I guess.
I need to bring someone home to dad. So, and then my last thing is I put the key away and I look at the creature and I just kind of do a piece to it. And then I kind of do like you can go.
It regards you for a moment and then cautiously sinks back down into the water and begins to flow past your leg, Silas. It's heading in this direction here, and it flows around the corner here. It looks like it goes to the south.
Okay.
How many hit points did you give it back, by the way? Was it 9?
9, yeah.
9? Okay, cool.
So I tell the group everything that I saw from the images from showing the key. Save time on that. So it looks like, Cypress, you were right originally with the idea of going through all those plants. But I don't know if you guys want to take I don't know how you're doing, Bill, and if maybe we should take a little short rest here and try to recover some actual health without burning more spell slots and potions.
I could use it. I'm at 40 of 59. Not terrible, but not.
You're my concern because we were watching you get choked out like multiple times.
Cypress was on it with the spells there. Yeah. So
I'm at 35 out of 59, so not terrible either. But I could use some health.
But we don't know what's ahead, and probably better safe than sorry.
We do. We should probably have someone, maybe someone with good movement speed. I don't know if that would be Hunk. Go do a little recon, see if we can hear or detect those creatures, those crystals in that room.
You know what? I can do that, and unless Hunk wants to do it, I'll let you make the choice, Hunk.
Yeah, let's not choose the biggest of all of us to do a recon mission. I think the sneaky one can perfectly accomplish that.
Especially considering he would have disadvantage on the stealth check.
Oh yeah, that's a
good point.
All right. Well, you know what? Being I do this usually professionally sometimes, I will sneak over there, and then I don't know, Bill, you want to try to attune to that magic wand too. That was the other thing. I didn't know if you wanted to get a chance to get that on. But I will sneakily make my way over to peek around the corner here to see what might be going on with the Wall of Thorns.
All right. Give me a stealth check as you move over that way.
Okay. It's a good thing. This is actually something I'm good at. I wished.
All right, so you get over there. It's not too bad. You kick a few things under the water every so often, but it's acceptable. You get over there, and not 10 minutes apparently hasn't passed yet because the Wall of Thorns is still up.
Can I see anything through there? Like, are these things still floating in there, or is it just a solid wall?
Solid Wall of Thorns. You can't see through it.
All right. And then
your buddy would have to drop his concentration to drop that spell if you want to see through it, or you could like hack away at it or something.
No, that I've already proved that didn't work out once or twice. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go over here for a moment. I'm just going to look around the tunnel and just see if I see where that little water guy might have disappeared to, or if he's just gone.
There's more water down that way filling this area as well, but you do not spot it at all.
All right. And then I'm only going to go to like right here, and I just want to see if I can get any idea of what lies ahead. Like if I can see more than just those plants.
Yes, let me consult my notes. Purple flowers, I already described them as being quite large, some of them as big as a person. There are smaller ones as well, but some of them are definitely as big as a person. The entire chamber is covered with purple flowers of various sizes, even crawling up the walls. You could see some crates and barrels in that room as well. It looks like, the old things left behind from when they were mining. It's all rotted and falling apart and whatnot. That's mostly what you can see in that room.
Okay. I'm going to, as quietly as I can, make my way back to the group. And then I'm going to give them a quick update of what I was able to find while we were there. So, I don't know what you guys' thoughts are, but if these things are as big as us, I don't know how you think we can try to, any ideas on how to convert or traverse through that area?
Don't know if they will. They can clearly move. They can clearly move, but the question is, what point in their development cycle will they decide that they want to move towards us? The smaller ones didn't.
I do want to point out that the smaller ones were under the effect of your spell, Speak with Plants, which does grant them the ability to animate. So their movement may have been related to your spell, as far as you know.
Okay, so correction. We don't know if they can move on their own. The ones that moved before were under the spell. So the question is, do we just have to avoid them, or will they notice us and be able to move? I don't know.
Just trying to think back to the what the prophet, our fortune teller told us, which was flowers, water, blood, the eyes. And we've dealt with water, and now I'm wondering if we may have to do some sort of blood, or whether it's giving blood to get by these things, or they're going to try to eat us for our blood.
Definitely confirm that they do want blood, because we gave them a few drops of it already.
Cypress, you notice at this point, as you guys discuss, that your concentration runs out on your Wall of Thorns.
I say the wall is now down. Can I have the group be quiet for a moment and just take a listen?
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to move right here when I do it.
Okay, give me a perception check. You hear nothing but the gentle lapping of water off in the distance.
Well, I don't hear anything. That's a good sign. When we were fighting those crystals, were they pretty quiet, or did they make noise, or...
They were quite quiet, hovering in the air, completely silent. The only time there was any noise is when you guys were shattering them.
Okay, so I'll say I don't hear anything, but when they weren't attacking, they were quiet anyway, so I don't know what to expect. I do have the ability to cast a wall of fire. I would prefer not to, because that would run me out of fourth
you might want to
level
save
spells. Yeah.
You might want to save that for the plants if that's what we end up fighting, because I feel like that might be a huge benefit to you.
That would be probably the wisest.
I didn't know you had that, but that would be fantastic on a bunch of plants that are going to eat us.
I do have spirit guardians as well. Anything that starts to animate near us, we'll have to...
We could try to start like sneaking through there after everybody feels rested, and we can just try to make our way the best we can as quietly through there. And if it goes off, then you could throw up your spirit guardians and he can drop a wall of fire, and then we can just get through it.
Okay.
Hunk, any thoughts?
Yeah, I am okay with killing.
We're aware of that. You murdered those people.
Any thoughts unique to the current situation?
No, of course not. I have been on board.
All right. So I'm going to stay at the front here and just keep entry during the short rest, just for anything that might try to make its way back in here.
Okay, so the group settles down into this murky, nasty water for a pleasant short rest. Your short rest passes uneventfully, except for off in the distance, you hear some screams and shouts and hollers, commotion of sorts coming from the west. And then it dies down after not too long, maybe 30 seconds or so. And you proceed with your short rest, ignoring whatever that was. The rest of it passes uneventfully, and you may gain hit points back, spend hit dice to get hit points back and that kind of thing.
All right.
And we also say that I was attuning to the Wand of Wonder at that time.
Yes, you are now attuned to that. So you can now just look that up in D&D Beyond, and you are aware of all of the things it can do.
Okay.
It's lots of fun. You should use it. I gave that once to a group, and they had it for the longest time, and none of them dared use it. They're like, it could be horrible. Horrible things can happen to us. Like, yeah, but it's going to be fun, too.
Exactly. Okay.
I could take multiple hit die, right? I selected 4, but it only rolled 1.
That's correct. You can do multiple ones. Yeah, just keep doing it until you resolve it. But yeah, you can spend as many as you want.
All right. I am all healed all the way up.
Close enough. 2 down.
I just said forget it. I'm going for the whole thing.
Yeah, you know what? Might be the only. It's probably the only short rest we're gonna do today. So, or do it all.
So going big or we're going home.
All right. Well, it is.
Yep. Perfect. 59.
Okay. So I wonder what the scream was.
Said it came from the west, so I mean, we saw that in those pictures. There's one with a dock with some jewels on it, and then there's another one with a lake with some sort of dark, shadowy figure underneath it.
Could we tell when we heard the scream, or could we try to tell if it sounded like it might be like a human, or like a humanoid, or like a beast, or anything?
I think he stepped away for a moment.
He did. He can hear us, but he'll be right back.
Yeah.
That's a minimized video somehow. I didn't even know that was possible. So if we end up going to the west, Silas, did you want to try going through first? See what happens? Oh, welcome.
Yeah, I can lead forward. Go forward.
The scream to the west sounded feminine.
I think my future wife, everybody, she's in danger. We must save the Princess of Water.
Cypress, doesn't your staff allow you to pass without a trace?
I do have that spell. It is a 2nd level spell. Let's see, and it is not part of the staff. Oh, it is part of the staff, which is not a good thing.
No,
that's at will. No, that's at will. Sorry,
it gives you
I was reading the wrong one. No, it is. It's part of the staff, but it's at will, so it doesn't take charges.
that spell gives you a +10 to stealth checks, if I recall correctly. Just be aware that you cannot hide in plain sight, though. So it doesn't make you invisible.
Right. Yeah, we can try that. That is, I only have 1 charge left on the staff, but that one is listed as at will, so I should just be able to.
Although, I'm assuming touching plant or avoiding touching plants is less. Would that be less stealth and more dexterity, or something along those lines?
Well, Well, it won't help us avoid touching the plants, but it would help them if they have a certain ability to notice us walking past when we're not touching them, then perhaps it would help us in that.
Also thinking if we have to pass by rooms that floating crystals are in, maybe if it might help us with being able to at least get by those without getting zapped again.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Well, we won't know until we try.
being stealthy is just like hiding from things and being quiet. So it doesn't have anything to do with avoid touching things. If you get into a heavy plant area and you want to avoid touching them, then that would be more like probably acrobatics or something to move quickly without touching them or something.
All right. Oh,
In any case, since it's at will, let me just going to use it because the Staff of Woodland specifically says that it does not take any charges to do. So. Okay. There. I put it in the description in the Roll20.
Okay,
all right.
so it is concentration. So I'll put a little red dot on you.
So I'm going to choose everyone except no, just
Everyone but the centaur. All right.
And
Well,
the
let's-
spiritual weapon is gone at this point.
Yep.
Right. And Bill and Hunk, despite your short rest and getting some hit points back, that curse or whatever foul condition that is still plaguing you.
All right. Well, if you guys are ready.
yeah.
All right. Actually, as I walk by and take a quick peek into that room, are all those crystals gone, or are they?
Ah. So you look up into that room and there are no floating crystals. You do see a very large pile of crystals on the floor right about here.
I look at it and then I turn around and look at Cypress and go,
Luke,
Yes.
quick question that just occurred to me. Is there any way to tell if this is an actual curse that's on us, or is this a magical effect that's on us? Because I do have Dispel Magic, and I just want to essentially confirm the difference between the two.
Okay. An Arcana check would appear to be appropriate.
Okay.
Cypress, I know you're proficient in it. You're welcome to make it as well, as the two of you kind of put your heads together and think it through.
Bill, are you going to ask me to help you with this?
I'm actually gonna bring it up to you.
Okay.
And I'll give you advantage on this.
Nat 20 plus 6.
It definitely seems like some sort of curse or magical effect. You're not sure that it's exactly like a curse in that sense. It's possible Dispel Magic would work. You're not entirely sure, but there's a chance.
And I think Cypress, do you think it's worth a shot?
If you can spare the slots, I've actually expended my 3rd levels on healing already, which is probably not the greatest idea, but that has been done.
Yeah, I'll try to cast a 3rd level Dispel Magic on myself.
Do you want to target yourself or just this magical effect, which
The magical effect.
because that lies over two of you. So if you target the effect itself,
Because
Uh-huh.
it says choose one creature, object, or magical. Okay, so yes, the magical effect then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The curse, so to speak, that was laid over you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, and let me look up the spell magic quick.
I did cast it into the chat or into the roll 20 for you
thank
as
you.
well.
Okay, excellent. All right, you cast your 3rd level spell, hoping against hope that possibly it will work. And there's this sinking. No, wait. It lifts from you, and you feel yourselves unburdened as this curse or other effect is removed. And as it leaves, you hear in your minds,
What? What are you doing? No! Don't run from your fate! You must embrace your fate!
and you are no longer affected.
Work.
Nice.
But is that the same for me too? If I'm in the
Yep.
if he's targeting the magical effect?
Yes, Bill and Hunk are no longer affected by that.
Work.
Bill, if only you thought
Bill.
about that a while ago.
2 hours ago, Bill.
It takes a while for me to think through these things, guys. Magic was never really my specialty.
But I appreciate that the ideas do come eventually.
So I know that Silas walked past here without using stealth. He said that stuff was lying there, but I rolled stealth a minute ago. I rolled 18 and I have the +10. So just in case, I'm going by with a 28 stealth.
You are very quiet, sir. You're putting Silas to shame.
No, I didn't even roll for stealth. What did I get?
Stealth.
37 total.
Okay, and then you show him up. It's like, nah, Druid, let me show you how this is done.
So it'll be 20 total.
Okay, Bill also being quite quiet.
I get disadvantage because I'm
Half plate, yes.
yeah.
Still a 22. So you guys are all moving very quietly down this corridor.
All right.
Did you say 22? Looks like.
Wait,
Well,
12.
you get +10 for my.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Pass without trace, yeah.
All right.
And that's up to an hour or until I break the concentration.
Yeah. By the way, it looks like putting in those headphone thingies, Silas worked too, because I haven't
Yes.
noticed the echo at all.
Yeah, it sounded great.
Yeah.
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
All right.
whatever. It's just catching that as we're talking through your microphone, through your speakers, your microphone kind of picks it up every so often. Yeah.
All right. I look back at the group and very quietly just go north or south.
Pointing again. Down. Bill, you pointed earlier. I wasn't quite sure what
Yeah.
that actually meant. What does this one mean?
I'll
Silas.
say
I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
can you see if you take another step forward? Can you see if we can even walk south?
If you guys wait here, I can sneak in a little bit more and see what looks like the better route.
Then again, one more step puts you in range of one of those flowers.
That's what I was going to say. I can try to slide in quietly, or try not to touch one of them.
When you tell everyone be still, Bill holds his breath. He's just like,
Should we roll stealth again for this room, or how long does the stealth roll? How long is it good for?
Any more movement would require another roll. Yes, please.
You guys want all to go, or do you want me to just slide in some and see what happens?
I'll let you go first.
So you guys are carrying this conversation on. I'm assuming in like whispers and stuff.
Yeah,
So
that's
that,
why I went right next to him. Yeah.
it does break stealth a tiny bit because you're having to whisper back and forth to each other.
Okay.
You're trying to be quiet, obviously.
I'm just going to do this now. No more noise. And I'm going to make my way
Okay.
just into here right now.
Give me your stealth check.
All right. And the 10 still counts?
Yes.
Okay.
You are whisper quiet as you make your way into this room. Not a sound at all. And as you come into the room, all of the man-sized flowers, some of them are closed, some of them have their petals open. The ones that are closed, their tops and their petals open, revealing no mouths or anything within the petals, but these large purple flowers all swivel in your general direction, Silas. All, I don't know, 24 of these things or something in this room. Some of them are bigger than others, but there are at least a half a dozen, say, that are quite large. And all of these flowers, despite your silence, swiveled in your general direction.
I'm actually just gonna I'm just gonna keep slowly walking down this way and try to get to right here.
You move in that direction. You could definitely see a tunnel stretching off to the south here. The flowers end abruptly at the entrance to that tunnel. There's also a tunnel heading to the north that's choked with fewer flowers, but some flowers still. And as you make your way that way, Silas, you hear a voice in your head from you're not sure where. It says,
Who goes there?
I just hear this in my head.
in your head.
I think in my head, don't say anything out loud. I go, Silas Penniman of the Penniman Pirates.
Seek the passage.
Me and my compatriots seek passage, yes.
Way is barred.
I missed you. I couldn't understand what you said.
The way is barred. Closed. Sealed off. Shut away. Locked. Impassable. That's all the synonyms I have.
I pull the key out. We seek passage through.
Ah, the chest. Let us negotiate. Bring us the nymph, and we will visit upon you a blessing.
Where must we bring her? Back to this area here?
Bring her to us. We hunger. She is a delicacy.
I just put the key back in. Let me and my friends all pass them.
We have a deal then.
We have a deal.
Bring us the nymph, and we shall give you a blessing. And what lies in the box is yours. You may pass.
And the flowers, they seem to like stand down a little bit. They're, instead of being kind of like up and overwhelming in their presence, they shrink down just a little bit, making themselves less intimidating.
Now I actually will speak, and I go, come on, let's go. We can pass.
Which way?
And we're gonna begin heading south. Oh, I never asked that question.
You can try asking now.
I'm gonna yell that out to the plant. This way, correct? The way you're barring? Can we please go that way?
Yes, go to the south. Bring us the nymph.
All right. And then as I walk down the tunnel, and then I'll just come. I'll signal everybody to come down and just wait here. And then once everybody's in, I'm just gonna slide it enough so that everybody can fit in the tunnel.
All right. Everybody piles into this narrow lightning bolt primed corridor as you head into this chamber down here. And you see before you, there is directly here a well made of crumbling yellow bricks. Over here, there is a large, massive box bound with iron The wood is fairly well preserved. It looks to have been made of oak and sealed and all that kind of good stuff. The iron bands are beginning to rust quite solidly. And there's a small hole right here where the ground is sort of beginning to crumble away.
Once the party gets down, I'm just gonna go turn to them all and go, these plants want the nymph in the well, and they're gonna give us a blessing. We can keep whatever's in the box, but I'm assuming she has some sort of protection to keep them from getting any further down here. So I think we need to see if maybe we need to rescue her, and then we might have to burn our way out of here to get out of here with her. Unless you guys feel otherwise, and maybe we just get her and turn her over, and then we could just leave.
I would prefer to probably rescue her over. If it's between her and these plants, I'm saying this pretty quietly. It's between her and the plants.
I say rescue her and burn the plants.
Yeah.
All right. So I say let's head in, and I'm going to make my way into the room and just kind of announce, hello? Is anyone here?
And you hear a distinctly feminine voice reply, "Who goes there?"
Silas Penniman, the Penniman Pirates. We mean you no harm. We would just like to... Seems there to be a situation that I think you are stuck in, and we might be able to help get you out of here.
And you see a feminine head made of water and perhaps algae or seaweeds interwoven throughout her watery flowing hair, come peek up out of the well, two watery hands pulling her form up. Her eyes are wide and tentative as she regards you over the lip of the crumbling yellow brick, and she says, "Did you say rescue?"
And looking at her, I just kind of do like a little bow and go, "Yes, ma'am. We've been fighting our way down here, and we're starting to think that we knew there was something wrong with this place, and we'd like to get you out of here."
She flows up out of the well, and her watery form sits on the edge of the crumbling brick. She sighs heavily and says, "If you could only rescue me. I have been holding those foul plants at bay for ages untold, and yet they keep coming, more and more of them. I'm bound to this well, but you can forge a path through them. I could escape and shift my binding."
All right. We haven't seen all of this cavern. Where would you need us to get you a path to get you out of here?
You came in here some way, didn't you? An entrance from the outside?
We did, but the reason we ended up in here is because we were also caught in some sort of loop where the day would never end. We just kept coming around and ending up back here.
Well, I don't know that I have a solution to that, but if you get me out of this cavern, I could give you a small magical treasure that would be useful against some of the denizens in here. There are watery creatures from my home plane, most likely, made mostly of fluid that would be quite harmed by a powder that I could give you. I'm sure it would help you on your journeys. If only I could be safely exited from this cavern.
This is when Bill steps in, puts his hands on Silas, and just goes, "He's actually looking for your hand in marriage, if that's okay."
You say that to her?
Yes, just out loud straight.
Oh dear. Well, I
I did have a betrothed back on my home plane. It's been a while. I could. She smiles at Silas. What's your charisma, Silas?
It's like 18.
18.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is also Bill's probably giving you like a wink, like, good wingman.
Well, he never was the nicest of betrothed. I suppose to a hero such as yourself that could rescue me from this horrible situation, I could reconsider my promises. She steps up to you, Silas, and puts her watery arm around you and smiles. She's dazzlingly beautiful.
All right. I know Cypress is on board with freeing the water nymph. All right. Who else is on board?
I got you, buddy.
Hunk?
Now, you are a captain of a ship, so I don't know if that counts for marrying yourself, but yeah, I like to see love blossom.
All right. Well, my dear, we're going to get you out of here. Is there anything else in this chamber that we might be able to use to help free you?
Oh, well, I don't know for certain, but a betting person might bet that there's something in that chest wrapped heavily in iron and well preserved. Who knows? Of course, maybe there's nothing in there but junk.
A little smitten right now, but I'll just be like, skip one moment. I'm
She smiles at you and bats her eyes.
like, guys, I'm actually going to hand the key over to Hunk. Be like, hey, just one of you walk over there, do this really quick for me.
No, I think Bill's got your back here.
What are we doing?
I'm good for donating my body for this mine cavern. Bill, you want to take this one?
Sure. He'll take the key from you and be like, I guess so. And he'll just go to the box. There's no checks. He's not double checking it for traps. Bill's not thinking that, and he just tries to put the lock in the key, or the key in the lock, and just go for it.
You put the large iron key into the lock and give it a turn. And as you turn it, you can see the entire backside of the chest that's against the wall begin to glow bright red. And then the key itself, you could feel some sort of magical energy beginning to build up behind that chest. And then the key itself begins to glow red. And that magical energy seems to emanate from the key, and the energy behind the chest dies down a bit and calms, and you hear a click, and the lid slowly moves open. At the bottom of the chest, you can see a handful of tubes. These look like your standard tubes for storing documents, scrolls, and other valuable parchment items.
Just a bunch of papers, guys.
I'd like to reach in and grab one of the tubes, look inside of it, or open it, or whatever it needs.
You open up one of them, and it is definitely a spell scroll.
Can I tell if it is a spell that a druid could use, or what type of spell it is?
Well, I'll tell you what. There are a total of 7 of these tubes in there. And if you'd like to, we can just go through one by one and identify what they are. So you're pretty good at Arcana. Anybody who knows the spell would recognize a spell scroll of it. And you have Arcana and stuff. So let's determine what they are.
All right.
Spell number 1 is Healing Word. And these are all spell scrolls. Spell number 2.
conjure woodland beings. Spell number 3. Crown of Madness. Spell number 4. Clairvoyance. Spell number 5. Detect thoughts. Spell number 6. Flaming Sphere. And spell number 7. Commune.
Okay.
Well, you guys, but bowling sounds like it could be in our very near future.
Bowling?
Very true.
Bowling.
Flaming sphere.
Flaming
Oh,
sphere.
yes. Can anybody cast that?
I don't know.
It's like a wizard
know.
spell,
I
usually.
think it is a wizard spell.
Yeah.
Druid and Wizard.
Is it? Oh, nice. Okay.
Just Googled it.
Cool.
I would definitely say, Bill, the commune spell is definitely something that you would probably want. I don't know if it'll be useful. Maybe it'll be useful. Maybe you could ask about the loop we're in.
Sure.
Do it. What else are you gonna get to commune with the Raven Queen?
Yeah, let me take a look at commune here real quick. I mean, you guys want me to do it like right now?
You want to?
I mean, I guess I've never talked to her actually in person. I mean,
You could wait till like the next adventure to use that spell scroll if you wanted to.
that's true too.
John,
I mean,
John,
I'd
John,
prefer
can we put
to.
these in our campaign? Just say we have
I would
them.
prefer
Flying
to
over.
at least, get out of this place and maybe somewhere safe with somewhere I don't have killer plants breathing down my neck.
Oh,
Well, what? You can ask multiple questions, right? Is it 3 or something?
3. You have 1 minute to ask 3 questions. The answer needs to be a yes or a no. Divine beings aren't necessarily omniscient, so you might receive unclear as an answer if a question pertains to information that lies beyond the deity's knowledge.
Okay.
So if, for instance, is the Raven Queen wandering around this cavern all the time? So just be aware that there may be things that she wouldn't know if you summon her.
I mean, she pretty much deals in, death and that sort of thing. I mean,
so what we're surrounded by?
we're kind of more causing it than it's surrounding us.
And once you cast it, you have 1 minute to ask your questions. So I would prepare in advance because once you cast it, I'm going to start a timer.
All right. While he's taking this moment, can I also just take a peek at this hole here to see if this seems like it goes anywhere else, or if this is just?
Yeah,
I can ascertain that there's another person at the bottom I can light on fire when I drop another torch in there.
You peek down that hole right there, and give me a perception check as you look around down there.
So what I'm looking for, if possible, is I'm trying to see, is there another way out of this room right now? I rolled it. Oh, there it is, 19.
There it is. You peer around in there, and the bottom of it appears to be clogged up with rocks and slabs and dirt. You don't notice any exit from down there. It looks like things have collapsed and fallen in, but it doesn't look like it leads anywhere.
All right. Just kind of pull my head out and go, I don't think this is going to be a different exit, guys. We're going to have to probably make our way through those plants.
Okay. I have a question. You said, I say to the nymph or whatever she is, You did you say something that we needed to rebind you? What do we need to do?
Oh no, I can handle that.
Oh.
Just blaze a path through those carnivorous, monstrous plants out there, and get me out of this horrible cavern, and I'll be on my way to plan our wedding, of course.
Of course.
Can I do an insight check as far as not so much the wedding planning and stuff like that, but like as far as she's not setting us up for something or something along those lines by clearing this out, like trying to basically gauge, is there something else going on? Obviously there is, but or at something along those lines, is there something else that's kind of getting missing or that she's not telling us about these plants?
Okay, go ahead and give me that insight check. You do not detect any attempt on her behalf to conceal anything. She seems to be forthright in what she's telling you.
Right. So what are you guys thinking? How do you want to approach this on the way out? Because...
So my question is...
Fire's pretty good.
Yeah. Do we try and convince the plants to let us go up north first, or do we go to any other... Do we do anything else before we try to leave? Because she may not be able to help us get out of this loop. And I would like to help her get out, but should we do anything else before we bring her? Then again, the plants, even if we leave this room, the plants probably won't let us back in this room.
No, they probably won't, because I don't know. They want her if we leave this room.
But here's the thing, my wall of fire, I can put it up for 10 minutes, and we're not going to be able to kill all of the plants. Our best bet is maybe we can kill a few of them, but mostly block them off with wall of fire. We're not going to be able to kill them all.
No, I agree there. I think if anything, we could try to you could wall it up, because if we can get her out to the east, you could wall all the way up to the north, and then we could run to the east. But are you thinking we should just run north and maybe just burn everything on the eastern side?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's up the north chamber. Obviously, if we're leaving, we could go out the way that we came in. The undead back there will probably attack us at that point as well. Or we can try and go up north, but it's going to be even harder to get through the room. I can try and block off. I'm going to go over here just so I can look up.
Yeah. Guys, what's kind of bothering me is all these townspeople kept saying you will see, but I still haven't seen anything yet.
Well,
so
you know what?
What?
Oh no, I was gonna say. We could just burn everything to the right, make our way north with her, and it's up for 10 minutes. Most of it's gonna burn while we're out here, or while it's in there, and then after that 10 minutes passes, you could always cast the flaming sphere, and we can make a second run at it if we have to go the other way. If there's no other way around it.
I could also. Aside from Wall of Fire, I could also do Ice Storm again. Luke, would I know if ice would be potentially effective against plants in general? I know as a person that, if you're growing plants and they freeze in the winter, it tends to not be good for them. But is there anything that I could know as a druid that would know if Ice Storm would be effective?
It would be effective, but fire is probably a far more optimal choice.
Okay. So with the Wall of Fire, I can do 60 feet long, 20 feet high, 1 foot thick, or a ringed wall 20 foot in diameter, 20 foot high. So,
and then one side of the wall will radiate fire will radiate heat for 10 feet as well. So you can have a line with it radiating one direction. You can have a ring of it with the heat radiating outward, or a ring with the heat radiating inward. And that radiating heat does a good deal of damage each round.
Okay. I'm going to go back over to the creature and I'm going to say, if we start attacking these plants from within this chamber, will you still be able to keep them out?
Oh dear. Well, I might be able to, but I can offer no guarantees. Their fortitude and resilience might allow them to pass by my magic. I have been strained for quite some time. You must understand. I don't know how powerful, much power remains within me.
Is there anything that we can do to help you become more powerful right now?
Oh well, I really thought about that. Nothing occurs to me. Perhaps if you were to kill all of those carnivorous plants, and then take me out of this chamber, and then she looks at Silas, to a wonderful wedding. My morale would be greatly restored at the very least.
I knew it. True love's kiss. Good thinking, Cypress.
Okay, so I can cast the Wall of Fire as a ring.
All right.
Or I can do a less effective ice storm, which will have a larger. It's a 20-foot radius. I think that the Wall of Fire would be a 20-foot diameter, but fire is more effective, whereas ice storm would have a 20-foot radius, which is a significant. I'm going to go back over here. I hope the plants don't come at me here, seeing me do suspicious stuff.
Cypress is like doing all the math and stuff like that.
Yeah, I could get maybe not these two up here, but I could get every single one of them in this room, as far as I could tell, with an ice storm.
As all this is happening, Bill is just looking at Hunk and just kind of watching what he's doing and just kind of doing the same mannerisms because he thinks Hunk's cool.
All right, I want to do ice storm. What do you guys say? What do you guys think? They're gonna
do it up.
Do it.
Okay. All right, I want to cast. Let's see. Let's get this here.
Palm it out.
Here. Yeah, if I did it right here, then that would get all of these, just not these two at the very top.
Yeah, you could get everything in that chamber for sure with your ice storm.
Okay. You guys ready?
Let's do it. Bill, you want to maybe think about doing your spiritual guardians if we have to make a run for it? Not at the moment, but
on your word, boss.
Right, here we go. Casting it now. Dex save 14. What just happened?
Never came up.
I see it. I see it. Cypress, you call upon the power of nature, and frigid air begins to form in that room. Snow swirls around, coalesces into massive chunks of ice. The ice begins smashing into these plants, ripping holes in their leaves, crushing their stems, the petals getting blasted apart as they get pummeled by your ice storm. How much total damage is that?
Not as much as I was hoping for. 23.
23.
Guys, I think I just killed us with that choice. We'll see.
I've almost gotten us killed twice, so I'm gonna go with you've only done one.
All right. Well, the night has to end somehow. We'll give the chat what they want.
The ice storm rips through this room. All of the smaller plants, the more diminutive ones that weren't man-sized, are absolutely ripped to shreds, destroyed, crushed, torn apart, mutilated into mush. Of all of the larger man-sized ones, there were 6 of those in total. 4 of them are completely demolished, ripped to shreds. 2 of them remain kind of standing. Leaves are shredded. Parts of their stem are blasted apart and they're bent over, petals all messed up as well. Only 2 of them remain. One of them is a little bit larger than the other ones. But this room is now an absolute slaughterhouse with but 2 of these things barely alive.
Oh, okay.
I look at Cypress and go, "Good job, buddy. This is like perfect." And then I pull my rapier and I go, "My lady, your path awaits." And as I make my way into the is the sleet storm still up? Because I don't want to
No,
myself to death.
It's an instantaneous thing.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not a 10-minute.
He's
thing.
like, charge!
I just start getting beat to death. I'm gonna take the lead and I'm gonna run in and I'm gonna make an attack on whichever one is still standing that's closest to us to make sure that it's a clear path.
All right, Silas, you charge in and launch yourself at that one, run it through with your rapier, trying to kill it?
Yep.
All right, would you please describe how you dispatch it?
So I'm absolutely showing off as much as I possibly can, and I'm doing a bunch of little extra sword flourishes and stuff as I'm making my way into the room. And then I start doing I do a Zorro version of an S, and then I put the P in there, and then I realize I'm just like kind of doing this, and then I realize, man, I am horrible at this, and it looks like a Z, and then it looks kind of like an F, and I'm like, oh man, I don't really know how to do this. And then I just finish it off by just jabbing it straight through.
All right, and it crumples over. One remains, and it turns its focus to you, Silas. The one you stabbed through, Silas. Several of these globules on it explode outward, showering you with this black pus that previously had given you a little bit of a scratch or irritation, itchiness. This time, however, this stuff sprays all over you and you can feel acid etching into your skin. Please give me a dexterity saving throw.
All right. I have a quick question because I have is it evasion?
Mm-hmm.
Does this apply with evasion?
Yes, it would.
All right. So
All right, you managed to quickly scrape that stuff off with your gloves, your clothes, or something, and no ill effect. One of these other creatures, the remaining plant thing, the violet flower, turns its attention towards you. Cypress, you already did that. Hunk, what are you doing?
I'm observing from the back, really. It seems like he's got a handle on everything, so I'll keep them. He seems very confident in what he's doing, so I'll let him be. I'll keep my bow out, but just in case any come crawling towards me. But I'm good.
Okay, Bill, what are you doing?
So you said these are man-sized creatures?
Correct.
Okay. So let's see. With that one, I'll just cast it's time for this creature to go. I'll cast Toll the Dead on it.
Toll the Dead. And would you like to describe how that happens?
Let's see. So you hear just like a toll bell, just as you normally would. And you just then slowly just start seeing the creature or the plant just kind of slowly starting to wither from the bottom up, as it just like slowly that spreads through, and you see all the leaves just kind of crumple in, and the flower just the petal coming down and falling to pieces and that sort of thing.
Excellent. And with that, the final one of these carnivorous man-sized plants have been handily dispatched by Pennyman's pirates.
Silas, you look so brave up there.
I lead the way. Come, my friends.
And at this point, the water nymph peeks around the corner. Oh, I missed it. Is it over? I didn't see what happened.
It's all clear, my dear. You're free to come from your well and get your new home.
Her eyes go wide as she sees the destruction, absolute devastation surrounding you, Silas. You did that?
You should have seen him. His sword work was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
For my new bride, of course.
Silas, please give me a deception check. she smiles broadly and strides up next to you. Well then, lead the way out. Get me out of this horrible place.
Right. And
You
then I
are
will-
clearly a hero out of the legends.
We'll bring her up, and then we'll just head right over here to this eastern cavern, and then make our way toward the way that we originally keep going, and then get to that water at the far end.
Oh. Are you sure this is the right way? Feels like it's going deeper.
Nope, don't go that way. I go. My sense of direction.
Oh.
I needed a moment, my dear. I'm sorry.
These crystals above are beautiful. You wouldn't give me a few of these for our wedding present, would you, dear?
I wrap my hands around. I go. These will be something that I will come back for later.
Oh, but what
And-
about the amethysts and the walls? Look how long. A ring. You haven't gifted me with a ring yet, my dear.
I have something much more beautiful. It's in the bag that we found earlier. I can
Oh.
guarantee it.
Oh, well, very
Some of the
well.
most-
Lead.
Some of the most beautiful gold and silver melted together.
Lead onward.
This way.
This way.
She's going along with you.
All right.
Bill probably leans over to Hunk as we're going through. How long do you think it'll last?
As you come into this room, the old man gets up off the bed. Oh, you're back already. Oh, very well then. Oh, my dear, would you like to have your fortune told?
Don't.
No.
Well, but having our fortune told before our wedding is good luck, don't you
It is
think?
actually, it is the worst of luck.
Yep. You don't want to know how a marriage is going to ever end.
Oh, I could definitely tell you how your marriage is going to end.
Nope. It's going to be perfect.
She moves away from the old man and follows after you, Silas. The old man, as you guys leave, calls out, But don't you want to hear? Oh. And then you can hear the sagging of the bed as he sits back down. Nobody ever has time to listen to me anymore.
You're like, let us all make our way.
All right, so you guys progress throughout the rest of this and get out to the entrance, the vine-covered entrance, and she sees the expanse, the open world before her, and she turns to you, Silas, and gives you a hug and says, "Thank you so much. You have fulfilled your end of this promise, and now I shall give you that item that I alluded to." And she pulls out a small pouch from within her watery depths and passes it over to you, Silas. This here is something called Dust of Dryness. Just a pinch. And a creature made of water, or perhaps a plant, but mostly water, will dry it up, dealing amazing damage to it. There were these creatures to the east, made of water and really nasty looking. I bet this Dust of Dryness would do wonders on them. So anyway, this little token here is my gesture of appreciation for having rescued me. I am afraid that we'll have to postpone our wedding until you deal with this curse, of course, that keeps us trapped here. But once you have gone in deeper and successfully allowed us to leave this area and remove the curse from the land, I will happily betroth you with a great festival among my people. Yes, it'll be wonderful.
All right. We must break this curse then. And I give her a kiss on the hand. And I say, I'll take the dust and I'll say, we will be back.
She smiles at you and bids you farewell and wishes you the best of luck.
I look back at everybody. I go, Penniman's pirates, we lead the way. Let us go. And then I begin marching my way back into the mine.
All
And I
right.
look at everybody and I go, so that wasn't the fix. There's something else down here we got to finish.
Bill, would you like to try using that scroll while we're not too deep? Although we are near our friend.
Right. Well, we're a little limited by what we can. It's only yes or no questions.
Should we wait and see if we can gather more information before using it?
Yeah.
All right.
And I really don't know what questions to ask her. Like, that's really intimidating. Like, you ever talk to your deity and just be like, whatever your deity is, I have no idea.
There's a chance that you'll just get one of her, like, what would you call them? Celestial servants or assistants or whatever, and not necessarily the Raven Queen herself. But there's always a chance she'll show up.
Well, what else are you gonna do with the scroll? Save it for later and sell it at a pawn shop?
Save it for a rainy day,
I guess so.
world-ending catastrophe,
Your wedding gift.
wedding gift.
We have two ways that we haven't looked across here. If you want to just take a quick peek.
Yeah, let's go over here.
All right, we'll make our way across. Oh, here we go.
All right.
So I feel we've found a new room.
As you guys make your way this way, staircases lead down into a large chamber with 2 platforms. Above each of the platforms, protruding from the walls, are massive sparkling ingots unmined of, is that gold? Gold sparkling from the walls. You can see pickaxes. The platforms are some 15 feet up in the air. Pickaxes are scattered all about. There's a shovel on the ground to the north as well.
That ought to go.
I look at the ceiling immediately.
The ceiling is covered with nary a crystal to be seen. Just a standard stone ceiling. Nothing horrible will happen here, surely.
As I come here, do I look into this entrance over here? Is this the room that we...
Yes, that's the crystal room right there.
Okay, so I just look at... So here's the... We're looping around, which is making me wonder that if we keep going down this other tunnel over here, if I take a quick peek... Yep.
That leads to the
All right.
flowers.
I think we should go this way and get ourselves back to where we were and avoid going back to that crystal room right now. Thoughts?
I would like to go up to one of the crystals and not try and dislodge it. I'd just like to check it out.
That's gold. It's unmined gold. It's like veins of gold in the wall.
It's mineral gold. Okay, I thought you meant gold colored, but okay. I'm gonna leave it alone then.
It's probably worth a lot.
My life is worth more.
All right.
This is D&D. Life is cheap.
That it is.
True, you can re-roll in D&D.
I'm going to make my way.
Piece of paper.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
All right, make our way down.
All right. You make your way down through the genocide that was committed.
All right, so we have 2 paths. We can head out to the waters, or we can head out this way. Remember, and that thing said something about dwarves being out this way. Bodies of dwarves. We can take a quick peek and then head out, go to the other area.
Is my, you know what? I don't know if my stealth thing is still active, but I'll just cast it again. Just
Oh, pass out a trace.
Pass without a trace, because it's at will anyway. So I'll just re-up that.
All right.
If you want to roll, if you want to do some stealth and stealth recon down there.
Yeah, I will begin quietly making my way down there to find out. 31. Let's pass out a chase. And I will start making my way down this cavern.
Okay. So as you make your way down this way, the water is still up to your ankles, more or less. It appears to be getting maybe a little bit deeper as you continue onward. Over this way, you can see a tall ledge. The ledge is quite tall at this end here and gets closer and closer to your ground level over here. So if you were to enter in here, you could climb your way up to the top of the ledge here, essentially.
I'm actually, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna peek down the hall. Do I see any movement outside the water? Like looks like anything's trying to like
Over
hide
this way?
or, yeah, out this way before I climb up this ledge.
Nope, you don't see anything moving or anything out that way.
All right, I'm gonna take a moment then and just kind of climb up this ledge here and come around to see what I see up here.
Okay. You climb up toward the top of that ledge, and on it you find 3 decaying corpses of dwarves. They're like wearing leather armor. They have some weapons and stuff on them. They have backpacks on them as well.
I'm gonna just kind of start rummaging through, see if I can find anything of use, any coin, any vials, anything that outside of the normal just Dungeoneers equipment and stuff that they have.
Yep, you start rummaging through it. They do have, each of them has a pack on it, which is the equivalent of an explorer's pack, if you're interested in any of the contents of that. You also find of interest 130 copper pieces, 110 silver pieces, 70 gold pieces, and in a pouch, sealed tight, waterproof it looks like, you find 25 acorns.
Interesting. I'm going to grab all the coins and the acorns, and then I'm going to make my way back down.
You grab these acorns up, and they look very, very nice. Like each one of them is almost identical to the others. They were a perfect acorn. I think you found 25 of them.
All right. I'm just gonna go a little bit further down just to kind of get a peek into what this cavern with this underground lake or whatever this water source looks like.
Okay, so here you can see that the water looks like it gets deeper, and it's up to your knee probably as you're about right here, and it looks like it keeps getting deeper and deeper, and this here opens up into a massive underground lake with a ceiling that stretches far above.
All right. I'm going to make my way back then and go see the rest of the group, tell them what I found with the dwarves, pull the acorns out, hand them over to Cypress and see if, do you know anything about what these could be? And then tell them everything else I saw up until I turned around and came back. And then I pass the pouches of gold over and everything to Bill and Hunk and just say, for you guys to hold on to. Payments up front, as always.
Have I ever seen acorns like this before?
Cypress,
Yes.
please give me a nature check as you examine these acorns.
5 for 25.
Cypress, you get tingles through your spine as you examine these acorns and look them over. You have a feeling that these 25 acorns may very well have come from the progenitor of all oak trees itself. The very first oak tree ever in the world.
Say to the group, these 25 acorns may very well be the first, or 25 from the first oak tree ever. Use? I don't know. I'm sure they'll make a very nice tree.
Or food for squirrels.
Well, I don't know if they would be, if they would have value for use spells or something.
All right. You guys ready? You want to go? This goes to a lake, which looks like we're swimming. So if you want to just take a quick peek at the other two entrances up here, I'm thinking it's all coming together.
John, did Silas explain to us the thoughts that he read from that water creature before when it happened?
Yeah. That way we knew where we should go.
Didn't it show you a lake? I'll say as Cypress. Silas, didn't that creature show you a lake with something murking underneath it or something?
Yeah, which is what's coming up over here. I'm thinking all these tunnels come to that lake.
Okay, we should check it out, but we should be wary of whatever it was underneath there.
Yeah. I'm curious of where this comes out up here, because we might be able to go 2 on one side and 2 on the other, and if something comes up, we could be at 2 different vantage points.
We could try it. Should we all go check it out first, and then if it seems to go to the same place, then we can send 2 back?
Yeah. Well, we give it a shot.
Okay, let's do that.
Hey guys, before we go any further, let's take a quick little break here. Get some snacks and stuff if you'd like, and then we'll come right back.
All right.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Robert Pizzella, the school safety director for the Worcester Public Schools.
We can hear that, you know.
John, I think you're.
Yeah, sorry, I muted you. I can hear that.
It wasn't anything. It was, you know, when you get those, like, because our kids, we got the like, it's one of the school announcements. That's just one of those things that they just send out in waves, and they wouldn't transcribe it. So I was like, oh, it's just another announcement saying, if you haven't already made sure to register your children for school, please make sure that you call, make sure you do the registrations. We were like, when we were in the middle of the battle with the water creatures, I got a text from my dad, and I'm like, what is going on? I look down, he goes, this is what he sent me a text. He's like, this was what he asked me. He goes, Do you know what was the name of the movie with the girl who's hired killer? You go, no, that was
Kill
not a
Bill?
very good description. Well, it could be like a handful of different movies, but that was the description you gave.
Oh wait, are you talking about that text about?
Oh, did you get it too?
Yes.
It's gonna be like 5% of movies.
I have no idea. I can't even think of one movie.
Well, he said Kill Bill.
Oh,
I'm like-
that was actually my guess too. But she doesn't have a mother in that one. So. Oh, actually, in the beginning. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so
We're good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, would you like to proceed deeper into the rabbit hole?
Absolutely.
yes. First of all, let's try and get an idea of if these two things go to the same place. I don't want to go down the stairs yet, but
I will stealthily make my way into
I
this
get it.
first little
Kinda.
tunnel just to look in.
Kind of seems like it.
yeah.
Oh, let me roll a stealth check again. As we move Darius. And if passed without a trace of stealth, then that'd be a 30.
All right, so moving into that chamber, you see the water becomes quite deeper here. There is a waterfall, not too large, that comes out of a hole in the ceiling and cascades down at this point. There's a platform that reaches up about 10 feet, and above the platform, you can see glistening blue spinel gems protruding from the wall. There are some pickaxes lying about the top of the platform, it looks like, as well.
And then it just goes out through this little cavern here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. There are blue spindles all throughout that chamber. There's a lot of gold to be had. Do you want?
Perhaps for another time.
All right, I'm gonna make.
We've been kind of in the same loop for 3 months there, Silas. I mean, as much as I love this place.
Gems are only so good if you can get to a person who is willing to buy them from you.
All right, I come down to the other tunnel and look out into the area to see if this is connected to. It is. So. All right.
There's the darkness.
Well,
I don't know if that's the darkness that the thing referred to or if that's something different. But
Silas, as you step
Yes.
up to the shore of this expansive underground lake, you see a dark form moving beneath the waters. It appears to be rising, and as it approaches the surface, you can see what looks to be thousands of sparkling circular eyes. Are those eyes you see? And as the thing breaks the surface of the water, you see a massive, gargantuan, amorphous figure with eyes over every inch of its jelly-like body. It looks like, well, a stomach, if one were to be blunt, with a massive opening at one end here. Green fluid begins to ooze out of it as it opens that opening to its massive, huge stomach, and all of the eyes swivel to regard the group as they stand there on the edge of the lake.
What are you doing here?
do you know why that we're stuck here?
You are my warden, my wards. I am protecting you from the world, the cruel, heartless world. You have been blessed and chosen. You shall not die. You shall not thirst nor hunger, nor grow old. You shall live for all eternity in safety.
Well, I look at the group, I go, we appreciate the blessing. We do, but unfortunately, most of our families will be missing us, and we do need to return home in order to protect them.
Your families are of no consequence. They have not been chosen. You have. And soon you will see that it is the best for everyone. Soon smiles will plant themselves on your faces, and you will live out in perfect contentment the rest of eternity, under my watchful and ever-present protection.
Again, as great as that sounds, we really are going to have to, you know what, we're not the best people. In fact, I bet if you sent us back, we could send you 4 better candidates that are much more suited for this, because look at the 4 of us. We're Penniman's pirates. We don't even have a pirate ship. Worst group of people you could have picked.
If the townhouse doesn't suit you, I can give you a ship. Cause one to rise from the lake here. You could sail around this lake for all eternity, pirating upon its waters. I could find you victims. You could live in bliss and slaughter, repeating cruel acts over and over again to your heart's content.
Well, Hunk, I mean, Jesus, this might actually be the place you want to stay.
There are not nearly enough trees here for me, thank you. I shall have to decline.
I know I'm a pirate, but my horse legs actually do not do too well on a boat.
I turn around from the beast and look toward everybody, and as I say this to Hunk, I go like this and uncork the vial of dust of dryness, and I go, I guess this is what it is, my friends. And then I turn around and I whip the dust right at the creature.
You whip that dust at the creature and it settles over its body and it begins to sizzle and it screams out,
You do not get to choose your fate. I am the deity here. You bow and worship me, and I protect you.
and it begins to sizzle its flesh. Let's resolve that really quick. Let me look that up and see how much damage that does.
That's the closest thing I got to a hand grenade right now.
Yeah, I was looking through the equipment list and I was seeing it was like not for purchase, but I was seeing like frag grenades in the equipment list. I'm like, what?
All right, so it contains 1d6. So it has a total of 6 pinches in it. All right, so it says an elemental composed mostly of water. This amorphous jelly-like creature does not appear to be neither an elemental nor composed of water, though it is quite hideous to behold. An elemental,
those eyes, it was gonna blind it.
An elemental takes 10d6 necrotic damage. It has water and stuff in it, so we'll say that it is somewhat effective against it. That's the wrong die. Oh yeah, made that saving throw. 5d6 damage, if you would, sir.
Of course.
Oh, 13. So it sizzles and burns it a little bit. Some of these pinches land in the water, and tons of water gets sucked into this dust and turns into solid, what does it say, 15-foot cubes? Yes. A 15-foot cube of water. It says the dust turns a cube of water 15 feet on one side into one marble-sized pellet. Oh, like a little marble-sized pellet. So a bunch of water gets like shrunk down to little pellets, and the lake level right in that general vicinity surges downward for a moment, and this amorphous blob gets sucked down in a sort of whirlpool-like effect and gets it's turned around for a brief moment as it screams in outrage and protest, and it says, "I will teach you, I will beat you down into submission, and you will live out your lives in happiness forever." And as it comes up from this whirlpool-like effect and surfaces its eyes focusing on you, it approaches with malevolent intent. Please select your tokens and roll initiative.
I never roll a good initiative. None of us do this.
I had a pretty good one the first time around.
I've been on my other rolls tonight, though, so can't complain about that.
I'm having a better feeling about this fight going forward. Compared to the last one with disadvantage on everything.
And you guys are still rolling initiative like champs. Hunk, you are up.
No, I think I didn't apply it to my token. I actually have a 7.
A 7. Oh. Well,
I didn't.
You have to click it first.
all right, I can adjust it manually.
Okay. There you go.
Silas, you're up.
All right. As the leader of the Penniman pirates, I pull my rapier. I throw my hand out. With my bonus action, I cast Hunter's Mark on the creature.
That is a concentration. I'm going to put a little red token on you for that.
And then I'm only about 15. I'm trying to gauge this thing's size. If I have to go 10 feet or 15 feet.
10 feet will get you next to it. It occupies a 4x4 space. So some of these spaces like directly above and below it are actually occupied. The figurine just doesn't take up the whole thing.
All right. So I will cast Hunter's Mark. And then I will... Oh, it already rolled the damage for me. But I will use my rapier to make an attack.
As you wade into that part of the lake, it's up to your waist about right now. So it's difficult terrain at this point as you wade around in it.
Okay.
So you have Hunter's Mark on and a 16 to attack. Is that your first one? Or was that? That was initiative. Okay.
Yep. No, it was 24 to attack.
24. Okay. Yes, your rapier sinks into the thing.
So it's 8 piercing plus 8 sneak attack, and then I have to roll. I mean, the D6 was already there from Hunter's Mark for 2 additional points.
Okay. What kind of damage is that?
I don't know what Hunter's Mark.
Oh, I think it's the same type of damage as your weapon.
Yeah,
so probably piercing.
weapon type damage.
Yep.
Okay.
So that means I would have 10 piercing damage and then 8 points of sneak attack.
Okay.
Wow, I did really bad on that sneak attack.
Got it. You give it a nice poke, and it's the little tiny prick is not even noticeable in the bulk of this creature. And
actually, that was my bonus action, my action movement, and then I will, with what little movement I have left, I'm going to back up a little off of it.
Okay, you back away from it.
And that will be my turn.
All right. It fixates its eyes upon you, Silas, and Bill, and Cypress, and Hunk. It has lots of eyes to go around, and it says, "Burn, burn, burn!" And 3 rays of scintillating fire shoots out from its eyes. One strikes Silas, another Bill, and another Cypress.
I'm going to use Absorb Elements.
Against which element?
Fire.
Okay. Please, each of you, please make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Wow. Well, Bill's showing what he's got right there.
Yeah.
That's going to be a failure. So, Bill, you'll take 8 points of fire damage, and you are now on fire. You have caught fire, my good man. You are immolating. Let me see if there's a fire indicator I can put on your token. Oh, yeah. There we go. You are on fire, sir. Silas and Cypress, well, Silas, you'll take half damage, 4 points of damage. You are not caught on fire. Yes, sir?
Evasion.
Okay, then you take no damage. Cypress, you absorb half of the 4, so you only take 2 points of damage, and you are not on fire either. But Bill, you are just a little human torch at this point. You have a feeling you're going to take fire damage every single turn of yours until you put this out.
Water's looking quite nice at this moment.
And then this thing moves forward a little bit, and its big, huge mouth, like the part of the stomach that goes up into the esophagus or large intestine or something, rises up into the air above you, Silas, to a height of some 20 feet or so, and then comes down at your head. Ooh, armor class 16 hits you square on the top of the head for, oh geez, 17 points of damage. Some of that is fire. I don't know if that makes a difference for you. And
can I use uncanny dodge then?
yes, you can to have it. In the future, declare that before I say how much damage it is, if you would, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
it's okay.
looking it up at the same time when you said
That's not a problem. Yes, you can have that, so that'll make it 8 points of damage.
it. Okay. And then I gotta make a constitution check to see if I can maintain heart.
Yes.
So that would be
and you keep your concentration as this thing rises up into the air again and comes down at you for a second stroke. It slams you quite solidly on the top of the head for another 17 points of damage, Silas. And then the opening on it swivels upward and comes down over top of you, holds you tight, and then everybody hears this as you were swallowed and pulled inside the creature.
oh dear. And then I rolled a 10. Is that enough to hold
It is.
Hunter's Mark?
It is.
All
You
right.
still have Hunter's Mark going. You are now inside the creature, sir. You are grappled and restrained. So let's put a little token on you.
Oh dear.
You can feel the acids in this thing's massive stomach beginning to eat away at your flesh. And then, sounds like a good idea. Let's just move on up a little closer to the rest of you folks as I prepare to eat all 4 of you and digest a fine meal. Hunk, it is your turn.
Right. I'm going to take out my potion of flying, pop off that cork. It's time to fly, boys. Chug that potion.
All right. That is an action to drink that potion, and you now have a fly speed. I think fly speed is 60, but that might work differently than the spell.
I think it said it was the same as my movement speed.
Is it? It could be. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
Yes.
equal to my walking speed.
And you can hover. Okay, so 40 feet of flying then, I think.
Yep.
All right. It lasts for 1 hour.
And I'm gonna go over on this side, on the other side of it. And
How high off the ground are you going?
how far does hover get me?
I mean, you can
Or fly?
40 feet of
Okay.
movement.
Oh, okay, that's true.
So you could essentially, I don't do hypotenuse garbage, so You could go 40 feet over and 40 feet up if you wanted to. And this cavern is pretty tall. If you were to go somewhere over in this area, you could definitely get up to 40 feet high off the ground. You would be leaving its reach, though, so it would probably get an attack of opportunity on you if you went too far high.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like 35 feet horizontal and about 5 feet up. I basically enough where I'm like above the water, but not like
understood.
crazy high up. Yeah.
Okay, so you just go right. You could go right there and have that condition satisfied. All right, and you are
right here. Yeah.
Sure. Yep. You are adjacent to the creature as well. All right, so we got some movement and action. Anything else?
No, I'm good for right now.
Cypress, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to start by casting Fairy Fire on it, which will take down my stealth bonus. Oh well.
All right, you cast Fairy Fire. That's a dexterity saving throw, right?
Yes, Dex 14.
What square were you targeting? Oh, you could probably actually it's a 20-foot cube, so you could probably exclude all of your companions and just get it pretty easily.
It doesn't matter that one's in the stomach, does it?
He has total cover from anything outside of it, so it wouldn't affect him.
Okay.
Your fairy fire, your sparkling brilliant covers light up that area, and they do not manage to cling to this thing's skin. Its eyes swivel towards you.
You cannot harm me. You cannot harm your god figure. Bow in reverence, fool.
Okay. When it attacked Silas and you said it swung arms up and brought it down on him, how far up did it reach about?
Like, so this thing is like 20 feet tall, probably a good 30 feet in the air. Big, huge, massive.
Okay. And I have another question. If I, a giant constrictor snake, is that a land-only creature?
I don't know. Let's look it up in D&D Beyond.
What? I like where this is going, Dan.
That
Giant?
is a CR2 monster. I could go for a giant octopus, but that's a CR1.
It does have a swim speed, so it can it has swim speed of 30. So yes, swims.
Okay, so I am going to. I have. What is it called? Combat Wild Shape. I can Wild Shape as a bonus action. I'm going to Wild Shape into a giant constrictor snake.
I do want to point out that a giant constrictor snake is huge, 3 squares. If you do that where you're standing, that's going to be problematic. But if you were to move somewhere else where there's more room, it might work a little better. It occupies that space. So you'd have to stick up above one.
Okay, yeah. So that if that space works, then I'll do it there. I can't attack this turn. Let's see. So haven't done Druid. So do I take the printed average hit points for that 60?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't suppose there's a function in D&D Beyond to keep track of this, is there? I'll just have to keep track of it.
Nah, not really. You can keep track of it on the token itself. But
Well, anyway, I'm ending my turn, and I am a giant constrictor snake. I can't attack it this time.
All right, that is huge.
On a plus note, it's the same AC. So you won't have to look for a different AC.
All right.
Should have just gone right for the attack and not done the fairy fire. But
So Cypress, I'm gonna hide you in the wall, and then you should be able to see from your constrictor snake, correct?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
I can select it. Yeah.
Yep, and you can select it. Now I'm gonna displace you to over here, and place you underneath Hulk. as you grow, and so you can use this if you select the constrictor snake. There's a green bubble above it where you can keep track of its hit points.
Oh, perfect.
If you want.
Yeah.
All right, so you have wild shaped and you are there. Is that everything, sir?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. And Bill, you are on fire, sir.
Yes. Do I take damage at the start of my turn or at the end of my turn for that?
Neither. You will
Okay.
take damage on its turn, it says.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. If I jump into the water, will that put me out without having to expend an action?
You are unable to foretell the future, but you can certainly try.
Okay, fair enough.
It wouldn't cost an action to jump in the water, no. I can tell you that for
No,
sure.
Okay. The other question I had too is, can I move, will I be able to move essentially kind of around this creature, kind of like flanking it on, let me see if I can. I just want to make sure that I'll be able to, essentially I want to move to the other side here with it.
To do that,
I just want to make sure that I will be able to actually physically do that without any, being able to, if I had to move into any of its spaces or anything like that.
You would need to move through its space to be able to get there. You could attempt to do so as a bonus action, and then either an athletics or acrobatics check.
Okay.
And then each square of its that you move through is difficult terrain as well.
Okay. Then what I'll do instead is I will jump into the water here instead.
That's its space, so you need to go up.
Okay.
One.
It's hard to tell with the
I know.
the way its body is shaped.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna jump in the water there. I am going to cast.
So let me resolve that first.
Yep.
You go move over to there and dunk yourself under the water and rise up again, and water rivulets flow from you. The fire is unabated. It is still burning just as much as it was before. You have the sinking suspicion that you're gonna have to take an action to put this thing out.
Okay. Good to know. Just knowing how much of a pain that this can be later on. Is that a... No. Okay, so yeah, I'll take an action to put it out. And I will then cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action.
Another big shovel.
Yep, that'll do. And yeah, that right there is fine.
I'm giving you control over it as
Okay.
All right, you should be able to control now.
Excellent. Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's not gonna make too much of a difference. Yeah, and then I'm gonna have it attack. It rolled an 8, so
the shovel whacks this thing upside, and it hits its gelatinous, rubbery hide, and does not appear to have any effect whatsoever.
okay. And I think that's the end of my turn. Moved, action, bonus action.
What kind of damage does it say that spiritual weapon does?
Force damage.
Force damage. Okay. Yeah, it gives it a solid whack and nothing happens. And that was Bill. We are at the top of the round. Feel free to discuss.
All right, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to try to do something to get this thing to spit me up. So this is gonna get really interesting.
I'm gonna try and constrict it. See how that goes.
I'm gonna shoot its eyeballs.
Yeah, shoot each of its eyeballs. All right. I mean, if I can get this thing open its mouth, maybe I can get out.
Bill, you may have to worry about it trying to eat you too. Yeah.
Yes, I'm well aware. I was hoping that the water would put it out because I wanted to cast.
Oh, you did use your action to extinguish it, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Then that fire is out now.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah, because I was hoping to cast spiritual guardians, but that's concentration. I didn't want the fire to linger and then have me having to constantly make checks on that, plus any attacks that I have to make as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe if you were on fire and he swallowed you, you'd just be a fireball and stuff. Probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, Silas, you are inside this creature's belly, and this acid's beginning to etch into you. What would you like to do? Unable
Can
to
I
move, you can't see anything, you're blinded and restrained.
All right. I can still use my weapon though, correct?
You can, yes. You have disadvantage on your attacks, but you can use your weapon.
All right. Yeah, I don't have a lot to choose from, so I'm going to try and stab this thing from the inside. If I hopefully can get it to spit me out, if I give it some indigestion.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. And you said with disadvantage.
That is correct. So you try to stab, you flail about, and you do not feel your rapier sink into flesh.
Oh no. Bonus action. Would I be able to still take a potion?
A healing potion?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I will bonus action use a healing potion.
I would have healed you, but I can't actually even see you technically.
Nope, sorry. I get
No.
13 points healed, and
Okay.
I can't move, so that's all I can do.
Yeah, he has total cover. Nobody can see him, target him,
Mhm.
or anything where he is currently. Silas flails about, heals himself a little bit from within his doom, and then this creature spins around. Yeah, Bill is right there. And then 3 of its eyes begin to blaze with energy, and 3 beams strike out. One at Bill, one at Hunk, and one at this massive constrictor snake. I need each of you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Let's hope it's better than my strength throws or any of the other ones.
A 16, a 9, and the constrictor snake will use the constrictor snake's dexterity saving throw too, which is
So plus
Just-
2 on that.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
And ooh, 8. So Hunk and Bill, you each take 8 points of damage, and you're on fire again. Find this. The constrictor snake made its save, so you'll just take 4 points of damage. Where is the fire? There it is.
So 8 total damage.
That's correct. There it is. And then its massive appendage, the entrance into its belly, lifts up high above its head, 30 feet up in the air, over Bill's head, and comes plummeting down. Bill's high armor class. It glances off your shoulder, slaps down into the water, splashes liquid over everyone nearby, raises up again.
You will not resist this time. I will squash you and then protect you for eternity.
This time it comes down unerringly on your head, crunches your neck to the side, and deals 17 points of damage. Some of it's bludgeoning, some of it's fire. I don't know if that matters for you.
No, it doesn't.
All right. And Silas, having begun inside its belly, you can feel the acid beginning to digest you.
Does uncanny dodge work on that or no? So I don't know because I'm grappled. So
Yeah, what's the description say exactly? I think it just says you can choose to take half damage from something, right?
yeah, it says when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack,
You can't
use
see
your
it. You're blind.
Oh, yep. So never mind. I can't see. Whee!
Whee! All right, here we go. Acid damage. 20 points of acid damage as your skin begins to melt away.
Not going well in here, guys.
You guys hear from within this thing's stomach. And Hunk, you are up. You are on fire, sir.
Is it- okay. I assume I don't have to put out the fire immediately, right?
You don't have
I'll
to.
take. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to fly up about 5 more feet. Kind of move. I don't want to be in the way of the constrictor snake there. These tokens are just so big.
Okay, so you're about 10 feet off the surface of the water now then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll stick here as long as I'm not in the way between.
You should be fine. The constrictor snake is partly in the water as well, and it can swim, so there shouldn't be any concerns there.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and take out my longbow, and I'm going to.
Now, you are adjacent to it in melee, so you'd have disadvantage on any longbow attacks.
Okay.
Melee weapon wouldn't have a problem, though.
Yeah. All right. So I'm actually gonna move further back then. So it's going to get an attack of opportunity on me, right? So I'm just gonna move about 5 feet back there.
Okay. That doesn't provoke from it. You have a feeling that it has like a 10-foot reach with this big, long, I don't know, entrail into the stomach. So you'd have to go one more square away to not have disadvantage on longbow attacks.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go a bit away here.
All right, and that does provoke.
Where are you going? Come here. I will protect you.
As it takes a big old swing at you. Oh, that's cocked. Oh, a solid hit. As it slaps you. Bludgeoning and fire damage, 17 points.
Don't run.
And now you may attack with impunity.
All right. All right. I'm gonna try sharpshooter again here. Longbow.
Whoa! Critical
Oh,
hit.
look at that.
Yep. Damage, sir.
I don't know how to do crit damage from D&D Beyond.
You just cast. I think you just cast. Yeah, just roll like regular damage. It automatically adds, if I'm not mistaken.
It rolls it for you. Yeah, if you just hit for your weapon.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna do it from D&D.
No, it would have if you would have clicked the thing all the way to the left of the weapon.
Yeah.
You can just go ahead and roll a d8.
Okay.
So we have 22 because of the sharpshooter, plus 5, so 27 points of damage. Your arrow slams into this thing. What did I say? 27?
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Your arrow sinks up into the fletches in this thing's rubbery hide. Doesn't seem overly injured by that.
All right, I'm gonna try again. Sharpshooter, the longbow.
Luke, just so you know, I rolled a Constitution check. I got an 11.
I saw that. You're good. 21 minus the 5 puts it down to, what is that, 16?
Yep.
All right, that arrow hits its tough rubbery hide and deflects off to the side.
Did the first one deflect or?
Oh no, it sunk in. The first one hit it.
Oh, okay.
Second one, no.
Got it. Okay. So I'm going to use the. I'm going to use action surge.
Action surge.
And I'm going to attack it again. Not use sharpshooter this time though.
Okay. Oof. Solid hit. Your arrow hits for 10 points of damage.
Get him, hunk.
And then I'm going to do that again. I'm gonna try sharpshooter. Why not?
So 28 minus 5. Yes, that will do it. For 18 points of damage. More arrows begin to sink into its flesh again and again and again. And it's still not looking terribly wounded at all. It's mostly okay-ish.
Excellent. I'm gonna use my I'm gonna use my bonus action. I'm gonna use second wind. Or no.
Did you already use it? I think.
I haven't used second wind yet.
And action surge doesn't take a bonus action or anything. It just gives you an automatic action back. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, go ahead.
Yep.
Nice, 18 points.
Yep.
Why are you shooting your protector? Come here. Come closer. I'll protect you.
And that was Hunk, right? Yes. Cypress, you are up. Your friend is inside this thing's stomach. Who knows what's happening in there?
I don't know, and there's not much I can do about that, but I am going to try and constrict it. Now, I have the item Insignia of Claws, so I get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls I make with unarmed strikes and natural weapons, and they are considered to be magical. So, and that is one of those things that includes itself in wild shape.
Okay.
So I'm going to try clicking this constrict button. We'll see what comes up, if anything. So it's +1 beyond that because of the Insignia of Claws for both hit and damage. So 25 hit, 9 damage, and it's still a DC 16 escape save.
And let's see, constrict. It grapples.
Yes.
So you move to wrap your coils around this thing, and it squirms and wiggles around in your coils, and due to its slippery rubber hide and rolling about eyes, it slips free from your grapple with ease. You're unable to get a hold of it. You have a sinking feeling, giant constrictor snake, that you're not going to be able to constrict this target.
Okay.
That was your action. Anything else, sir?
Can I switch my wild shape form directly from a wild shape form, or would I have to undo it and then do another one?
What is it? How does it say to end your wild shape form?
Let's see. You can stay in beast shape for 4 hours before reverting back, or as a bonus action, or if you fall unconscious. So it's a bonus action, I guess. So I guess.
It's a bonus action to change form back to normal druid form. I'm going to rule that it's a bonus action to change forms. So if you want to use a bonus action to just go to a different wild shape, that would be acceptable as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that.
Okay, so.
What would you like to change it to?
The 𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐿 flying creature.
Can you type it somewhere?
Yes. I had the page up a few minutes ago. Lost it. Indeed. Apparently that's a real thing. Paste it into here.
Holy mackerel.
Yes. It is a huge flying beast. It's a relative of the pteranodon. I don't know how to say any of these things.
Okay.
So it is flying. Get off my second wild shape. And I would like to fly as high as I can in this area.
Stand by.
That's all I'm gonna do.
That is huge.
Yes, it's huge.
Just gonna move you into a wall over here with the snake. And then this big shadowy thing will be your new form. And you want to fly the ceiling here right where you're currently at is probably only about maybe 30 feet high or so. So you wouldn't be able to fly out of the thing's reach at all. I don't know if that is what you're looking for. If you're looking to do your dive attack, then you would have to position yourself down or over here and fly higher. And you would also have to fly up out of its reach, which would provoke it to attack you.
It's probably.
Oh, no. You know what? You have flyby. You do not provoke opportunity attacks when you fly out of an enemy's reach. So yes, you can move down here, fly up quite a bit, and then be able to use your dive attack on your next turn.
All right, I'll move there, fly up.
All right, cool. And you zip up, and I think that's all of your actions, correct, sir?
Yep.
All right, Bill, you're up.
Okay, so I want to cast. Let's go with level 4 Spirit Guardians here.
Level 4 Spirit Guardians. What's the radius on that?
The radius is the range is south and within 15 feet.
What do your Spirit Guardians look like?
I would imagine they probably are some sort of vague representation because, like I said, he grew up in a small town, like small, very family, very close-knit and stuff like that. He's always kind of been a mother's boy and a father's boy to a degree, and just the fact that that's how you were raised, so to speak. So it's probably just like this shadowy image that vaguely looks like a large hulking male and a shadowy image of a character that looks like a more feminine half-orc.
All right, and these two figures are flitting around in this area, walloping your enemies. I presume you're excluding all of your companions from this effect?
Yes, correct.
Except for Silas, because you can't currently see him. Okay. All right, your Spirit Guardians come up. You are concentrating on that. That was your action. Any movement or anything?
I'm going to move back 1, so that's still within range there. He's still... and I also want to use a bonus action to drink a greater healing potion.
All right. Drink it down. And that'll put us at the top of the order. Feel free to discuss.
All I have to do is dive attack. I don't quite know what else to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a ton of damage.
I'm going to be stabbing from inside and drinking a potion and hoping I don't burn to death with all the acid in there.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
If I could get like an opening or something, or get this thing to spit me up, that's what I was hoping for with that critical, but that didn't happen.
I should have let my snake. I should have used the snake for a while and then done another wild.
No, it's all right. I mean, I'm good if you guys are ready to keep going.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Silas is gonna do what he can try to, and he's gonna try to from inside stab this thing, and maybe he'll get him to spit something up. And then,
All right.
oh, I did that with advantage, not disadvantage. Hold on, reroll it. Disadvantage.
Well, we could use that same roll. We could just take the lower
Well,
one. So
It's a 9 either way.
yeah.
It was a 9 either way.
All the damages.
Yeah. And the 9,
it's
and
not gonna
that
hit.
does not hit. Again, you're flailing around inside there.
I just think to myself, this is not the way I thought I was gonna die today. And then I'm gonna just grab another greater healer potion as a bonus action and chug it down.
All right. 14 hit points.
That's my whole thing. I'm out.
All right.
Next.
Bill and Hunk, you guys are on fire and burning. Each of you takes 7 points of fire damage. Silas, you are inside, being rapidly digested. Bill?
And is it concentration check for?
It would be, yes.
And what is that again?
It's
Is
a
that
constitution saving throw.
Okay.
There goes your spirit guardians.
Pa.
Nate, do you have Warcaster?
I do have Warcaster.
Your
Advantage.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
I remember
So-
you asked me about that.
Yes. Okay, so let's do this one more
Okay.
time.
It's gonna be lower roll.
There you go.
I'm glad
go.
you mentioned that.
Oh,
Oh my Jesus.
Who cursed him? Who cursed him? Was that Hug?
Oh yeah. That's right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Who else?
So your spirit guardians begin to flicker away, and then you have oh, that's right, and you focus even harder. Nope, they're still gone.
Thanks, buddy.
And then I take how much damage? Acid damage?
Yes, we were just about to roll that. Were you going to use your? Oh, you can't see, so you can't reduce it. Oh, oh, these rules are so nasty.
I was gonna roll for my Constitution saving throw, see if I can try to.
22 points of acid damage.
We're gonna go high this time. At least. Come on.
Those are nice rolls. You maintain your concentration on Hunter's Mark. And I haven't even attacked yet. Those are just my passive effects going on. So, we are now going to 3 of this thing's eyes begin to blaze with fire, and rays of immolating energy stretch out toward Bill, Hunk, and the bird creature whose name is not pronounceable that is flying overhead. I need each of you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Silas is creeping closer and closer to doom.
I know.
You should have
Oh,
listened
God.
to that old man.
It's an 8, but still.
Bill, your dex saving throws are getting higher and higher. Ground.
Those are all failed saving throws.
Damn.
You guys each take 10 points of fire damage, and now the bird creature is on fire.
So it's a phoenix now.
Let's just call it a phoenix. We can pronounce that name. Ah, good gravy. I'm gonna have to move your bird so I can actually. Roll 20 is just not very cool. All right, I'll put you back. All right, there we go. All right, all of you guys are on fire, and then it is going to move a little closer to Bill, who thinks he's gonna skedaddle away from this thing.
You must stay within my protective reach. I will shield you from all harm.
And then it raises its end up above your head, Bill, and slams it down at you. What's your armor class, sir?
20.
Ooh, it does not hit you. Slams the water next to you, splashing you, and then it whacks at you again.
Oh, stop moving!
This time it hits you for 17 points of damage.
I will protect you for all eternity.
And should I action surge? No, we'll save that for later. Hunk, you're up.
All right, I'm going to keep my fire going strong and attack with my longbow. Gonna try sharpshooter again.
21, that hits.
21. Yeah. So 17 points of piercing damage there.
Arrow sinks in. Ooh. You starting to see some notable injuries on this. A little bit of stomach juice is leaking out from where your arrows have been puncturing it. The eyes are looking a little bit bewildered.
Oh, you can't hurt me.
Gonna try sharpshooter again.
Ooh.
I'm gonna burn a luck die.
All right.
Try roll another d20.
17.
Yeah,
Plus
and then
the
plus
10.
5.
Yeah, that'll still hit. Plus the 10 minus 5. Yes, hit. Oh, we can still keep the 12 piercing damage that you already rolled. So 22 damage. All right, another arrow sinks in. This arrow sinks in deep, and Silas, you could feel something poke at you just a little bit.
I killed him.
Won't take much. And is that all, Hunk?
I'm gonna drink a potion of greater healing as a bonus action.
Drinking a healing push, just chugging those bad boys. Cypress, the Phoenix, you are up.
So you told them before it's an action to put themselves out off of fire. Do I have to take an act? Do I have to move into the water to do that?
You just need to spend an action dousing yourself, patting yourself out, twirling in circles, or something like that. You don't have to go into the water, no.
Okay. Well, I will do that, and then I'll just go ahead and move over to this corner.
Okay, you take an action to put the fire out.
That is all I can do that I can tell.
I'm going to move you really quick so I can actually select these things.
Sure.
All right, so the Phoenix just flies around a little bit and puts the fire out and is now reverted back to a bird whose name we can't pronounce. Who is that? Cypress. Bill, you are heavily injured, on fire, and getting pummeled to death.
Yes. Decisions.
You should just submit. Submit to my guardianship.
I'm going to cast. Let's go with a third level prayer of. Yeah, let's go with a third level prayer of healing.
I think that takes 1 minute to cast, but I could be wrong.
Oh, does it?
Could be.
Casting time 10 minutes. Good call.
10 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna then go with what? Let's just go all out. Who cares?
I mean, this isn't the boss fight. Now, don't you want to hold something in reserve?
I'm gonna cast Blight on this creature.
Blight, okay.
So it's a con 14 saving throw for 8d8.
Oof. All right, Constitution saving throw. Oh, I'm very bad at these. Well, I'm gonna roll this here so we can all see my d20 roll. So I rolled a 4, and I'm gonna add an 11 to that, giving me a 15. So I made my save, and necrotic energy.
20 damage. It's half at.
I am not a plant creature, so 20 damage. All right, it shrivels up just a tiny bit.
That was not quite so nice.
And then I'll just down another greater healing potion.
And drinking another greater healing potion. And that is Bill. Top of the order, Silas is slivered. Bill is slivered. Hunk is looking pretty good and doing lots of damage, but he's probably up next on the chopping block. And the former Phoenix is flying around in circles. Feel free to discuss.
I will continue to be useless this round.
I'm running out of ideas. Being stuck in this thing's stomach. I don't know. Does anybody have any idea? I wish I had those acorns, because right now I'd be trying to plant a damn tree in this thing's stomach, trying to kill it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm running. I have one other idea, which is to throw a ton of caltrops everywhere and hope to God that maybe it might give it some indigestion and spit me out, because I can't seem to stab it with my rapier.
It's a thought.
Who has acorn? Who has the acorns?
I mean, the stomach is squeezing you tightly, so if you were to throw some caltrops out, it's gonna be squeezing on those things, presumably.
That's also a chance.
Yep. Can I double potion in one turn? Can I do one for a action and a bonus action?
You can, yes. You wouldn't be able to put caltrops out at the same time, though.
That might be the only thing I can do if I want to even have a chance to have another round.
And that's the other thing, is that I can't see you to cast anything or to do anything for you.
I know. If I could see just like a glimpse of light and maybe I could get out, that'd be the only thing I could think of. So, because I need to be able to see with this spell.
What spell are you trying to cast?
Misty Step.
Yeah, you have to be able to see where you're going, too.
Yeah, I can't see.
Dark vision doesn't help him in there.
No, it's just clamped around him, so he's up.
Pretty sure you have
him.
to see where you're moving into, don't you?
That's true too. For Misty Step in particular, yeah. Now, the condition is simply blinded, is what it afflicts you with. And if you're blinded, it doesn't matter if you have dark vision or not. You just can't see.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Silas, what is your poison?
I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm gonna try one more time with the rapier, because
Rapier. Going for the rapier.
I'm doing it.
All right.
Come on. Oh.
You flail about and cannot stab it.
3 and a 19. Brutal.
I know. I saw the 19 hit, and I was like, "Come on, be like a high number."
Now you could try to stab it a second time instead of drinking a potion.
I'm gonna drink the potion.
Drinking the potion.
We'll tell her that you loved her.
14 back.
All right, 14 hit points back. Well, that puts you at like 25 or something.
It does.
If it lows, roll on the acid damage. All right, and it is my turn. Hunk and Bill, you guys are on fire. You take 7 points of fire damage. And Silas, you are swimming around in acid. Here is some acid damage for you. 19 points of acid damage.
You guys just hear from the side, I'm still alive!
And that's my passives. And now, 3 burning rays streak out at Bill, Hunk, and still got Hunter's Mark too. Good job. And the bird above. Each of you please make a dexterity saving throw.
Wrong direction, Bill.
I don't think I've really passed too many saving throws all night. It's been amazing.
That's one on my 10, so 11.
And you guys are all on fire again, and you take 10 points of fire damage. You continue to burn. And the creature, all of the eyes are focused on Bill.
Are you ready now to meet your fate?
And the appendage lifts up again and goes down to slam at you. Your high armor class. And it hits the water next to you yet again. We're gonna put that die over there. We're gonna use these dice right here were gifted to me by a player who never rolled below a 15. Of course, it was behind a wall of books and nobody could see what he's actually doing, but his rolls were always high. And it raises it up again and slams it down at you. I rolled a 1. Hits the wall, hits the cavern, flails about. Don't move! Hold still! And you... 4 hit points. You. And I think that's all this guy has. Hunk, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna repeat, rinse and repeat. Longbow, sharpshooter. Oh, crit. Nice. So is that 28 points of piercing damage?
28. Hunk is
Maybe.
just tearing this thing apart.
Knew that improved crit would come in handy.
Pin cushioning it.
Alright, sharpshooting again, and not close this time.
Oh yeah, that will not hit it.
Yeah, 12.
You have done a lion's share of damage to this thing.
He's the real reason why the party's still alive for most of their adventuring.
Cypress. Oh, Hunk, anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep down on those,
Healing potions? Okay.
because I believe they'll put out the fire eventually in Hunk's mind.
Okay. Cypress, you're up.
Alright, I'm going to do a dive attack. I can't just keep putting out fire forever.
We'll just get lit up again.
Yeah, so what is my if my dex is it dex for 2 hit?
No.
What am
Just
I
use the stat block. Pull up the stat block for that creature in D&D Beyond. And then you can just click you have a bite attack.
Oh. I want to do the dive attack.
Yeah, but you just click the bite attack, and then up in the dive attack stat block, there's another 3d6. You can click that button, and it'll roll that damage.
Okay. So
Well, you dive down at it. Your to hit's not high enough anyway. You dive down at it and do not manage to penetrate its rubbery hide.
okay.
I'm assuming you just swoop back up toward the ceiling.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Nothing else.
All right. Bill, you are mortally wounded, sir. And on fire, I might add.
Yes, well aware. Let's. Do I have? Let's go with a level 2 inflict wounds on this creature. Twenty-two
22, that is a hit.
for
20
25 damage.
5 necrotic damage.
And then I'm going to also actually no, that's a bonus action. Never mind.
You lay your hand on this thing's hide, and blackness seeps over its surface. Several eyes, you can see them shriveling up, and under strain, they eventually burst. Liquid spews out over you. You demolished about half a dozen eyes with that touch, and much of its hide has begun to sink into itself, blackening and shriveling up. The creature shudders and shrieks,
Why? I'm just trying to protect you.
and the whole thing is just quaking and trembling at this point. You have a feeling that it is approaching mortally wounded point. It might not have much left to it. But two of you are close to death.
Yes.
Anything else, sir?
Is that? I am going to. I'm going to have. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to down another healing potion and hope for the best.
All right. You down a healing potion. Top of the order. Any discussion?
Luke, I have a quick question on this steady aim. It says as a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn. You can use this bonus action only if you haven't moved during this turn, and after you use the bonus action, your speed is 0 until the end of your turn. So basically, that would just give me a straight roll.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, this is my last attempt at survival. So, just so you're all aware, you can't hear me, but I am going to die trying one more time, and hopefully it will not. Maybe I might come flying out. Who knows?
All right, let's do it. Silas.
Bonus action. I am going to steady aim. I'm going to think of my love, and I'm going to try to stab this thing again with a and see if I can do something. Here we go. Oh, you.
A 9. A 9. With your arm strengthened by true love for your, well, the nymph that you met 15 minutes ago, you stab with all your might and manage to flail about uselessly yet again.
That is the end of my turn.
Drinking anything, or are you out?
I bonus action to get that.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And Bill and Hunk and the bird are all burning. You each take 7 points of fire damage. Silas, you are in the acid. Now, there is a chance, it's only 5d6. There is a chance that I roll 5 ones and you are still alive.
You rolled 4 6s earlier, so hey.
It might come back around to swing in the other direction. Sadly, no.
Nope.
15 points of damage, Silas. As, well, darkness was already around you, but now deeper darkness closes around you. And the last thing you hear, Silas, as reality fades away, is,
Don't worry, I'll bring you back for eternity.
and those were my passives. So Hunk is tearing me apart. How high off the ground are you, Hunk?
About 10 feet off the water.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to take care of Hunk. Drag you along with me. It just has to move over 5 feet, and that'll put it next to Hunk.
You are very annoying. Let's take care of that, shall we?
It's going to shoot out 3 rays of fire Bill, Hunk, and the bird, please give me dexterity saving throws. That will be, so that's an 18 for you, Cypress?
Yep.
You'll take half damage, so only 5. The other 2 will take 10 damage, fire.
I still drop out of wild shape.
Oh, you do. And you fall, plunge into the water below.
At least it's water.
I'll put you in the wall, get your token right there, and you are now swimming, treading water.
Bill goes down, but he does have relentless endurance.
What? Oh, so you're able to keep it at 1 hit point?
At 1 hit point.
Okay, so you have 1 hit point, you're still up. Half orcs. And then the giant cow stomach covered with eyes raises up its massive appendage and slams it at Hunk.
We need to do away with you. You are very uncooperative with your protector.
Come on, baby. That is a hit. It slams you for 17 damage.
Let's try again.
And it swipes across at you. 5 plus 11 is a 16.
No.
Oh, just manages to miss you. No! And I wanted to swallow you so bad. And that's all it has. So that's going to bring us to Hunk. Now you are adjacent to it again, so you're going to have to move away to be able to get your shots off without disadvantage.
Yep. So I'm going to move. I only have to. Yeah, move 5 feet away, right?
And it'll take a swipe at you
It will
as you
get
move
swipe
away.
at you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hit for 17 points of damage. I got like 0, 1 hit point, 4 hit points.
Yeah, I went down very quickly there. I don't have that 20 armor class, so.
It makes a difference.
All right, I'm gonna sharpshooter this thing.
All right, sharpshoot.
It's getting towards the end. Ooh,
That hits
12.
it. Oh wait, no, 12 does not. I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, and try sharpshooter again for my extra attack. Oh shit!
Your arrows are flying wide.
I'm all disoriented for getting smacked in the air by.
Oh man, things are swinging in the other direction now.
Ooh, yep.
Cypress, you're. I'm sorry, Hunk. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm just trying another potion.
Chug a potion. Okay, Cypress, you're up.
Okay. I want to cast Fairy Fire at it again, which I probably should have tried multiple times at the start of the battle. Maybe it would have helped Silas. But anyway, here we go. DC 14 Dex save.
I made my saving throw.
Okay. I'm going to swim over to Hunk and cast a 2nd level healing word.
You can't do that. Since you cast a level, you can't cast a bonus action and then also a leveled spell. It has to be a bonus action plus a cantrip.
Oh, all right. Okay, never mind. That's all I've got then.
Okay. You could wild shape again. Do you have any?
So I only have 2. So
Okay, you've used them
I stupidly used one before the other one was done. So
Yeah.
could I assume it would be a full action if I wanted to give him a greater healing.
That is
potion,
correct.
right?
To give somebody else a healing potion is an action, yes.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Okay. Bill, you're up.
Can I see Hunk from where I am, technically?
Yes, you can see him.
would I be able to move next to him?
If you use a bonus action, then you'd have to try to make an athletics or acrobatics to squeeze past that guy.
Okay.
There's a chance of it, but there's also a chance of it failing.
Yeah.
And it takes up your bonus action, which is also your potion.
Mhm,
Quaffing.
Which I don't really have any more of the big ones anymore. Let's see here.
So maybe it's not worth it.
Yeah.
1 hit point, 4 hit points. What's the difference?
Well, no, I was gonna shoot for a level 3 cure wounds on him,
Yeah.
and that's a big difference.
For him, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'll give it a shot and try to squeeze by him.
All right. Acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
Athletics.
And I'm going to use my strength, which is a +6, and I'll roll here and roll 20.
25.
You beat me, so you managed to slip by. It is difficult terrain, so to get 5, 10, 15. Yeah, to get right there would be 5, 10, 15, 20. So you can get, 30 feet of movement will get you right up next to him.
Okay.
He's flying 10 feet in the air and you're swimming in the water. You can't reach him. Now, you would have recognized that before you ever moved, though, so I'm happy to just put you back where you began and start over again.
Then what I will do instead is cast Aid. I'll cast Aid at 3rd level. That will give him I will cast it on choose up to 3 creatures within range. Each creature has hit points maximum, and current hit points increase by, and this is at 3rd level, so it's at 10. So everyone gets plus 10 hit points.
So Bill and everybody else, Silas is still inside there, so he can't get that.
Yes.
Okay, you'll get 10 hit points.
And that, so it'll be, so Cypress, Hunk, and then I can cast on myself as well. Can I name myself as a 3rd target?
Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Is that a concentration spell?
That's a good question. No, it is not.
Not. Okay. A minute, 10 minutes, something?
It is for duration is 8 hours.
8 hours. All right, sweet. All right, is that all, sir?
Bonus action, I will attack with my spiritual weapon.
Oh, nice.
I think I cast that at 1st level, so.
That hits.
Okay, and then damage is 9.
9. You slam it hard, busting open one of its eyes. It is squirming and flailing about in deep agony. It's getting close, ladies and gentlemen. Is that all, sir?
I believe that is quite literally everything I can do.
All right, we're at the top of the order. I see low hit points, people getting digested. Feel free to discuss.
I don't think I can really do anything other than get to shore and fire a crossbow at this point. Fortunately.
Yep. I just gotta keep firing at it. I appreciate your attempt, Nate, though.
Unless I roll a natural 20, I'm burning alive in here.
Yeah, and with you, there's no way to get you out that I can at least see.
Just gotta wait for him to pass through the digestive tract.
John, you can't like light a torch in there, can you?
I'm already unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Now I'm dying. I'm gonna get. These are gonna be critical fail or hits on me now every time the acid goes through.
It's probably
I'm gonna
not
be dead in 2 turns.
Probably not the first time we accidentally killed you in the process.
So I'll do a roll 20 right now and just see where I go. I fail.
I actually make the rules.
Oh, you do? I'm
Yep,
sorry.
I make them so that you guys don't know what they are. So I'll make that roll.
Okay.
So it is Silas's turn, and Let's just see what we get here. Oh, that's cocked. Oh, Bill, Hunk, and wait, Cypress, you were on fire, weren't you?
So
I think your form was on.
I think the form was on fire.
I'm gonna. The fire didn't go away when you lost your wild shape. I'm gonna put that back on you. There you go. Okay, the three of you are burning. 7 points of damage, please. As you burn some more. And so Silas made your death saving throw and had a result. And now digestion continues. And 3 beams of fire streak out from this thing at the 3 of you still alive outside. Please give me a dexterity saving throw.
Jesus.
Each of you takes 10 points of damage.
I'm gonna cast second level absorb elements on fire.
Okay, so I'll turn into 5.
Bill is out.
Bill goes down. He's still on fire, but he is down on the ground now.
Hey, this is gonna be ironic if we die in 2 different campaigns. By burning to death again.
I know, exactly. Exactly. I was like, fire, why did it have to be fire? I hate fire.
This is how he
And
died in our other campaign, was being on fire when he passed out.
Hunk is getting very low too, and Cypress is got a lot of hit points, it looks like, still.
Wild shape, separate health.
Yep. And so Bill goes down and is on fire.
Don't worry, I'll bring you back.
And then it skedaddles closer to Hunk.
Now, where were we? Oh yes, I was gonna eat you.
And it raises up its appendage and swings at you, Hunk.
Getting me.
For a 16 to hit, misses you. Swings at you again. I rolled even worse that time. Rolled a 3 on the die. 2 misses at you, Hunk, narrowly avoiding death. And I think that's all I got. Hunk, is your turn. You'll have to provoke if you want to avoid disadvantage.
Yeah. And I can use my bonus action first, right?
You can,
Before
yes.
I move away?
You absolutely may.
So I'm gonna do that. Drink a potion. quick,
Okay.
Before I move away.
Where you get smoked.
Yep.
My die will roll higher than a 5. All I need is a 6 and I hit you, and I'm like rolling 5s and 3s. Oh, I don't think I can do that much damage. Dang it. I'll have to crit. Okay, here we go.
All right, so I'm gonna move away.
Here we go. Come on. Crit, 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 crit. Oh, I rolled an 18, not a crit, but it does hit you. 17 points of damage. Good call drinking that potion first. And now you may shoot.
Oh boy. I'm trying to
Go
debate
big. Go
how
big.
how injured it is. I don't know if I want to do sharpshooter or not.
It is very heavily injured, like very, very bad.
Okay. I'm gonna try regular shot first.
Regular shots. He's not going big. That's a hit.
Yeah, I didn't click the damage thing first.
13 points damage. That's seems on the low side. Arrow hits it a little bit, yeah.
Not getting much confidence here from the shot. All right.
Do it. Do it. Go big.
All right. All right, I'll try sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter! 20 minus
Ooh.
5
5.
turns that into a miss as it deflects off from his rubbery hide.
Damn. All right. That's all I got.
That's all he has. Cypress, let's hope you can do something here because your companions are coming up short.
What weapons, if any, can I attack with my staff from the water? Do I have to use my dagger? Do I have to get to land?
You're like treading water, so you could raise that up above your head as you're treading water and take a swing at it. You're not totally immersed in the, I mean, you are, but you can get it above your head. So, you could do that.
Okay.
You're gonna have to roll manually. It's gonna do that every time.
No.
That's gonna be a big no.
Okay. Can I get myself over to Bill, or within casting range of Bill?
What's the range you're trying to get to?
Well, touch.
Touch? So you'd have to get like over here basically. So hold on a second. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You could get into Bill's square and basically be straddling him. You'd have to use a bonus action to try to squeeze through this monster's square, and then you'd have to make an athletics or acrobatics check and then beat it. So there's a chance you wouldn't get through, and it would use up a bonus action.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm already within his reach, so I'm just gonna move. I'm just gonna move here.
All right.
And I'm going to drink a regular healing potion.
Okay.
I should. Yes, potion of healing. So that's 2d4 plus 2. 2d4 is 6, so that's 8 heal.
Cypress takes care of some healing. Bill is down on the ground. Bill. And you're also, well, no, that's the burning happens in my turn. So we're at the top of the order. Hunk and Cypress, feel free to discuss. Everybody else is down.
Be right back, boys.
I am gonna try to probably see if I can heal Bill or attack him again. I guess I'll have to. Yeah, I'll try and heal Bill probably. Otherwise, I've put myself where I am to try and be between you and him. Hopefully give you an extra turn.
Yeah, I can't do much. I'm going to take the burning damage. I'm going to get hit by the beam, and then I'm going to go down.
Okay, good plan.
Okay, we're up to Silas's turn.
Still alive?
I didn't say that. I just said it was your turn.
Oh. Come on, 20.
All right. And then, okay, passives. Bill is on fire. Ooh. And Cypress and Hunk, you're both on fire for 7 points of fire damage. And then it's going to use some beams, and it will select Cypress and Hunk. Please make dexterity saving throws. Wow, look at that.
The one time I save.
Yeah, you did save.
Doesn't matter.
So you'll take half of that, which is 5.
So I'm still down anyway.
Cypress, that's a failure. You take 10 points of fire damage. Hunk goes down to the ground. So you fall out of the sky, splash into the water, and then begin sinking beneath the water. What kind of armor are you wearing, sir?
Half plate.
Oh, you're definitely sinking.
Makes me think of that scene in Game of Thrones when Jaime Lannister was sinking in the water, but somehow he made it.
Yes, Cypress, you're all that remains.
It's now your turn to embrace my protection.
It raises up its massive appendage and swipes at you, Cypress. I rolled a 5. Oh, but your armor class is horrible. Yeah, that hits. In fact, if I roll a 1, the number is still high enough to hit, except that 1's a critical failure. So as long as I don't roll a 1, I would hit. 17 points of damage, Cypress, as you get slammed by this thing. And I rolled a 3. Another 17 points of damage, Cypress, as you get slammed by this thing. And then this appendage opens up, goes over top of you, sphincter closes, and it pulls you within. You are blinded, restrained inside this thing. You bump up against something. It might be Silas, who knows?
Now you will be protected.
We are at Hunk's turn. Cypress's turn. What do you have?
Can I try and... I don't suppose I could try and figure out if that's Silas and give him a potion, could I?
I don't. You'd probably, if you really want to figure out whether it's him or not, you'd probably have to spend your action using a perception check. It's probably safe for you to assume that it is him, though. You might want to.
I mean, I would need to find his mouth and stuff if I want to give him a potion. I'd be okay with using my entire turn for it, but I don't know.
You could do that. He has been in there for quite some time.
Okay.
So you don't know his current state.
I'm gonna try it anyway because I figure I have absolutely no chance of managing on my own anyway.
Okay.
So, 18 if he's not dead.
All right, you grope around, find an orifice, and dump a potion down it. Who knows? Maybe you missed it. Literally just dumped it down the gullet of this creature and healed it. But you did your best. Bill's turn. Top of the order, Silas. And the creature, Cypress. You feel acid burning into you. 17 points of acid damage.
I'm down.
Darkness closes permanently around you. And you hear,
Welcome to my protection.
is the last thing you hear. And all of you have fallen to your protector. And the next day, you wake up in the townhouse and you are jubilant and happy. Your world is perfect. Silas, you have a water nymph by your side, your perfect wife. She smiles, her eyes sparkle. Hunk, you can slaughter and maim all you want, and the next day they are back. Cypress, all the world's vegetation and nature, well, at least close to the townhouse, are yours. Bill Simpleton, you can spend the rest of eternity in contemplation of the Raven Queen, and you are all filled with joy and jubilance, always smiling, and when there are guests that stumble upon the townhouse, you tell them, you will see, and they always see, and you live out the rest of eternity under the protection of your eye-covered guardian. Congratulations.
I think that was a happy ending.
It really was.
I had a total of 248 hit points, and you had done 220 points of damage to me. You were, Hunk, you were probably one round of having, if you had hit me twice, that probably would have done it. If the damage you were doing, you were so close.
It's close. Yeah.
It was so very close. Yeah. Man, that was a nasty creature. So, well done, ladies and gentlemen. You almost defeated it, but hey, you're not dead. You're just slaves for eternity. You're slaves to happiness for eternity. It's not so bad. It could be worse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our one shot. We're going to do a raid on the channel here. I'm going to kick folks over to somebody else. All of my players, please stay on the Zoom call, and I will be back momentarily to do our debrief and wrap up. Let me change my view here over to that guy right there. Gotta find my stuff. Everything's backwards. All right, cool. Let's find somebody to raid. See who's on Twitch. It's like midnight. Nobody should be awake. Who are these guys? I feel like I've raided those guys before. I've raided those guys before. I've raided these guys before. We're gonna raid. Oh, get a Photoshop ad. I get 2 Photoshop ads. All right. Well, we're gonna pick one of these guys. We're gonna pick those guys. All right. Let me get this raid set up. All right, folks, go jump in that raid. Hope you enjoyed tonight's little game, and we will see you next time. Yeah, everybody survived. Everybody survived. There was no TPK tonight. All right, bye.
It's technically true.